Sung-hoon Lee is a broke delivery driver in a monster-infested world, scraping by to pay his comatose mother's hospital bills. After a near-death encounter, he suddenly remembers his past life as an all-powerful sorcerer king, and realizes the same game-like magic system is real in this world too. Now he fights through monster-filled battlefields as a low-level hunter, determined to grow strong enough to save his mother. Something massive is closing fast on the border, and every soldier there knows it. They're screaming coordinates while tracer rounds slice through trees and launchers boom toward the tree line where the ground keeps shaking. Sung-hoon nods tight when his team asks if he's set, then sprays himself down with something that reeks like rotting meat, because that chemical cocktail pulls beasts from 3 districts over. And if he messes this timing up even slightly, he's not walking back out alive. Our guy slams through the underbrush blind, lungs burning, because the merc has locked onto his scent trail and it is coming. He can feel the vibration rattling his teeth before the thing even breaks cover behind him. He gasps ragged breaths tasting like copper, while his legs pump harder than they ever did delivering noodles at 2 in the morning. The forest blurring green around him, as snapping branches and wet growling get louder with every heart. Merc bursts from shadows with armored plates grinding and tusks gleaming dull, so he launches sideways hoping to clip its flank or dodge the lunge. Those jaws snap shut where his torso was half a second ago. His heel connects solid with the creature's snout in a satisfying crunch, buying just enough time to scramble up the nearest oak, while the monster slams its head against bark below and splinters wood inches from his dangling heel. The branch snaps clean and he hits mud hard, rolling to stare up at a beast that took the fall without a single scratch. Not a dent, not a flinch, which really drives home that normal weapons aren't putting this thing down. Just as murder looms over him, the full hunter party crashes through brush, the bald commander barking orders while the blonde swordsman draws steel beside him, both moving like pros who have danced this routine 100 times before. The commander shouts for formation, while the blonde warrior activates taunt skills, yanking the merc's attention off our guy, just as a massive fireball screams overhead and detonates against the monster's hide in blistering orange heat. Blonde carves deep into the creature's shoulder and holds aggro like his life depends on it, which it does, while the beast howls and staggers backward from the combined barrage, finally looking like something that can actually bleed. The female fighter slides in with twin blades flashing and fire licking the edges, laughing as she launches a vicious combo into the monster's exposed flank, and calls this whole near-death experience genuinely fun, which tells you everything about her personality right there. Blonde warrior channels everything into one final strike, lightning crackling down his blade in arcs of blue-white, and cleaves straight through the merc's armor in an explosion of gore and electricity that leaves everyone staring silently at the smoking crater where the boss used to be. Later, in the quiet clearing with blood drying on grass, our guy sits slumped against a trunk clutching his ribs where bruises are blooming ugly purple, just breathing, because for the first time in hours, nothing is actively trying to eat his face off. The blonde warrior claps his shoulder and says the bait work was solid, real professional-grade tanking especially for someone who looked ready to pass out halfway through. But he waves it off, mumbling they'd have saved him anyway even if he'd completely whiffed the time. The bald leader grins wide and asks if someone's thinking about the payday already, letting slip that the whole crew specifically signed up today because our guy was designated lure. Turns out being expendable makes you popular in certain mercenary circles. Real heartwarming stuff. He takes the envelope with hands that aren't quite steady yet and counts the crumpled bills inside, quietly explaining he needs this cash for tuition and basic living costs, and maybe, if anything's left after rent, another day's worth of medicine for his mother still lying in that hospital bed back in the city. Something dark pushes up through the forest floor of the demilitarized zone, an ancient hunger stirring awake months ahead of schedule, hungry enough to swallow armies whole. Down the road, Sung-hoon Lee grips his scooter handlebars while hospital bills stack up in his head like bad traffic on the highway to nowhere. Being awakened means absolutely nothing when your wallet stays emptier than your stomach after rent day. He pulls over to chug lukewarm water while military convoys rumble past, bitter that slaying beasts pays better than songs ever could. But medicine doesn't accept demo tapes, so the guitar collects dust upstairs. The empty plastic crumples under his fist as he pictures his mother's face in that hospital bed. Then he snaps his protective goggles on with fresh fire in his chest. 10 billion won for one mandragora flower, and he'd burn down hell itself to afford. He rolls into the only gas station crazy enough to operate near the zone where the attendant, Sung Yerim, pumps his fuel with a grin bright enough to blind. She's working the monster district like she's selling lemonade at a park. Real commendable work ethic. Our guy hands over cash and pulls away, still marveling how she keeps that sunshine energy in a place this deadly, his mind locking onto the number again. One flower, 10 billion won. One mom who stops fading. The math is brutal but clear. Then a sound like the sky ripping open tears through the air, and he jerks his head up just in time to watch a military tank plummeting from absolutely nowhere. Normal commutes don't involve artillery falling from space, but here we are. The scooter bucks sideways and hurls him into the dirt hard enough to taste copper, but he scrambles up anyway, because blocking out the sun isn't smoke or debris. It's scales. Massive black scales and two eyes burning down at the world like the apocalypse just clocked in early. Black dragon Akaluman roars confusion across the heavens, demanding to know what pathetic insect managed to scratch him, while far below a figure in white robes drifts through the carnage. That's the Sorcerer King Kurachiras, and he looks like he showed up to a bar fight wearing a tuxedo, completely unfazed. Kurachiras announces his title with the casual confidence of someone who kills gods before breakfast, and the dragon coils tighter, preparing to end this conversation permanently. Raw magic crackles between them, dense enough to make the air taste like static and ozone. Red fills everything, blood and pure energy erupting outward in a blast that shakes the ground beneath him. And through the chaos, you can see the king either unloading his final spell or taking a hit meant to shatter mountains. Neither option leaves much room for a happy ending up there. Sung-hoon Lee sits amidst the rubble, pressing fingers to his chest, because dying as Kurata's apparently came with a respawn option, and somehow his new shell held together, despite the blood soaking through his clothes. He reaches inward for that ancient familiar power, and a translucent blue window slams into existence, officially declaring him an awakened player, like some cosmic bureaucrat finally stamped his paperwork through. Through smoke and fire, the reborn sorcerer watches something enormous tear apart the skyline, while casually pulling up his status window to check what kind of garbage stats this new life handed him. Level 1. Great. No job class assigned yet, which stings when you remember commanding armies of battle mages across burning continents. So our guy starts pulling raw mana from the polluted air itself, like drinking water through a straw. The power trickles in thin and weak compared to what he used to wield. Then everything snaps into focus at once. Magic, skill acquired, apprentice magician, title locked in place, and 12 years of casting experience floods backward into muscles that have never chanted a single spell before. From civilian to magician in the time it takes most people to tie their shoes. Walking toward the frontlines now, he watches the horizon bloom orange and white as the military's final defense line gets its door kicked in hard, tanks already burning black against the evening sky. The breach happened faster than evacuation orders could spread. Defenders drop from above like broken puppets, while text overlays explain how the demarcation line held for years before collapsing this single afternoon. All that effort, all those lives spent holding the line, erased in hours. The former commander has watched empires crumble before. This looks messier than most. In the grim quiet afterward, he finds a body too still to bother checking for breath. So instead he crouches to gather the glowing red gems scattered across the ground near the fallen soldier's outstretched hand. These stones pulse with high-purity magic worth millions each on any hunter market, and he shoves every single one deep into his pockets before scanning the wreckage for his missing scooter. Power acquired, fortune secured, ride still MIA, classic adventure problems. Sung-hoon Lee stands next to his trusty blue scooter, scrolling through glowing system messages. He's somehow picked up mana usage and magic circle skills just by existing here. The interface flickers with new powers that feel like muscle memory from a whole life he hasn't lived yet. The ruined street erupts when a giant monster's fist smashes into pavement, and our guy throws himself sideways to avoid becoming a stain, while a blonde warrior charges the beast in the background. Concrete sprays like party confetti. Very thoughtful urban plan. He kicks the scooter engine to life and tears away from the danger zone, but keeps looking back. Something massive is falling from the sky, and it definitely isn't rain. The bike wobbles beneath him. His body moves before his brain catches up. One hand thrusts forward shouting whatever spell surfaces first, and a shimmering shield blooms just in time to catch a wall of fire that would have roasted him alive. Flames wash around the barrier like water around a rock. That monster roars loud enough to rattle his teeth, and he freezes on the scooter, because this thing is absolutely out of his league, until a tiny cry for help reaches his ears from somewhere under the rubble. So much for run. He abandons the scooter and runs toward a collapsed structure where a girl lies pinned under a concrete slab, while that same swordsman keeps the monster busy with desperate swings in the distance. Glass crunches under his boots. Real balanced lifestyle. Our guy drops to his knees beside the unconscious girl and sees blood spreading too fast across the ground. A heavy chunk of wall pressing down on her torso that 3 normal men couldn't lift together. Her breathing is shallow and getting worse by the second. Green energy wraps around his arms as he casts power and lightweight together. Muscles that should burn instead hum with impossible strength, and when he grips the concrete slab it rises like it weighs nothing at all. Magic really does change every equation. He cradles the girl against his chest and presses his palm to her bleeding side, whispering heal, as warmth flows through his fingers, and the wound knits itself closed beneath his touch. Her breathing steadies, but that roar is getting closer with every second. Blood sprays across the dirt as Sung Yaram, that celebrity flame hunter everybody recognizes from TV, folds forward with a gash that should have ended her career for good. The guy beside her freezes cold because this wasn't supposed to happen. She was supposed to be untouchable. Now she's drowning in her own blood while he stands there clutching spell energy he barely knows how to hold. He shoves raw magic into the wound out of pure panic before his brain catches up and summons the actual system skill instead. Golden light pours from his palm and sinks right into her torn flesh. The heal spell chimes soft and the bleeding stops dead, skin knitting together like somebody hit reverse on a gruesome video. Under that warm glow, her body puts itself back together, muscle weaving over exposed bone, until her eyes snap wide open, and she sits up gasping like she just broke the surface after going under. Her hand flies to her chest expecting agony, but finds nothing but smooth skin and flaky dried blood that isn't hers anymore. She whips around demanding to know where the ogre went, and why some stranger is crouching over her like a worried drill sergeant who forgot his whistle. Her fingers probe her side again just to confirm she's not imagining the missing pain, eyes narrowing as she tries to figure if he's friend or foe or just some weirdo who wandered onto the wrong battlefield. Understanding hits her face all at once. This stranger cast real healing magic on her, patched a wound that bypassed her legendary defense rating like it was nothing. She thanks him with genuine warmth and mentions compensation later, which catches him off guard because usually folks just take the help and run. First time someone's offered to actually pay him. Historic moment really. Flame Hunter climbs to her feet and tells him to cover her back while she recharges, then hurls a torrent of fire that turns the whole horizon into an orange nightmare. He watches those flames devour the space where the enemy stood and feels a flicker of real respect. This woman burns hotter than half the spells he used to cast in his old life. He settles into guard position behind her, ready to intercept anything that crawls out of that inferno, already calculating how much stronger he needs to get to protect people worth protecting. Meanwhile, across the city, his mother, Unhee, pushes herself up in a sterile hospital bed, safe for now, completely unaware her son is out there trading his life for the money keeping that machine humming. When he finally walks through the ward doors hours later, she pulls him into a hug that smells like worry and disinfectant. Her voice shakes, asking why he insists on work that could get him eaten by things with too many teeth. She checks his arms for fresh scars while lecturing him about office jobs or literally anything else, and he takes it because she's right. She just doesn't know that safe stopped being an option the day he remembered how to burn worlds down. Ji-hyun slumps at his mother's hospital bedside, mind spinning circles around how mana absorption magic is supposed to work. It feels completely out of reach right now, and every failed thought makes his heart sink a little lower. He grips that small crimson core until his knuckles go white, then closes his other hand around hers and promises out loud he'll have her awake by the weekend. The words come out rough and desperate, but he means every single syllable. Hours later he's back in his room, chewing through low-grade cores like candy, while permanent stat boosts flood his screen one after another. Each one burns going down, but those numbers keep climbing way higher than any kid his age has any business seeing. Pretty solid return on snack. His status display reads mana level 15 now, so he settles onto the floor with scattered crafting components all around him and gets to work. Time to turn all that stolen power into something solid he can actually hold. The enhanced blade sings as it slices clean through the red gem, and then his body just gives out completely, crashing backward onto the floor. Crafting success, apparently measured by how fast you pass out afterward. Sung-hoon Lee finishes registering as an awakened at the government office. He put down his transporter experience on the forms, which apparently counts for something. Stepping outside, it hits him that nobody's going to take him seriously without proper gear. The saleswoman pulls out lightweight armor with mana recovery enchantments woven right into the fabric, and his eyes light up at how practical it looks. He walked in swearing he'd spend no more than $1,000,001. Somehow he walks out 7,000,001 poorer, kitted out like an actual professional hunter. His wallet is definitely crying. Outside the armory, a tall man in full tactical gear extends a firm handshake. This is Park En-soo, the party leader running today's operation. En-soo gestures towards someone lurking in the shadows behind him, introducing their healer who apparently prefers standing alone while everyone else mingles like normal human beings. The full squad assembles on the street. Over by the wall, Kaori stands apart with earbuds plugged in, looking vaguely noble while ignoring everyone completely. A broad-shouldered guy steps forward and introduces himself as Kim Hangley, the team's damage dealer. Then comes the cringe moment when our level 1 supporter gets formally presented to the group. Real warm welcome vibes. Everyone piles into a white transport truck that smells like old leather and something that might be dried monster blood, squeezing into cramped seats as the engine roars to life. Watching the city blur past the dusty window, Sung-hoon feels something unfamiliar stirring in his chest. Not fear, not doubt, just quiet certainty that his actual life starts right now inside this rattling metal box. They cross the final defense line marking where safety ends and the dangerous zone begins. While Kaori looks ready to nap against the window glass, our guy clutches a red mana cube and runs the numbers on whether he technically needs anyone else here at all. Mid-calculation, system notifications flicker behind his eyes. Dexterity and stamina passives just unlocked. Pretty convenient timing for someone who was just thinking about soloing the entire hunt without breaking a sweat. Sung-hoon Lee activates his Sorcerer sight and scans the tree line out ahead. The target's mana glows faint through the trees like a warning signal. He lets the team know he'll manage the monster's anger while they get into position. Then he whispers a word that rips a massive portal open above the marsh water. The conversation turns to his loner class and how it limits him to solo-style moves. Before he can finish explaining, the ground suddenly buckles, dirt erupts skyward as something huge punches through the earth. Gilrook uncoils from the soil with a roar that rattles everyone's teeth. This white-spotted beast is ugly, enormous, and staring right at the party now. Kaori freezes up beside him with her weapon shaking in her hands, but the armored tank charges in without skipping a beat. Our sorcerer watches the impact land and spots 3 formation mistakes already. Classic rookie owl. When the creature whips around to crush the tank, a glowing barrier snaps into place around him instead. His moral wall technology hijacks every drop of the thing's hate, locking its sights onto him alone. The adrenaline still fading as Sung-hoon Lee takes a slow sip of water, the party settling around him. He breaks down how his mana control really works as surgical precision over raw explosions, and everyone stares like he's preaching gospel. Real prophet energy from a guy who was blasting things 5 minutes ago. Someone finally pipes up and asks if he's tapped out after all that spell slinging. He does a quick internal check and shrugs. He's barely dented his reserves, honestly, and the heavy silence that follows says everything about how not normal that actually is. Kaori shoots him a sharp, suspicious look from across the clearing before they gather up and move out. By the time they stop again, sunset's bleeding orange and purple overhead, making this busted world look almost pretty for a change. Night drops, and he's standing in some sketchy back-alley butcher's shop spreading monster hides across a stained counter. The seller tries to lowball him hard, but the white-haired sorcerer quietly flicks on his lie detection and reads the greedy hesitation dancing behind those shifty eyes. He leans in close and names his price flat, 10 million won per carcass, take it or walk away, because he knows exactly what these parts go for on the real market. The butcher's hands shake reaching for his ledger, and even his own teammates are staring at him like he just grew fangs. Sung-hoon stares at glowing numbers stacked before him, running calculations on everything he pulled from those monster cores. He measures it against exactly how much raw electricity he'll need for pure healing mana. The plan crystallizes: turn power into magic, magic into medicine, then drag his mother out of that sterile room where she slept way too long. A sharp voice slices through his concentration. Suddenly, Gyusuk leans forward with eyes that miss nothing, asking about sword technique while digging into family medical history like a man holding half the cards who wants the rest laid flat. This isn't friendly curiosity. It's an interrogation dressed up as conversation. The suited researcher maps out exactly where the pressure points sit before making his real move. The offer lands like a punch, 1 billion won up front just for signing his name. Let corporate handlers decide where those combat skills get deployed next. Our guy doesn't even flinch at a figure that make most hunters weep with gratitude. He already ran the numbers on his own value and knows damn well his actual worth sits past any standard contract. Real dignified stuff. Lets the silence hang long enough to watch the suit squirm, then casually drops the hammer. He's got better offers waiting in his inbox right now. Serious ones, plus exclusive pipeline access to Mandaroba's specialized treatment facilities that most families would bankrupt themselves twice over just to get a consultation. The negotiating table just flipped upside down, and now the researcher scrambles to prove his deal deserves a second glance instead of getting tossed in the trash. Sung-hoon Lee sits on this park bench going back and forth with his mom about why he traded a normal life for monster hunting. He shoves his smartphone toward her, the screen blazing with his legendary hunter rank and salary, figures big enough to wipe out every hospital bill they've ever owed. Apparently nothing says, "Trust me," like cold hard proof of obscene wealth. Real persuasive parenting move. His mother buries her face in her palms now, tears streaming down as she confesses her son gave up his dream of becoming a musician just to hunt monsters for her sake. She asks how any mother could avoid feeling sorry for stealing her child's future away. He reaches out and grips her shaking hand tight, promising the hunt coming up will be safe because he's way stronger than she knows. She never has to feel guilty again for being the reason he's still breathing. Sung-hoon Lee stands there, shoulders hunched, trying hard to look like some nervous kid who stumbled into hunter work by accident, while he introduces himself to the squad and hopes they'll go easy on the new guy. The senior hunter off to the side nods slow, muttering how good teamwork keeps people alive down here, which feels rich coming from a job where your backup plan is usually just outrunning your friends. Then this healer girl practically bounces over with stars in her eyes, welcoming him way too warm for someone she just met, and immediately asking if she can call him Oppa like they've been friends for years already. The rest of the crew trickles in after that, a tall guy who looks like he bench presses cars for fun, a quiet woman checking her gear, another hunter cracking his knuckles, each taking their turn before Park Jinjun, Sinal, Lee Jinsu, and Shin Sangjin round out the full team. One of them steps up and grabs our guy's hand with a firm shake that means business, calling him the blinded rookie right to his face like it's already printed on his official company ID badge. Park Jinjun makes it official next, gripping the blinded rookie's hand tight and saying the pleasure's all his. Real dignified stuff. Crimson light floods Sung-hoon Lee's palm as his demonic spear materializes. Beside him, Kim Hangley lectures the group. Spears crack heavy armor that swords barely scratch. Sung Yerim frowns at intel about those pincher bugs ahead, but the blonde swordsman just grins and cocks his weapon like he's already counting the loot. The beast looms out now, pincers snapping, hungry. She's still weighing options, but their gunner's eyes have locked onto the rare materials these things drop. Real dignified stuff. Then the forest erupts. The blonde fighter opens up with 3 rapid shots into the brush, dropping targets before shell casings even hit the dirt. Mechanical wings buzz overhead and scatter across the canopy, mapping every nightmare crawling toward their position right now. He lunges forward and drives that burning spear through the lead bug's skull, red tip exploding out the back in a spray of black gore. Their shooter's jaw drops at that one-shot kill, and the watching woman quietly recalculates everything she thought she knew about her new teammate. Their strategist beams at the combat data, every debuff stuck clean, buffs synced without a single hiccup, textbook execution. He laughs at how easy that felt, but then 7 fresh warnings flash from every direction, and his grin turns sharp enough to cut. Sung-Hoon Lee gives the tactical call, operation goes live, codenames locked, parameters confirmed. The white-haired sorcerer steps forward like he's commanded legions before, which technically he has. They barely cover 20 meters of dirt path before the ambush triggers, fast canine monsters exploding from the tree line with too many teeth and 0 chill. Somebody counts hostiles under their breath. 7, 8 pincher bugs and climbing. Real welcoming committee. So he raises one hand toward the wave and lets fire pour out like cracking open a furnace. A wide blaze swallows the pack whole in orange light. While everything burns, the blonde swordsman dives into whatever survives the heat. The swarm doesn't stop coming. He reaches deeper into that red monocore pulsing behind his ribs and unloads one final burst of raw power, a shockwave that flattens everything left standing into very quiet, very dead insects. Later those same hands work shampoo through hair under a hot shower while steam fogs the mirror. Through the door comes Sung Yerim asking how he's feeling post-battle, though his mind's already doing math on how many monster cores by another day at the hospital. The black sedan rolls to a stop at the construction site where the deputy general manager holds open the door, and Sung-Hoon Lee steps out onto fresh pavement beside his mother. Her eyes go wide taking in the glass and steel structure rising against the sky, because this is actually happening, a home bought with blood and monster cores. They walk through empty room after empty room until reaching the final chamber where the manager starts prattling about finishing touches. But the white-haired young man cuts him off with a quick nod and waits for the door to click shut before letting his eyes drop to the floor. Faint glowing patterns pulse beneath the dust there, a magic circle drawn straight into concrete, hungry and waiting. Real subtle interior design choice. Now alone in the silence, he speaks the command word, and the entire building shudders as the electrical grid pours its juice into arcane conversion. Golden yellow mana spiraling up his legs and settling deep in his core where it locks into place forever. Every stat ticking upward while the overhead lights flicker like the house can barely handle what's happening inside. 5 days disappear into meditation within these walls, until finally the reborn sorcerer lifts one hand and conjures a perfect orb of fire hanging steady between his fingers. Ignis, the most basic flame spell from 1,000 years past, finally responding to a vessel strong enough to hold it without collapsing into nothing. Time jumps forward to the Hunter Association conference room, where he's just finished straightening his collar after scheduling his next gig, when he finds himself locked in conversation with a thick-built hunter named Kim Doojan, who squints at him like he's solving some puzzle, and casually mentions the kid looks like he's packed on serious muscle lately, which means people are starting to notice, and that changes everything from here on out. The party trudges up this rocky mountain path while Sung-Hoon breaks down his new paralysis skill, exact mana cost, cooldown timing, the whole rundown. He's answering questions nobody even asked yet. Their eyes go wide with curiosity, so he tells them knowing your limits is what separates living hunters from fresh corpses when the real fighting starts. The creature lunges and freezes midair, locked solid by that spell. The blonde swordsman springs upward and buries his blade straight through the monster's exposed skull, one brutal arc that drops it like a puppet with cut strings. Their white-haired sorcerer stands back and watches the clean kill, thinking 12 years of apocalyptic warfare made this feel almost too easy now. Point your hand, speak a word, watch something heavy hit the dirt. They circle the massive carcass now, showering their leader with praise about his insane strength. He just shrugs and gestures at the cooling body like it's Tuesday's grocery run. Real dignified stuff. Someone pipes up that they need to process these remains fast before the scent pulls in scavengers. Plenty of daylight left to hunt still, and no sense standing around when money is literally rotting in front of them. Back at the roadside, their transport truck sits stuffed to bursting with monster cores and valuable materials. Hours earlier than anyone dared hope, the kind of haul that makes hospital bills look manageable for once. Then the mood snaps cold when the squad leader checks his comms unit. Every frequency within range is getting hammered with interference. Somebody out there doesn't want them calling for backup. The siege engine detonates when blonde swordsman looses a storm arrow straight through its frame. Before the metal finishes crashing down, he's already charging into close quarters with blade drawn. The warrior slams into the armored advance, swinging hard and promising painful things to anyone stupid enough to keep standing. Sung-hoon decides these opponents seriously drew the short straw today. He raises one hand and pulls rank, forgotten minister of magic privileges, activated. The battlefield itself cracks wide open beneath the enemy column. His newly acquired dig spell swallows whole squads of screaming soldiers into hungry earth while Sung Yerim stares in disbelief. Half swallowed by the pit they just dropped into, armored survivors claw upward spitting dirt. They're demanding to know what kind of cowardly trick just buried them alive. The white-haired sorcerer peers down at their struggling forms with mild amusement. He suggests they should probably take a nap now. Real soothing bedside manner. On the ruined street behind all that carnage, the group gathers while their mage calmly explains himself. Dig isn't even a combat spell apparently, just basic earth manipulation meant for blocking sightlines and creating distractions. His sharp-eyed ally finally finds her voice again. She asks exactly how something so supposedly harmless just wiped out an entire platoon. Sung-hoon Lee grips the wheel while the memory of that thing still burns behind his eyes. Whatever he just ran into out there wasn't anything like the hunter manuals describe. His phone buzzes, and when director Lee Gyusuk's voice comes through asking if he's alright, he says yeah, he's fine, just driving home. The director's tone drops serious right before the line goes dead. Keep his mouth shut about specifics. Hunters who walk away from encounters like that attract the wrong kind of attention from people who'd rather study him than buy him a drink. He pulls into the driveway of his family's old place and sits there a moment, engine off, letting the silence settle. Sometimes you earn the quiet. Inside, a delivery box waits on the table, and when he finally pries the lid open, the whole room flushes crimson, packed tight, with glowing mana stones bright enough to make any regular hunter weep. He reaches in and lets his fingers brush against their warmth, thinking about how many hospital payments this little haul could cover if he plays his cards right. He plucks one stone from the pile and presses it flat against his palm, watching it dissolve straight through his skin like water into sand, as a wave of fresh mana floods through every exhausted muscle. Then he grabs two smaller ones and smashes them together in his fist, grinning when they merge seamlessly into one fat high-grade beauty worth triple what he started with. Hunter World runs on ranked power, but sometimes the numbers start looking like a threat all on their own. The president sits at the head of a polished conference table, while General Manager Kim flips through files on their latest problem child. This one's a healer-class hunter whose growth curves look less like natural talent and more like a meteor strike waiting to crash through the global rankings. They debate whether raw power actually matters when you've got the right backers. But the data on screen keeps suggesting this particular nobody might crack the top 5 within a year regardless of who's pulling strings behind the scenes. The boss leans back and drops his voice low, the kind of quiet that makes everyone in the room stop breathing for a second. Standard observation protocols won't hold someone who might be able to craft enchanted equipment, so he's officially authorizing lethal response options if the intelligence checks out. Kim nods along with a thin smile and publicly endorses the new director's aggressive management style, emphasizing that skilled workers deserve operational freedom without anyone micromanaging from above. Very supportive workplace culture they've got going. Miles from any boardroom with a view, Sung-hoon Lee hops down from a military transport truck onto grassland that stretches flat and empty toward a dark tree line on the horizon. He glances at his watch against a very specific calendar date. Today marks Fenrir's 1000th birthday, which means the legendary wolf should be stirring from its nap right about now. He surveys the wide-open killing ground with obvious satisfaction, since empty fields mean zero civilian casualties to worry about. Then he slams the truck door shut and locks it tight, so no well-meaning adults can wander in and complicate the evening's entertainment. Our guy closes his eyes for a heartbeat and stacks combat enchantments like he's layering armor plates. A full kilometer detection field snaps outward to map every living thing in the zone. Automatic projectile evasion settles into his reflexes like muscle memory. Shimmering magical armor materializes across his torso and limbs. His entire physical frame surges with boosted stats all at once. The breeze carries that familiar copper tang of old blood mixing with fresh monster musk, and he grins wide, because after 12 years of waiting, he's finally about to have some real fun again. In a world where hunters trade monster corpses for pocket change, Sung-Hoon Lee scrolls through his recent stats on a handheld, watching his level jump up while the kill count stacks ridiculous high. He leans forward to work out his calculated payout with the bored guild clerk behind the counter. She barely looks up at his numbers. Stellar customer service, truly. Across town in some dim surveillance room, Director Gusuk is barking orders, launch everything, full satellite tracking, deep data analysis, all targeting one specific hunter's hidden talents. Meanwhile, the scene snaps over to a warm kitchen where Eun-hee sets down a steaming bowl and nags somebody to actually eat a proper meal tonight for once. Her son pushes back against his mother's pressure about packing a real lunch, about getting a social life, argues bitterly that people steer clear of him anyway because he's awakened, because he's dangerous. But the whole fight cuts off mid-sentence when a bright system alert suddenly blazes across every screen in the house. Sung-Hoon Lee plants his feet on high ground in his red jacket as massive glowing portals rip through the clouds above the city. A notification pings his vision. South Korea just got a system update. Great timing. Like the universe personally wants to slow roll his leveling progress right when he's desperate to climb ranks. He recognizes the anomaly immediately as a dungeon breach. An irritation prickles at the back of his neck, because he was having such a nice quiet evening before the sky decided to vomit monsters everywhere. Purple psychokinetic energy snaps around the first wave of creatures pouring through, and with surgical precision, he twists their heads off before they can land a scratch, keeping the merchandise pristine, because a sorcerer king still needs to eat, and hospital bills don't pay themselves. When the second wave floods out even thicker than the first, our guy actually smiles at the sheer volume of product heading his way and decides right then that he's processing every single one of these idiots into sellable parts. Real entrepreneurial spirit. Debris litters the street where the massacre finally winds down after 20 brutal minutes, and he delivers one last crushing blow to the straggler trying to crawl away, when a man in a suit arrives picking through the carnage, while loudly bemoaning his ruined vacation plans. The official starts demanding numbers, body counts, threat assessments, the usual bureaucratic response to people dying in the streets, and they stand together among the wreckage discussing logistics, while the weight of all those lost lives settles around them like dust. Left alone before the portal that still hungers in the air above him, his vision fills with cascading system notifications that keep awarding him spatial interference on loop, the skill stacking higher each time like some kind of cosmic apology gift for making him work overtime. He weighs the option of sealing the rift shut with his new power, but ultimately steps back because he's still recovering his strength, and his mother lives too close to this neighborhood to risk attracting more attention or more danger to her doorstep. Portals have started cracking open in the middle of crowded streets with zero warning, like someone's testing which locks still work. Sung-Hoon Lee turns a golden reward box over in his hands, watching strange light ripple under its surface, while some government suit rattles off the new protocol changes. Later, our guy leans against his kitchen wall with the phone pressed to his ear, telling Lee Jong straight up that he's the one who sealed that city portal. And yeah, the technique he used doesn't exist in any hunter manual, because it's not supposed to exist in this lifetime either. The car door swings open onto total devastation, where buildings have collapsed into rubble and monsters are already prowling through the dust clouds. His teammates rush toward him with weapons drawn, looking like they've had better mornings. Real charming neighborhood. The suit at the head of the table lays it out cold. Over 200 dungeons have torn open across Korea, and nobody knows how to shut them down yet. He gestures to the red-tinted projection where shadowy shapes writhe and explains that if they leave the monsters alone, those things will keep spawning forever until there's nothing left to spawn into. Real inspirational leadership stuff. The room erupts before he finishes his sentence. Hunters slam fists, shout over each other, and the blonde swordsman in red armor leans forward with pure murder in his eyes, because everyone here understands exactly what no known method actually means. The bureaucrat starts sweating and throws out numbers like 38% tax exemptions plus guaranteed special equipment, which is apparently what counts as comfort when you're being asked to walk into an infinite monster factory. Sung Yerim cuts through the chaos with one hand raised, demanding written confirmation that whatever gear they receive stays theirs permanently, no government clawbacks, no fine print about returning state property later. Once the man stammers out a yes, and they hammer out the penalty clauses for failure or worse, he nods sharp and accepts the mission while assistants wheel in crates clanking with military-grade hardware. Later, at the dungeon's mouth where reality warps like heat off asphalt, the team leader turns a sleek weapon over in his hands. The tag reads Legendary Tier, polished and humming with enchantments that cost more than most people earn in a lifetime. His squad checks straps and loads mana cores around him. Then they step together into the portal's purple glow and stumble out into fog-choked forest air that tastes metallic, wrong, and alive. The ground shivers under their boots inside this infection dimension now, trees bending at angles that physically hurt to look at. And then something drops from the canopy overhead, all legs and mandibles and nightmare fuel wrapped in thick black chitin. Kaori's scream tears through the sick silence before anyone can fully process the shape, her voice cracking as she staggers backward from the spider thing that absolutely shouldn't exist but very much does, its cluster of wet eyes fixing on the fresh meat that just walked in. Sung-hoon hurls telekinetic blasts through the trees, while Kim Hangley screams taunts at anything with teeth, classic tank behavior. Someone mutters that these guys actually feel manageable, which is cute, until a colossal shadow swallows the entire sky overhead. A single red eye spirals open like a wound in reality itself, and Kaori shrieks for everyone to run before the sound dies in her throat. Urichira's rises from the dark, all muscle and teeth and murder, while the tank plants himself right in its path like he has a death wish. The white-haired sorcerer locks onto the creature's legs and starts calculating exactly where to hit first. A blonde warrior in red armor hacks away at the merc monster, strike after strike, but that defense bubble doesn't even flinch. Every blow just bounces off like hitting a wall. Sung Yerim watches from nearby with dread building in her chest. She can see what he can't. His stamina's almost gone, and the beast hasn't started fighting seriously yet. Before anyone can react, the massive creature lunges straight toward her. She was too busy worrying about her teammate to watch her own back. Those jaws descend, but her legs won't move fast enough. For one horrible second, death fills the entire frame. And Sung-hoon Lee acts not by stepping in, but the air itself warps. Invisible psychokinetic force slams into the monster mid-lunge, hurling its whole trajectory sideways into the dirt. He calls over to explain his powers work like bending water from a hose. Any attack's path changes on his whim, meaning nothing touches his people unless he allows it. Neat party trick. The white-haired sorcerer watches the damaged beast struggle back upright. Casually he mentions she really shouldn't call him Oppa when they're technically strangers this lifetime. She shoots back that it's perfectly respectful for an older guy keeping her alive. He actually laughs at that, short and real, which feels strange from someone who just bent physics to stop a murder. His amusement dies fast. Crackling blue-white lightning builds between his fingers, then erupts outward in a single devastating bolt. It strikes the creature dead center, hard enough to blacken the ground where it stood. She stands frozen staring at that display of raw destruction, mind frantically cycling through every hunter class she's ever studied. Absolutely nothing explains what she's seeing right now. Sung-hoon Lee watches the merc monster shrug off his earlier spells like morning dew, its thick hide drinking in pure magic damage without so much as a twitch. Okay, so brute force won't cut it here. He starts gathering raw mana into something tighter, meaner, shaped specifically to punch through armor that thinks it's safe. Hyperdamage spell launches and tears straight through that resistance like wet paper, dropping the beast mid-roar before it even knows what hit it. His screen explodes with a level-up notification, and he's already bracing for everything else that's about to cascade in. System messages pour down everyone's vision like a slot machine that just hit every reel at once. Dungeon complete, level up, another level up, and there, it is glowing soft in the inventory menu. A dungeon reset stone. Our guy stares at the reward stacking up and lets himself smile just a little. They step through the portal glow onto cold city pavement under an actual moon, and the street noise rushes back in like reality suddenly remembered they exist. Sung Yerim turns to ask what this class change actually means now, her voice somewhere between wiped out and genuinely curious. She spots a commotion nearby, someone shouting stop, while a hunter tries to throw himself into whatever's happening. Real dignified stuff. The former king suggests they go check the lottery results since they're already out here anyway. Sung-hoon Lee stands buried under a pile of reporters shoving microphones at his face, while he tries to explain that the dungeon had multiple zones, each one feeling like a completely different world. Off to the side, the blonde swordsman crosses his arms and watches the chaos unfold with the expression of a man who'd rather be fighting monsters right about now. He finally wraps up the interview by describing the boss, this gigantic yellow monkey-ape thing, 20 times normal size. And then, suddenly we're in a hotel room where Sung Yerim collapses face first onto the mattress like her soul just left her body through her feet. Real dignified stuff. That same night, in a room soaked in strange purple light that makes everything feel slightly unhinged, our guy sits on the bed, while his teammate lies back against the pillows looking wiped. Their quiet talk veers into bizarre territory when they start cryptically mentioning wine contents and Little Red Riding Hood like it's normal pillow talk. But then his phone buzzes and cuts the weirdness short. It's his mother Unhee on the line, bringing that special brand of parental anxiety that tightens his chest, even when he's supposed to be celebrating the biggest win of his current life. Before he can unpack any of that family tension, she suddenly bolts upright screaming at something nobody else can see, and while he's still trying to figure out what nightmare just hijacked her sleep, a little girl materializes out of thin air right beside the bed and cheerfully introduces herself as Bika. The kid claims to be the woman's apparently now existing daughter, leaving both adults just staring in shock. Later, the full party clusters around the television in the living area, while anchors lose their minds over the fact that 4 hunters just cleared humanity's first-ever dungeon. The gray-haired swordsman soaks in the glory of incoming global fame, but across the room our guy catches his eye, because they both know the kid in the other room is a way bigger mystery than any monster they fought down there. Sung-hoon Lee settles in under the alias Bendenture, while the director across from him leans in, dollar signs practically lighting up his eyes as he gushes over that solo dungeon clear like the hunter sitting. Here's some lucky prodigy, rather than something far more dangerous that just hasn't shown its teeth yet. Real thorough vetting process. The man pivots straight to the real topic, money. Specifically what a monster-controlling hunter's worth in today's market, and our guy bites back every urge to brag, because playing the humble mercenary pays way better than admitting he once commanded a demon army. 10 years slams onto the table like a gavel. That's the contract he wants locked in, plus a profit split that smells sweet enough, along with plenty of red tape to bury his abilities under paperwork forever. Supernatural gift, meet corporate asset management. Riveting stuff. He shakes his head and fights it down to 5 years flat, because nobody chains a king for a decade when there are dungeons to burn through. And when their palms meet, the deal locks tight, before everything fractures into news broadcasts, flashing his alias across screens. Everywhere then, cuts hard to his front door where the light's on inside, and someone's patience is running thin. And he stands there, the woman who keeps his head on straight and his fridge stocked. And she doesn't bother with hello before her hand clamps onto his cheek and twists hard enough to remind him that leaving without a word has consequences, dragging him inside while he stammers out excuses that stopped working about 3 years ago. Gray-haired executive leans over a conference table, explaining what his analysts found about that creature's weak point. Behind him, tournament broadcasts flicker on the wall screens like expensive wallpaper, while two suits hash out what the blood monster's revelation actually means for the world. Fist matches playing in the background. He keeps going. The research division needs serious funding to study that alien planet's Manhwa systems, so they're drafting a proposal to ask ordinary citizens to open their wallets during the ongoing crisis. Bold move, assuming anyone still has savings. View cuts to Sung-hoon Lee staring out a window at an alien horizon. He stands beside Gyusuk talking through how human systems stack up against Manhwa systems technically, but his mind drifts elsewhere, to safety, his and Mom's. Dungeon hunting feels like the only road forward, real dignified stuff. Then everything lurches sideways. A frozen mountain range fills the screen, and our guy launches himself into the air to intercept a weaponized blast, screaming toward **Kaori**, shouting at the massive armored enemy to turn around and fight somebody who actually signed up for this. His counter connects solid enough to send the mechanical horror skidding backward across the ice. That buys her and their white-haired ally a narrow window to scatter into better positions before it gets its footing back. Ice skating wasn't supposed to involve dodging plasma fire. A colossal white wolf opens wide and hurls frozen breath straight across the battlefield. The blast sends the female fighter tumbling backward through the snow hard, but Sung-hoon Lee throws himself right into the path of that ice. He raises his arm and catches the full brunt of the hit instead of her. She scrambles back up and buries her blade deep in the beast's flank. Problem is, the edge just skitters off like the thing's carved from solid rock. Dark energy coils around his palm now. He hurls the curse of resentment straight into the monster's chest. You can practically see the light drain from its eyes as the debuff sinks its teeth in. The curse did its job, leaving the great wolf stumbling and sluggish. So our guy channels raw mana into his fist and launches a boost shot. It cracks against the creature's skull hard enough to send tons of fur and muscle recoiling in agony. Still breathing though, so points for effort. Finally the beast drops in a heap of white fur and steaming blood. The party stands there in the sudden silence of the mountaintop, where wind cuts through their armor like it's nothing. Sung Yerim moves down the line checking pulses while the others shake uncontrollably. Somebody mutters they really ought to start burning monster fat before the cold finishes what the fight started. They're scraping the bottom of the barrel on everything from bandages to rations at this point. So she pulls up the system recovery menu to see exactly how much usable material they can salvage from that last kill. The extraction window's closing fast, and if those supplies don't stretch far enough, the walk down's about to get ugly real quick. Sung-hoon Lee casts a basic spell and watches his mana bar barely twitch. Same explosive output, maybe a tenth of the cost, like someone swapped his engine for a nuclear reactor while he slept. The status screen confirms what his gut already screamed. His efficiency rating just shattered every baseline the system has on file. Real efficient upgrade there. Later, back at his place, he pulls out that small artifact he acquired, the one carrying a strange sweetness his companion Sung Yerim notices the moment she walks in. She wrinkles her nose asking about the scent, leaning closer as he turns the object over. He wonders whether she smells the actual magic humming inside it, or just the general aura of trouble that clings to everything he touches these days. Across town in a boardroom where the furniture costs more than most cars, Association Representative Lee Gyusuk sits behind a desk thick enough to stop a bullet. And right now the man looks like he wishes it could stop the headache walking through his door. Our guy takes the offered seat knowing this isn't a social call but pure damage control about the dungeon that cracked open last week, and the political earthquake still rattling through City Hall. The rep slides a folder across the mahogany, papers dense with redacted lines and figures that make the dungeon collapse look less like a monster attack and more like a financial bomb going off. Markets tumbling, insurers screaming, regular citizens terrified that another hole could swallow their kids' school tomorrow. Then the white-haired sorcerer leans forward, palms flat on the wood, and drops the kind of proposal that makes career bureaucrats reach for their heart medication. He'll clear them himself, every dangerous dungeon that spawns, personally and systematically, until the public stops flinching at shadows, and the economy stabilizes enough for everyone to sleep again. The rep's pen freezes mid-stroke, because this stopped being a negotiation the moment someone volunteered to fix their mess single-handedly. Lee Gyusuk leans back in his car seat at night, voice low and urgent. He explains why this crafting ability changes everything. It's not just rare, it's the kind of power that reshapes whole nations if someone controls it. Through the window, his mind flickers with an image of burning gold, a king crowned in fire. He wonders if the kid even understands what's hunting him now. The engine hums through dark city streets, while funding numbers and political plays get tossed around like poker chips. Then the view snaps downward. Sung-hoon drops from above and hits the pavement right beside Sung Yerim, who grins and asks if that fall was supposed to look cool, or if gravity's just showing off tonight. Real smooth landing from our guy. They stand there under the evening glow while she keeps pushing. Says he's got the chops to actually become a real king if he wanted. Something clicks behind his eyes. No more taking orders. No more being someone else's asset. He turns and walks off toward the cafe where the others wait because if he's building anything, it'll be his own crew from the ground up. Inside the warm cafe, he slides into the booth next to Kaori, their quiet ally, and the conversation drifts between ordering way too much food and whether anyone's heard about search parties still combing the Eastern District ruins. It feels almost normal for a second, just friends killing time, but there's something heavier sitting in his pocket that's about to kill the mood completely. Chatter dies the moment his hand comes up holding a brilliant red gemstone that pulses with light from inside somehow. He tells them flat out that he made this himself, crafted it personally, and watches their faces shift from confusion to disbelief to something close to fear. Nobody in this world makes items like this anymore, and they all know. Sung-hoon taps his fingers while Kaori and the blonde swordsman hash out retrieval costs across the table. A serpent lunges from the shadows at his throat, but his hand slaps it sideways without looking up from the paperwork. The little snake writhes on the floor looking personally offended, which checks out. He shuts his eyes for one beat and activates the Aura point. That forbidden ability hits like lightning bottled wrong. Mana floods his veins until the air tastes like static. Numbers bloom above his head. Her jaw drops when she realizes what kind of power she just partnered with. She's still staring when he opens his eyes and drops Princess into the silence like nothing, as if leveling city blocks before breakfast is just another Tuesday. Later, looking more solid than yesterday, our guy sits across from Unhee buried in research books. He's building a full-time hunting operation. His mother's hospital bills won't pay themselves. The government and every dungeon corporation will try to bury him before he gets dangerous enough to matter. His voice stays steady talking about the woman lying in that bed. She has no idea her son died once already. He came back carrying magic old enough to crack continents just to keep her alive. He pulls out a notepad and starts listing needs like a general mapping routes. Electricity for the workshop, employees who won't sell secrets, secure storage for monster parts. Then his phone buzzes loud enough to rattle the coffee cup beside his elbow. Multitasking at its absolute finest, or possibly organized chaos wearing a nice shirt. Director's voice confirms it. 500 billion won in cores just cleared approval. Yesterday's empty account can now buy gear that turns hunters into legends overnight. His mouth curves toward a smile. Not quite yet, but the pieces are finally sliding into place. Nobody except the guy holding all the cards sees the checkmate coming. Sung-hoon Lee leans back in his armored suit with that insufferable smirk. He lets the suit sweat as he drops his actual level like loose change. Some number so stupidly high it shouldn't fit on a screen. Then he casually mentions his master finally showed up. The color drains from their faces fast. They're realizing this interview was never really an interview at all. Classic power move. Purple energy spirals around him now as he keeps talking. Our guy starts listing lost arts like the Shingdoman blade dance like their hobbies he picked up last weekend. He throws in that lethal poisons can't kill him either. Just another Tuesday for someone who died once already and came back annoyed about it. His gauntlet snaps toward a merc monster lurking nearby, one of those tank-built nightmares. The Shingdoman absorber activates without ceremony. The creature's life force rips right out of its body. It floods into his own reserves and ticks his stats up permanently. Meanwhile, the monster just crumples like wet paper against a wall. He raises one hand and whispers something about amping mana up. Then the Shingdoman flame erupts outward as embers spiral into one concentrated sun. Everything in radius catches fire instantly, monster corpses included. He watches the whole thing burn with the expression of a guy checking his watch during a meeting. Flame still dying around his boots, The man's mind runs through tactical formations. That's when the system alarm blares through his skull, 12 massive signatures screaming toward his position at speeds that mean business. The smile spreading across his face says everything. He's been waiting a long time for something that actually bleeds. Sung-hoon Lee freezes mid-step when Defense Mech Adeline powers up with systems blazing everywhere. But then the ground splits open, and something huge hauls itself into broad daylight. A centipede monster the size of a freight train with way too many legs and zero chill. His stomach drops because his brain's sensory readout puts this creature's strength completely off the charts. Like someone spawned a raid boss on a routine patrol just to ruin his entire afternoon. He doesn't waste time staring and launches straight into close combat, hammering the beast with strikes that pulp lesser monsters while hunting for any gap in that thick chitin armor. Most punches bounce right off like he's hitting concrete. But he finally lands solid near a leg joint and feels satisfying give beneath the shell as dark ichor sprays his knuckles, first blood drawn. Though honestly, this thing barely even noticed. Real dignified stuff. Fists won't finish this job anytime soon, so our guy plants his feet and channels chain lightning through both palms. He weaves the sigil pattern from muscle memory as crackling blue-white energy builds to screaming pitch before erupting outward in arcing bolts. The electricity hammers the centipede's hide over and over in rapid succession. The creature shrugs off most damage through sheer bulk, but each strike makes its body jerk and smoke as the spell burns through defenses layer by layer. Relentless bombardment finally cracks the monster's tolerance, and it shrieks loud enough to vibrate his bones. But through the sparking chaos, he spots something deeply wrong glowing inside the creature's torso. A pulsing light following no rhythm he recognizes from either lifetime. This isn't just some oversized insect mutation. Something artificial got jammed into its core like a battery powering the whole disgusting machine. Before he can process that revelation, the centipede's coloring shifts violently from earthy brown to dangerous purple-red, radiating its own energy field. And the horrible realization hits him. This boss-tier nightmare isn't just muscle. It's generating independent magic like a caster class stuffed inside a warrior's chassis. The difficulty spike went vertical, and he's standing at the bottom looking up, knowing the next move decides if he walks out or becomes another cautionary tale. Sung-hoon Lee banks hard through purple haze while fire chews up the cloud cover behind him. The Black Dragon Akalumen wasn't listed as a flyer anywhere in the bestiaries he remembers, which feels like a pretty critical oversight from whoever designed this particular nightmare. Real thorough research there. That beast closes distance faster than anything has any right to move. It's launching attacks between breaths already, so our guy pops out of reality with teleport, just to avoid becoming a crispy smear across the stratosphere. Only rematerializing doesn't actually save him. That horn spirals into some horrible drill bit shape mid-swing. It drives straight into his chest before his feet even touch solid air again, and shockwaves rip through his entire ribcage. His body holds together through sheer defensive stats somehow. Meanwhile, the monster snaps at empty space where he used to be. Misses clean. That buys him exactly the split second he needs to start winding time itself down into molasses around them both. He roars the limit break command and unleashes everything at once. Lightnings of destruction tear free in columns of white-hot fury that swallow the sky whole. The great worm shrinks into just a shadow against pure annihilation now. Nothing left but fading sparks. Sung-hoon stands before the crackling purple gate, armor still humming from the last fight. He grins at the loot notification flashing steel parts, venom sacs, all piling up nice and tidy. In his past life he was never a soldier, never chased down monsters for pocket change to cover hospital bills. But right now his blood pumps hard and those horns sit familiar on his head. He realizes something dangerous about himself. He actually likes standing at the edge of things that could kill him. The crowd presses in around our guy now, suits, cameras, hunters jostling for position like they're at a red carpet premiere, instead of an unstable dimensional rift about to swallow half the city block. Kaori grabs his shoulder with urgent fingers and hisses that the portal's already starting to flicker. The edges are collapsing inward faster than anyone predicted. Some middle manager type with thick glasses steps forward clutching a clipboard like it's a shield. His voice cracks slightly as he insists standard protocol demands a full raid party for any gate above B rank, especially one this volatile. The association won't sign off on a suicide mission just because some rookie hunter got lucky against a dragon last week. There are regulations, insurance liabilities, paperwork that doesn't fill itself out when people die screaming in alternate dimensions. He turns to Sung Yaram, the official who's been giving him those worried mother hen looks since he walked in. He tells her straight, normal hunters wouldn't survive 10 minutes in there because the air itself eats magic like candy. But he's built different now, carrying 12 years of memories that aren't his and a power system nobody else understands. She opens her mouth to argue, then closes it again when she sees that particular calm in his eyes, the kind that comes from having already died once, and finding the whole experience frankly overrated. The horned warrior locks eyes with the glasses-wearing bureaucrat and delivers his verdict without a shred of doubt. He's going in alone, clearing that dungeon, and they can either open the door or watch him kick it down himself. The official's jaw drops somewhere around his knees while camera flashes pop like fireworks, capturing the exact moment a delivery driver just told the Hunter Association how tonight's show is going to run. Checkmate, paperwork. In a command center washed purple by scrolling data, an executive named Lee Gyusuk gestures at the screens while briefing his operative. Their target's level is about to skyrocket past Tier 1 dungeon eligibility entirely, so the window for containment is shrinking by the hour. The subordinate assigned to lead the New York investigation nods and clasps his hands tight. He grasps that this job won't end over a friendly cup of coffee. Real diplomatic stuff. Across town, Sung-hoon Lee sits hunched over a desk buried under English textbooks and scribbled notes about spiritual monster economics. He runs the numbers again on whether new town hunting runs could actually pay what his family needs. He sighs and shoves the papers back. Dangerous territory, sure, but household safety comes first. Hospitals don't accept good intentions as payment anyway. Later that night, our guy sits at a small table where fresh fish steams between him and Sung Yaram. She cackles while watching him lift a piece with his chopsticks. Apparently he drinks soju like a middle-aged dad and wakes up before the sun does. He mutters something back about the exhausting personality life saddled him with, but there's real warmth under the complaining. Warm food, warmer company. For once, nobody here is trying to kill anybody. And he, the pink-haired mage, needs Sung-hoon's hand and blood right now. She's fueling up her 6th magic spell to identify what the contract actually contains. He extends his palm without flinching, watches a single dark drop fall through the red glow. Then she begins chanting the old words that will reveal the truth hidden in the fine print. The ritual locks into place with a final pulse of crimson energy. She nods sharply, good. The contract's officially sealed and binding now. They share a knowing look about their shared goal. Growing stronger together is the plan going forward, even if the system notification flashing in the corner makes this whole blood-packed thing feel weirdly bureaucratic. Real dignified paperwork. Later they're out on a sun-dappled park trail instead. The two walk side by side beneath the trees before settling onto the grass to talk properly. The open air feels lighter after all that intensity indoors. More room to breathe now, more space to think about what actually comes next. He sits close enough to explain the real difference between life force and raw mana, tells her to ignore any external sensations, and focus her attention straight on her heart center instead. This isn't abstract theory from some textbook anymore. He's teaching her to physically feel the power flowing through her own veins, turning concepts into something she can touch from inside. And he drops it like it's nothing at all. He can simply transfer everything he knows straight into her mind and bypass years of study entirely. Her expression shifts from deep concentration to pure shock as the full implication hits. Instant mastery, perfect retention, basically a cheat code for every exam she'll ever have to take. Every student's impossible dream made real. Purple grid lines pulse across the gym floor. He practically bounces. His teammate lives for these moments, confirming the system activation finally worked. Sung-hoon Lee leans back against the wall while the instructor explains S-class advancement demands ditching soul-dependent magic entirely, rebuilding everything through raw physical conditioning instead. Real fun career pivot after 12 years mastering the old way. He's training alone on a rocky mountain cliff now. Fists snap forward, legs carving arcs through freezing wind, pushing to test where this enhanced body's actual limits sit. Then he catches his breath, mind drifting toward those obligation-free contracts he handed out. The kind that let any teammate walk away clean whenever they choose. starting to feel pretty reckless considering what's coming next. Sung-hoon Lee's leg snaps upward in a brutal high kick that obliterates a row of solid wooden training posts. Splinters fly everywhere. The watching hunters freeze, including Sung Yerim, their faces cycling straight from confusion to horror at the raw power they just witnessed. He drops back to the ground and explains he just mixed traditional martial arts with precise mana circulating through his body. Then the guy sits right there in the dirt to prove it, demonstrating his seamless connection to the ambient mana around him. The observers look even more impressed now. Nobody has controlled this clean, real casual entrance. Later, in a quiet forest clearing away from prying eyes, Sung-hoon sits across from a sharply dressed blonde businesswoman. She tests whether he can sense specific distant locations first. Then she slides a thick sealed envelope across the table, payment credentials, or official docs for some kind of job, offer she wants him to consider seriously. At an outdoor cafe under the trees, the blonde agent leans forward and explains the mission involves something called the Cell operating out of Dwarf Empire territory. She demands absolute confidentiality about everything discussed here. Then she lays out compensation numbers that make any hunter's eyes go wide. As evening settles over their meeting spot, the businesswoman activates a small projector. Shimmering holographic images of two terrifying forms float between them. She reveals the actual targets are Titanium Titan and Thunder Banner, both S-class beings ranked above level 250 that need international special ops teams just to approach. She's asking one man to hunt monsters entire governments struggle to contain. Sung-hoon Lee leans back from the sharply dressed blonde across the table, watching her jaw tight as he lets the number land, 1,000,000,001 for clearing a single dungeon. He's finished with people treating him like cheap labor because they think hunters grow on trees. Her expression slips for half a second before the scene shifts. Suddenly, he's sprawled on a park bench showing Sung Yerim and Kaori his phone screen, letting them both see exactly what kind of price tag he just put on his own forehead. Inflation's really hit the hero mark. His voice cuts off mid-sentence about training when the sky behind his teammates tears wide open. A massive purple gate rips through the skyline like something took a bite out of heaven, pouring sick violet light over every building while alarms start screaming across the whole city at once. Chaos erupts in the streets below, civilians shoving each other, suits screaming into headsets, but our guy doesn't budge while everyone else runs for cover. He's already sizing up the threat when he tells the terrified crowd he's soloing this S-rank break. No party, no backup. Just him against whatever crawls out of that tea. He kicks off the pavement hard enough to crack the concrete under his boots, launching straight toward the tank-built nightmare spider unfurling from the gate. Its legs spread wide against those purple clouds while he cocks his fist and starts weaving destruction magic between his fingers, still gaining ground. Sung-hoon Lee stands planted on the back of a massive aquatic titan as it breaches the open ocean. His black armor drips seawater while he casually asks his suit AI if this S-rank clear was really supposed to go this smooth. He triggers the Master's Order protocol with just a single thought. The system hums to life around him as the colossal shark thrashes underneath like it suddenly realized it picked the wrong fight today. Purple lightning erupts from his gauntlets in rapid succession. Each bolt slams into the merc monster's thick hide. Those scales would have bounced any normal hunter clean off. The beast seizes up after the final strike, then tips backward into the deep blue. The splash barely ripples the surface, almost polite for something that nearly swallowed a whole coastal city. A level-up notification floods his helmet display, confirming he just hit level 100. He strolls along the water's edge whistling, wondering aloud what exactly unlocks at this milestone. The suit crunches numbers on something called pneumatic and mutters about a possible divine ego awakening. But our guy's already thinking ahead, because hitting triple digits means the real players finally start noticing you exist. The night highway stretches out black and empty, while Sung-hoon Lee rides shotgun, listening to Hunter Lee lay out exactly how badly the government needs hunters now, and how little they care who gets eaten by dungeons along the way. Our guy nods slow, fingers drumming on his knee, because every word confirms what he already knows from his past life. Power attracts need, and need never asks nicely. His mind drifts to his stats panel floating in his vision, mana growth slowing down for some reason, and he can't figure out why. Real dignified stuff. Later inside the bright dojo, he pulls up those same numbers one last time, before strapping on his weapon, with the easy comfort of someone who's worn armor for centuries. And he moves, not walking, not running, but vanishing from one spot and materializing across the room so fast that Sung Yerim, who was just watching from the sidelines, stumbles backward with her mouth hanging open. He lands in a crouch, dust motes still spinning around his boots, and glances over his shoulder like he just stretched his legs instead of shredding the sound barrier. The whole team assembles in the briefing room now, Yerim still looking rattled, the blonde swordsman standing arms crossed with that permanent scowl, and Kaori waiting quiet, and he tells them straight, practice is over, they're hunting for real starting today. The camera tears up through the ceiling, past clouds and atmosphere, until Earth hangs alone in the black like a blue marble waiting to get cracked open. Somewhere down there on that fragile little sphere, 4 hunters are walking towards something that will test everything they've trained for, and none of them have any clue how bad it's about to get. Young Yerim catches shapes sliding between the peaks ahead and shouts the warning, everybody circle the vehicle and pick off targets from range. Perfect chance to test out those new skills the moment anything wanders into the kill zone. Twin-tailed wolves explode from the tree line. So the veteran fighter dumps every drop of his aura into one massive blast that paints the whole valley orange. Then the smoke swallows everything, and he's coughing out apologies. Completely overshot the mark trying to flex for the new recruits like an idiot. He's still blind and stumbling through his own dust cloud when monster jaws snap shut right where his head was a heartbeat ago. Dragon Step kicks in on pure instinct, yanking him sideways past those claws while his heart pounds through his chest, and the rest of the party scrambles to plug the hole he just opened in their formation. Sung-hoon Lee stands there completely calm while Sung Yerim's face cycles through shock, confusion, and something close to betrayal. He just told the party's strongest aura user she's their new tank now because her defensive stats are off the charts, which makes perfect tactical sense, and zero emotional sense to the woman currently sputtering objection. Across town in a sleek executive tower, a man in a sharp dark suit leans forward lecturing some poor assistant about dimensional fusion theory, and how dungeon environments are bleeding into reality like ink through paper. Lee Gyusuk's voice carries the weight of someone who figured out the universe's cheat codes, and isn't sharing them with anyone below his pay grade. Monitor flickers to life showing grainy footage of a hunter in armor moving through red-soaked terrain, and somewhere in this building, they've already flagged him as a person of interest. Bill pulls up the file on this first character, while his boss orders every resource diverted toward watching his team's tank, a guy named Kim Doon-in, who has no idea he's being hunted by people in climate-controlled offices. The weight of those watching eyes finally lifts. Official channels are taking over now. Sung-hoon's mind drifts to Sung Yerim. She held him close like he wasn't some freak with senses that don't belong, strength that shouldn't exist in any hunter. Meanwhile, in a government building, analysts circle his file and whisper about numbers that don't match anything they've got. Real comforting stuff. Doesn't take long for them to come calling. Evening light fills the hallway when the knock comes 3 precise taps. Standing there's a woman whose whole vibe screams federal. She introduces herself with 3 letters that change everything. CIA. She's inside before he can protest, settles onto his cheap couch like she pays rent, and lays it out plain. They know what he can do, they can't explain it, and they'd really like to find someone who can. Sung-hoon leans across the table while Kaori, the agent who first opened his eyes to Wuchin martial arts, explains how China's exclusion from Technikova created whole secret lineages of warriors who fuse mind and body into living weapons. He nods along, asking real questions now, and she slips comfortably back into lecture mode, breaking down combat philosophies most hunters will never even know exist. The agent pushes her chair back and rises to leave, mentioning some schedule she's already late for, but halfway to standing, she just freezes mid-motion like someone hit a switch. She turns back slowly, eyes narrowing at him with this look that says she picked up something she wasn't meant to hear. Real smooth. Question hits like velvet-trapped dynamite. She asks point-blank whether he was just pleasuring himself right there at the table, and his brain flat-out crashes trying to compute how she could possibly know that. She watches him squirm for exactly 2 seconds before dropping the explanation with zero warmth. Her agent training covers sensing emotional radiation, and apparently his thoughts were plenty loud enough to read from across the room. The blue-haired recruiter leans close enough to whisper terms that sound less like a job offer than buying a person outright. Complete legal immunity, zero taxes forever, and unlimited funds. Basically a blank check made out to Sung-Hoon Lee for however much he dares to write. Classic negotiation tactic. Bribe them, then punch them. Before Sung-Hoon can even process those numbers, she's already moving, purple energy crackling around her fists as magical projectiles tear through the room behind him, forcing him to dive and roll through explosions that reduce any regular hunter to paste. He's still standing when she finally pulls back, breathing hard but somehow intact. And something flickers across her face that's not quite respect but maybe its distant cousin as she calls off the assault and promises this isn't over. They'll meet again soon, and he'd better have an answer ready by then. Sung-Hoon Lee sits alone in this velvet VIP room, flipping open a small purple box to reveal a custom-crafted ring glinting under the lights, honestly beautiful. But his mind is already doing the math on everything he still lacks. He turns the jewelry over in his palm, thinking how stacked his support items have become, while his actual combat gear sits at an embarrassing low for someone who used to command armies. Real imbalance issues. Later, outside the massive grand training arena, our guy steps through the entrance doors and finds himself face to face with a female fighter who sizes him up with sharp eyes before asking straight out if he's the blind monk everyone keeps whispering about. She leans back with a smirk, calling him out for showing up late, though she adds that a true martial artist stays ready for a fight at any moment, meaning she's been waiting to throw down since dawn. Sung-Hoon Lee ducks under another roundhouse as rocks and dust explode around them. Kaori's fist grazes the air where his neck was half a heartbeat earlier. He's weaving like he's terrified, but there's nothing scared about the way he reads every move before she makes it. Then she winds up for the falling meteor kick, that devastating strike that's crushed hunters twice her size, and our guy throws himself backward with theatrical desperation. His voice cracks as he begs for intervention, anyone please, because this crazy woman is actually trying to murder him right here. Inside, though, he's already done the math. Her speed, her patterns, exactly how hard she can hit, and the calculation spits out one clear answer. Stop pretending. Merc Monster tears into existence with a groan of stressed metal, towering over both of them while its speaker grinds out a weirdly formal statement about not desiring bloodshed. She plants her feet and grins at the tank-sized nightmare like it's exactly what she was hoping for. Real dignified stuff. Purple-haired martial artist Kaori tears through the air with a cloud dragon step that catches the clone-wielding mage completely off guard. Her strike lands hard enough to make him actually feel it for once. She's not holding back today, not against someone who thinks spamming copies makes him untouchable. Before his illusion army can regroup, she plants both feet and unleashes the fierce fist of thunderstorm. Violet lightning erupts from her fists to vaporize the surrounding fakes in one sweeping burst. On the sidelines, Sung Yerim and Unhe watch the devastation with matching shock. Clearly didn't expect this level of aggression from a bare-knuckle brawl. She doesn't reach for a blade or try any fancy technique. Just keeps driving her calloused knuckles into whatever's still standing, grinding down through pure persistence, because apparently weapons are for people who haven't spent years perfecting one really good punch. Real sophisticated combat strategy. Across the battlefield, the original mage finally drops the casual act. His posture shifts as he realizes she's too stubborn to fall for the clone trick forever. He notes aloud that hunting the real target surrounded by duplicates makes escape impossible now. So whatever he's planning next isn't meant for survival. It's meant to end things permanently. Sung-Hoon Lee tears through the air using the void breaking step, closing the distance in a blink before crashing straight into the orange-armored beast. The creature barely gets its guard up before the impact sends it stumbling backward. Then the monster buckles inward as its spiritual energy rots from inside out. You can see the moment it realizes the awful truth. Even those final reserve moves won't be enough now. Our Sorcerer King stands over his wheezing opponent and leans into full lecture mode. He calls the poor guy a frog in a well for holding back his strength, because apparently knocking someone unconscious isn't complete without the moral homework assignment attached. The Orange Warrior finally crumples face down and passes out cold, and our guy turns to leave with half a regretful thought before shrugging it off entirely. Off in some shadowy room, though, the verdict's already carved in stone. Flame Fist has been defeated. Sung Yerim stands with her hands clenched tight, begging for any training that'll make her useful as a tank. She's terrified she'll get someone killed on the next raid. Lee Min-hoon watches her for a long moment. He remembers ruling the world as a Sorcerer King in a past life. Then he quietly invites her inside to talk about what's really eating at her. They approach a sleek metal chamber humming with contained power. He explains this machine creates fully immersive virtual reality that feels identical to having your bones snapped by a real demon. An authorization screen flickers to life above the console, identifying its creator like he engineered the whole system himself on weekends. Fancy title drop. The machine roars to life with brilliant blue light flooding the room in electric waves. Shimmering particles spiral outward to form a perfect sphere around where she's standing. She squares her shoulders and steps forward into that glowing threshold. Whatever digital nightmare waits on the other side still beats freezing up when her team needs her block. The virtual world materializes around her instantly. She looks down to find her avatar wearing barely enough fabric to qualify as actual combat gear. His voice crackles through the interface, already teasing whether she designed the look herself. Her face turns beet red as she stammers something defensive about maximum mobility range and strategic aerodynamics. Red gloves snap onto Sung Yerim's hands. She demanded that brutal training yesterday, and now she's finally getting it. The tent flap opens onto light so harsh she squints against it, but her feet keep moving forward anyway. They carry her straight into a deep darkness where Kaori waits beside something massive crouching ahead like a building with teeth and a real attitude problem. Her command comes flat: start producing points right now, or don't bother coming back. Middle management, but make it evil. Hunter doesn't wait for encouragement. Sheik ignites around her fist with violet lightning as she drives a punch straight at the monster's flank. But the beast moves faster than anything that size should manage, and its claw tears through her guard hard enough to rip a scream from her throat. She forces her battered body upright for one last gamble, the Draken Lunge, hurling herself at the creature's head with absolutely nothing left in reserve. The tail catches her midair like a bat hitting a pieta, and the world shatters into pixels as cold system text scrolls past. Simulation reset. Kaori leans over her desk looking like she hasn't slept, telling Sung-hoon Lee the Baegalan dungeon just jumped to level 2 overnight. The monsters evolved somehow, got meaner, and the hunting team already crawling through its halls is now sitting ducks waiting for backup that's still hours away. Nods like she just mentioned bad traffic, then rattles off a list of demands that make absolutely zero sense to anyone who hasn't died twice and come back. She stares at him for 3 full seconds trying to figure out if he's lost his mind or playing 4-dimensional chess, but stamps approval on everything regardless. They literally cannot afford to waste another minute debating when a 10-hour journey stands between them and pulling out bodies instead of survivors. Military airbase sprawls under that familiar black-purple sky as she guides him toward the tarmac where his assigned pilot waits beside an F-10 fighter jet that looks hungry to tear holes in the atmosphere. The guy introduces himself with swagger earned from actual combat sorties, bragging loud and proud that he can push this machine to Mach 5 without breaking a sweat. Real impressive resume padding stuff. Engines roar alive and the jet screams down the runway, clawing upward into the dark until stars smear past the canopy, while the pilot settles in for what he assumes is just another routine high-speed transport mission. Then raw power floods through the entire airframe from somewhere that definitely isn't the fuel tank, ancient sorcery merging with turbine technology, thrust multiplying past every redline any engineer ever painted, and a calm voice from directly behind his shoulder asks whether he's actually capable of handling velocities exceeding Mach 10. Government official presses a compact long-range dazing device into Sung-hoon Lee's hands and warns he'll want this equipped before heading down there. The hunter tucks the gear into his coat and steps out into a desolate snow-covered landscape where the wind cuts straight through everything. He casts light of detection to pinpoint the missing team's location, but the magical glow flickers out without showing squat. So he pulls out his high-tech scanning tablet instead, because, hey, even ancient sorcerer kings need a working signal sometimes. Real seamless integration of tech and magic here. The tactical screen blooms with thermal data that drops his stomach. 9 human heat signatures clustered somewhere ahead, completely boxed in by dozens of troll signatures fanning out to seal every escape route. He watches the red dots spread across the grid and realizes the monsters aren't searching anymore. They're herding their prey like cattle. Our guy adjusts his weapon and breaks toward the nearest troll patrol, planning to draw them away before the net closes tighter. Deeper in the darkness, 9 terrified people huddle together trying not to breathe as massive footsteps grow loud enough to shake the walls around them. Sung-hoon locks eyes with Jessica as she demands to know what business some outsider has crashing their operation. He answers her skepticism the only way that counts, turning casually and slaying a charging troll with one clean blow. The creature paints the wall red before it finishes roaring. Her mouth falls open because her trained hunters struggled with these beasts all morning. This guy just swatted one like a fly. The team leader finds her voice after that display and starts talking about who she really is, a Rothschild, raised with harsh elite education meant to forge unstoppable leaders. But none of that mattered when the dungeon boss slaughtered her entire original team. She's been scraping together survivors in the dark ever since. Her hands stay perfectly still while she speaks, yet her voice trembles. Those deaths still haunt her. Later in the cramped rest area, our guy moves between wounded hunters and presses glowing palms to their injuries. Flesh knits back together under warm light, while the group stares at miracles happening right in front of their faces. She watches from across the room with narrowed eyes, quietly tracking every item he produces from thin air. Normal hunters don't carry hidden arsenals and pharmacies without any visible bags. Pretty convenient inventory system. Steam rises from bowls of hearty stew that materialized out of nowhere around the campfire. For a few minutes they actually eat like human beings instead of prey animals hiding in the dark. Then someone mentions what's waiting upstairs, and the fragile piece shatters completely. The boss. Under that bruised purple canopy, Sung-hoon Lee barks out the order to seal the entrance tight behind them. His supplies are already inside, plus some little infused creature of his own scuttling ahead into the dark. Kaori steps up beside him with a rueful half-smile, admitting her support magic flatlines whenever actual combat starts happening, but she can still coat their whole team in statistical buffs. Every reflex sharpened, every blow hardened before things get ugly. She's still outlining buff parameters when snow crunches under something massive. Turns out the scout unit she was picturing is actually a full-sized mechanical golem rising up like a walking tank depot. Her eyes go wide staring at the thing, clearly imagining something pocket-sized and cute instead of whatever industrial nightmare is now blocking out the sky overhead. Real proportional thinking there. While those heavy footsteps thunder deeper into the dungeon, he leans closer and tells her something that changes everything she thought she knew about power in this world. His magic doesn't come from any system-granted class or bloodline legacy. It comes from actual memories of another dimension entirely, a place where ceremonial magic ran on ritual knowledge that scaled infinitely so long as you understood the rules. She stands there trying to wrap her head around it, carrying an entire foreign reality spellcraft library between your ears like it's just another Tuesday. That impossible confession cracks open a door neither can close. Suddenly they're trading secrets about magical infrastructure across the world, England's rigid formal traditions, India's ancient practitioner networks, the Netherlands' buried archives, until a distant roar tears through the stone corridors. They've hit the combat zone. Cozy chat time is officially finished. The cave yawns open over bodies from another raid team that tried this first. Sung-hoon stops at the edge and asks Kaori where the boss might be lurking deeper in. His ally steps up beside him ready to link her magic with his for what's coming. She looks steady somehow. Even with corpses scattered at their feet like warning signs, nobody bothered reading until now. He tests whether their powers sync by trying his analysis skill on her, but the spell shatters against invisible mana interference instead. His head rings like he just punched through a wall of static. He calls her out on blocking the scan to keep her secrets hidden, and she shakes her head fast with an apology. The crackle keeps humming between them either way, off to a promising start. Deeper inside, shadow peels back to reveal Akaluman rising from its hoard. The black dragon uncoils as a massive green serpent with scales thick enough to stop bullets, and eyes that glow with hunger older than anyone alive. Our guy launches himself forward without hesitating, hands blazing violet as he hurls flames and curse magic straight into the beast's snout. The dragon rears back howling, because that pain magic hits nerves in ways they haven't felt in ages. Now he floats above the blood-stained stone floor, raw mana holding him up like he's sitting on invisible air. His fingers weave complex patterns chaining fire, wind, and piercing force into one devastating lance. Math made murder, basically. Below him, the great serpent coils its massive body tight against the wall, instinct telling it to brace hard. Whatever spells charging overhead carries enough weight to end this fight one way or another, and the dragon knows it. Black Dragon Akaluman hits them both with a sound wave that feels like a hammer to the chest, but Sung-Hoon Lee doesn't budge. He digs his heels in, and summons crackling violet lightning instead while Kaori screams to get back. Snow explodes outward in every direction now, the blizzard swallowing the cave way faster than it should, and she spots what he already noticed. This thing is burning through mana like it's going out of style just to throw basic attacks. He slams his palm down on the frozen ground, and those little bone shards answer him, swelling up into this massive ribcage of ancient bone that locks around the dragon's spot before the cold can get any worse. That lightning spear punches right through the trapped monster's heart while the bones hold it tight, and for one awful moment, those red eyes go wide before the whole body caves in on itself. Then the system pings in his head like it just showed up for its shift. Level 12. Jim Hangley leans over the main terminal while analysts hammer at keyboards. They're tracking someone named Bill. His alcolum levels are blowing past every record they've got. The specialist with round glasses keeps adjusting his frames like the numbers might change if he blinks enough. Lee Gyusuk listens in stone-faced silence. Very calming briefing material. Meanwhile, on a sun-drenched wooden deck, Sung-Hoon lies back shirtless. His eyes drift half-closed while the ocean breeze rolls in. Unhee tugs her sun hat lower. She's marveling at how weird it feels to just sit still. Yesterday they were dodging ice shards straight from a dragon's mouth. Tough gig, but someone's gotta do it. He pushes himself up on his elbows. Starts talking about his powers with that focus he saves for boss fights. Breaks down how he stacks up against heavy hitters like Michaels. She sets her drink down because she knows that tone. This isn't casual chat. He's doing math out loud about what he's become. Hours later in his quiet apartment, shopping bags scattered around him, he presses his palm flat against his chest, checks his heartbeat like a scientist watching a specimen evolve in real time. That beach talk wasn't vacation chatter at all. He was testing his own limits before the world figures out what he can do now. Min Young slices through green-skinned monsters at full speed, while screaming at her wizard squad to get behind her before something rips their heads off. The pink-haired hunters carrying Alpha Team, whether they admit it or not. Real dignified leadership stuff. Then her big green meat-shield friend rushes the boss wide open, and she spots her window. She unleashes a dragon shot that burns through the first phase like it wasn't even there. Mana floods back into her body through ethereal enhancement, while her teammates bounce around the boss like pinballs with swords. She's trying real hard not to yell at them, to just hold still for 3 seconds, so she can actually land the finisher. She doesn't think anymore, just moves, lunging forward with everything left. Her blade finds the mark dead center as a battle cry tears from her throat. And finally, mercifully, the boss crumbles into nothing after 21 failed runs. Sung-Hoon Lee presses a warm drink into Sung Yerim's hands. She's rattling the cup hard enough to slosh over the sides after that brutal VR session. She forces a shaky smile and admits the training reached inside her and rewired how her aura sits in her bones. Powerful stuff, sure, but her body's billing her for costs she didn't see coming. Real spa-day vibes here. His companion heads off to raid the base kitchen for food, leaving him alone with generator hum and an itch that says sitting still is wasting time he doesn't have. He shuts his eyes and dives inward past the room noise, hunting for the crack in whatever's capped his magic at 3 circles all this time. 12 years of Sorcerer King memory ought to spot a structural flaw somewhere. Orange fire blooms behind his closed lids and violet lightning cracks through empty space where nothing existed before. A 4th circle snapping into place around the original 3 like it was always meant to sit there. Tier 4 slams into him hard enough to make his teeth ache, and in that blinding flash of expansion, his mind catches fire with something brand new. Not just circles anymore, cells, self-replicating mana structures. A whole factory burning inside his soul that could clone his power forever if he lives long enough to finish building. Sung-Hoon Lee adjusts his headset as wind cuts across the hunting ground. He mutters that it's been way too long since he stood on real soil instead of training room floors. His 3 teammates swap nervous glances. This zone rates higher than anything they've ever cleared together. One of them just flat out asks if he's sure they're ready for this kind of difficulty. The ground shudders beneath them before an absolute unit of a stone troll heaves its rocky bulk into view. Our guy signals the attack formation without skipping a beat. The squad scatters into position around the beast while it flexes those stone-crusted arms like it already knows this won't take long. Confidence is free, apparently. The spiky-haired brawler charges in first, his blade arcing toward the creature's midsection with everything he's got. But the impact barely chips that stone hide, and violet lightning cracks through the space where his magic should have landed clean. He staggers back, realizing this thing eats both physical hits and spells for breakfast. Its defenses fall somewhere between ridiculous and straight-up unfair. The troll swings back with a fist the size of a compact car. The brawler catches it across his guard hard enough to rattle his teeth, roaring through gritted lips as his boots skid backward through the dirt. He plants his feet and swings again because backing down isn't exactly in the job description. Even when every instinct screams this rock problem might sit above his pay grade. The undead commander stands at Pyongyang's edge. He drinks in daylight like it's his first taste in forever. Then he raises one skeletal hand toward his swelling shadow legion. One command burns through their shared minds now. Hunt everything that breathes. Leave nothing standing whatsoever. Sung-Hoon Lee catches that dark signal from miles away. Concentrated death wrapped in magic heavy enough to flatten city blocks. Even though his mana reserves are screaming, he's already weaving an instant space portal spell. Walking isn't much of an option when you're racing a genocide timeline. What waits on the other side makes the trip worth it in all the wrong ways. A battlefield chokes on thick purple fog. Some hulking bear beast and his whole crew bolt like their tails are on fire. The cursed black dirt keeps snatching their dead and yanking them back upright as new zombies. Apparently dying here just means you get a mandatory encore performance. Inside a high-tech command center, a woman with her hair pulled back slams her palm on a holographic display. The readings confirm it. Something massive just breached containment near Pyongyang. Her director paces behind her while some elderly advisor wrings his hands in the corner, asking what they're supposed to do now that the history demigation line has cracked wide open. Officials scramble through the nightmare details. Japan's standing by, which means they're definitely not helping. Which house teams keep getting ambushed before reaching the source. And without enough high-rank adjusters showing up fast, this whole thing could spiral out of control. The director's voice drops low as he spells out exactly what they're dreading. If they can't field enough high-rank adjusters within 48 hours, the entire Korean peninsula becomes a permanent Tier 3 Witcher zone where nothing human survives. Just a dead zone full of monsters, basically. Great meeting, everyone. Far from that panic room, purple energy swirls around Sung-Hoon Lee as he pours his consciousness forward like water into a cracked vessel. This is the bioethanol toll, the price of birthing something that shouldn't exist yet. A shape coalesces from the light, feminine and luminous, and when he speaks the name Aina, she accepts it like she's been waiting centuries to hear. She solidifies into something real, the administrator of the Tower of Magic itself, a personal secretary whose authority eclipses any human bureaucracy sitting in those offices right now. For a second, the purple fog drowning the battlefield actually seems to bow in her presence. The guys ripped a piece of pure magic out of thin air and given it a name. Sung-Hoon greets his new creation with genuine warmth, calling her his beloved personal secretary like someone welcoming family home after a long trip. then immediately puts her to work accessing every memory he transferred and connecting straight into the global network. She confirms automatic learning capability in a voice almost too polite for something this powerful, and he notes she's still missing the ego growth needed to really help him think through problems. But that'll come. It has to. Dragons fall and levels rise, just another day out here. The female fighter plants her boot on the slain beast's corpse. Nearby, Sung-hoon Lee pulls up his status window and tells the blonde swordsman he just hit level 65. Solid progress. Real heroic pose. Back in his private lab where machines hum with quiet energy, our guy waves at a sleek device on the work table. This magical printer reads enchanted signatures like blueprints. Then it carves invisible security wards into whatever it produces. Aina drifts closer with the skeptical look of someone who watched his last 3 inventions spark and die during testing. He swipes through hologram plans for a survival ring tough enough to keep any hunter breathing through a dungeon collapse. Rough mental math follows. How many thousands of units must sell before the real prize gets funded? A compact nuclear reactor hums somewhere underground, waiting to power everything he is quietly building while the world looks elsewhere. His AI companion bobs in approval, already crunching production timelines and market numbers. That is exactly what she was designed for. She is annoyingly efficient at it. Sung-hoon Lee clasps hands with Jessica Rothschild, sealing the deal with a woman rich enough to buy continents just to get him on retainer. He turns to watch the first batch of Hunter students file into that glowing purple grid virtual reality chamber. 12 months of combat experience crammed into 30 days of real time. His tiny purple-haired fairy hovers at his shoulder, tapping away at connection protocols like she's running the whole show. Later, with everyone else logged out, the heiress corners him alone in a private chamber. She's got a new number on the table, 10% of her family's entire global revenue, every single year forever. All his knowledge transferred, nothing held back. Real modest opening bid. She leans in harder now, explaining why she's practically throwing money at him. That time distortion makes him too valuable to leave unattached. A sorcerer who needs locking down before someone smarter snatches him up. Her eyes keep sliding sideways to the little purple creature floating there, but he takes the compliment without correcting her. Let her think the time manipulation is his scariest call. Sung-hoon Lee's fingers fly across his keyboard as he cracks into the CIA database. Min Young leans over with those pink ears perked up, questioning the whole hacking thing. Then she quickly reports that over 800 enhancement machines are ready for mass production now. Multitasking at its finest. Chaos is already erupting. A soldier chief unloads his full magazine into a massive purple beast tearing through a portal. The merc monster doesn't even flinch. It grins wider, lunges for his throat, and mutters about plenty of food going around. Creatures swarm the Korean palace grounds now, devouring everyone in sight. A news anchor's voice crackles through emergency broadcasts. Tier 3 portals have opened simultaneously at government buildings across 4 continents. Inside the White House war room, Harrison slams intelligence photos onto the table showing that palace siege. He stares at the evidence and the horrible truth hits him. This isn't random chaos. It's a coordinated strike to behead every world leader tonight. Ablon turns the captured gun over in her hands, while the blonde commander beside her rattles off reports. The locals basically have no mana development to speak of, but their occupying troops are in high spirits, strutting around like they've already won the whole territory. The weapon feels clumsy compared to what she can do naturally. Real cutting-edge tech. Then the enemy leader across the field bellows something about a legendary transformation technique. His body contorts violently, flesh splitting apart to make room for scales and wings. An enormous blue dragon erupts from where a man stood moments ago, and everyone on the battlefield freezes, because nobody prepared briefing materials for this particular nightmare. Dragon inhales and hurls crackling lightning breath straight at their position, but she's already conjuring an enhanced shield that catches the blast and scatters it into harmless sparks around her boots. Before the beast can recover, she launches into an enhanced dash and slices her blade across hide that was supposed to be completely impenetrable. The wounded dragon tries to claw upward into the safety of the clouds, but she raises one single hand, and the atmosphere suddenly weighs tons heavier. gravity control, slamming the massive creature back into the dirt before it can lift off. Purple light wraps tight around its limbs like magical iron bands, binding it completely still as she walks forward with her blade drawn. A massive purple blast tears across the horizon from up here on the cliffs. Somebody just got wiped off the map down there. Sung-Hoon Lee sits hunched over his monitor, where that same explosion rolls on a live hunt feed. Some stranger's voice cracking through the speakers begging for backup, while our guy watches the countdown tick down like a bill he already knows he can't pay. Shadows writhe through the dark forest as the whole party snaps into formation without a word. Our guy drops into his combat stance. The blonde swordsman draws steel with a grin that's been waiting all day for exactly this. And Min Yeoyoung coils fire in her palms until the sweat on everyone's necks starts turning to steam. Sung-Hoon Lee stands perfectly calm while his party debates the suicide run that is a freshly cracked Tier 3 dungeon. Most hunters don't walk back out of those gates alive. Beside him, Sung Yerim practically glows with pride as she flashes the rare ring of life she just picked up, her personal insurance policy against the messy deaths waiting inside. Real solid backup plan. Hours later across the city, our guy stops dead on the sidewalk watching a green-haired street singer named Shin pour her entire soul into a microphone. Something ancient stirs in his chest. Forgotten dreams about music and stages, from before magic consumed every moment of his existence across 12 separate lifetimes. Maybe this life could hold something other than endless fight. He pushes through the thin crowd once the song ends to tell her honestly that her voice shook something loose inside him. He asks if they could trade numbers or at least be friends, and she laughs, genuinely touched. She mentions she's got another set starting soon, but promises to meet him in exactly 1 hour if he's willing to wait around. He's absolutely willing to wait around. Leona's face is tight with guilt when she finally drops the bomb. She's the whole reason he exists in this world at all. The green-haired mage leans in close as the confession tumbles out, admitting she yanked him across dimensional walls and stuffed his soul into this body, which honestly explains the recurring migraines pretty well. Sung-Hoon Lee sits with that revelation for a moment, doing the math on what he can actually throw at a problem this size. 1 witch-level threat, absolutely crushed. Maybe 2 if he gets creative with the purple lightning. Outside the window, strange energy flickers and dances while she braces herself for the heavy lift ahead, mentioning someone called a head esteemed one, like she's about to ask him to fight a god. Then her composure shatters completely. Her entire species is dying out there, and she's begging him to become their sanctuary before the last of them winks out of existence. She promises to keep his losses paper-thin if he'll just open the gate, and the way her voice splinters on "Save my people" makes it crystal clear this stopped being a negotiation the instant she walked through his door. Nina flickers online to handle the formalities. This glowing figure is Unhe, the siren's rep, and she didn't cross dimensional barriers for chit-chat. Our guy gestures toward the back room where they can talk without listeners, already running numbers on what protection actually costs these days. And the siren dumps her entire species history straight into his skull, and man, that's smarts. Millennia of lineage data slam against his consciousness like waves on rocks. He grips the table to stay upright while his brain scrambles to sort the flood into something usable. Those past 12 years of experience kick in just in time, keeping him from blacking out. Real gentle welcome from the in-law. When his head finally clears, he gets straight to business. His party handles monster duty indefinitely, and he locks down exclusive mining rights to every rare element buried under siren territory. She scans his face for the hidden catch, finding ice-cold math where others expect bleeding heart heroism. Then she gives a slow nod of acceptance. Sung-Hoon Lee drifts through silence high above Earth's curve. His eye of the sorcerer sweeps the planet below, catching every magical spike and dungeon flickering into existence down there. A tiny purple fairy hovers close by while he tweaks the system parameters. He orders deeper scans wherever the energy looks unstable, knowing where the next disaster spawns means getting there first. Down on a wind-scoured mountain peak far below, Sung Yerim sits with her eagle while some invisible boss chews her out about missing another meeting she should have attended. She cuts the lecture short without a care. She declares she'll handle recon herself, then launches skyward before anyone can argue further. Classic corporate maneuver. The air shatters around her as she dives toward a cluster of shadowy monsters waiting below. Their thick hides shrug off ordinary attacks, but she loaded special dart ammo for exactly this kind of problem. Each round punches clean through their physical resistance. The creatures drop one by one. Preparation beats raw power almost every time. Sung-Hoon Lee leans forward as holographic data swirls between him and his tiny purple-haired assistant. The Star of Death and Tower of Wrath keep swelling in power, while government forces barely hold their ground. She warns him against stepping into this mess directly, but he's already calculating exactly how much worse things will get before anyone admits they're losing. His fingers fly across the interface. He dispatches teams to hunt down foreign sorcerers, tells his people to start buying secluded islands, lots of them, the kind nobody visits. He needs the space for building gigants. A guy with his growing influence doesn't wait for permits. Real estate mogul was always his backup plan if saving the world didn't pan out. Deep underground in a fortified bunker, the general screams the fire order. The whole command center shudders when the artillery launches. Every sensor confirms a perfect direct hit, maximum yield, textbook execution. Then the satellite feed buffers onto the main screen and the room goes dead silent, because the target is still standing there without a single scratch, like they just fired a really expensive fireworks show at a mountain. Inside the command center, the general slams his palm on the console and orders the full assault to launch right now, before the enemy digs in any deeper. Mechanized infantry rolls forward across the screen, while explosives punch clean through fortified walls like they're made of wet cardboard. Behind a crumbling barricade, the blue-haired spellcaster pours every ounce of power into a defensive barrier. She hurls azure blasts over the cover, then her expression freezes into pure shock. She sees the tidal wave of hostiles flooding through the breached perimeter. She drops half a dozen of them in seconds, but the wave behind those fallen bodies doesn't even slow its stride. Her magic erupts outward in a wide sheet of blue energy that forces the advancing line to stumble and scatter, buying precious seconds. Beside her, the orange-robed caster hurls concentrated fire spells that turn clustered groups of monstrous humanoids into screaming torches. The charred remains pile up in heaps, very efficient compost. Sung-Hoon Lee grips the fire mage's shoulder and tells him flat out, "Hold this exact position. Buy as much time as possible. Don't let a single thing slip past." Then he launches himself into the fray at a speed that blurs him into black tactical streaks, his blade finding throats and chest plates before most targets even finish drawing their weapons. The orange-robed man's voice shakes when he argues they should fall back instead of dying here, but his hands keep moving anyway, raining magical fire over his ally's head at anything that gets within 10 feet of that whirling dervish of violence. The battlefield erupts without warning as something ancient rematerializes. Mankind. Marvels are manifesting right now, and the blonde swordsman is already moving, steel crashing into a purple creature with way too many limbs and zero respect for physics. Sung Yerim stands apart from the carnage, eyes tracking every exchange while her mind races through tactical options that keep getting narrower by the second. More monsters flood the gap, merc monsters tearing through the space between portals like they're late to a buffet, and suddenly the swordsman finds himself completely surrounded but still refusing to stop swinging. His blade arcs through one attacker after another while magic flares bright at his fingertips, and she watches him hold the line alone, measuring exactly how long one person can last against a tide that never ends. Real sustainable strategy there. Red energy swirls across the field like living lightning when Kaori arrives at the front lines, cutting straight through the magical static to reach the spot where the fighting's thickest. She falls in beside the observer and the bleeding swordsman, voice sharp and practical as they quickly hash out the brutal math of survival against enemy numbers that shouldn't physically be possible. Everything changes the instant that Shadow falls, massive, absolute, the black dragon Akaluman descending with a presence that turns the air itself heavy and wrong and cold. The woman stops watching from a distance. She steps forward now to face this nightmare head-on, ready to reduce it to ash while her allies coordinate the final assault behind her. Black Dragon Akalaman opens his jaws wide and pours out the ruinous flame, a column of fire meant to turn everything it touches into ash. But Sung-Hoon Lee doesn't even bother dodging. Instead, he throws up his iron body shield and eats the blast head-on like it's nothing. Just another Tuesday, apparently. Smoke swirls and debris rains down all around, but when it finally clears, the Sorcerer King is still standing there completely unharmed. The great beast stares at him with genuine confusion now. Nothing has ever survived that attack before, and here's some random hunter who's just fine. Real dignified reaction from an ancient terror. Across the battlefield, the blonde swordsman and Min Yuoyong watch the whole display with their mouths practically hanging open. Their ally actually tanked a dragon's ultimate move without breaking a sweat, and now he's already preparing counterspells like the fight never even phased. Our guy locks eyes with the massive creature and hits it with taunt, calling its big attack pathetic garbage right to its face. The old lizard roars in blind fury and swings wildly, right where he wants it, because an angry dragon always makes mistakes. Sung-Hoon Lee cracks his tail across Black Dragon Akaluman's jaw, while the piercing demon spear buries itself deep in the creature's shoulder. He's shouting that this overgrown lizard has no idea who it picked a fight with today. The dragon thrashes and spits fire, but he's already gone, sliding under its guard with the kind of fluid motion that makes killing look almost easy. Our guy pours every last bit of mana into Void Strike, then Galewind right after. The twin hits smash through the beast's magical armor until the mission complete notice flashes across his vision, and the huge corpse crashes down hard enough to shake the ground under his boots. He stares at his shaking hands. He made it, but just barely. There's still so far to go before he's who he needs to be. Hunter catches his breath with his eyes closed, letting the weight of all that fighting finally settle. Real dignified recovery time. Sung Yerim and the blonde swordsman drift over to join him, worn out but already talking about what they did right and what comes next. This win isn't the finish line, just the start of the real journey ahead. He opens his eyes and says they all need to get stronger, and the swordsman nods because yeah, obviously. The military general walks up around them to sort out their rewards, mentioning how valuable these Eldronic ores are going to be. Oh, and there's a whisper going around about some legendary hunter who trapped an actual dragon inside Bluewood Cave. They gather their things and move toward the bus, because if there's another dragon out there waiting, they're not the type to ignore. Sung-Hoon Lee stands tall with a blue-white spectral double flickering to life behind him like an echo that learned how to show off, declaring he's finished the luminous dream. An entire fleet of crystal ships, each carrying its own soul, all bound to his will now. The blonde swordsman asks if they mean the dragon. Yes, that exact one Gradium, evolved by ancient beastwill. Beside him, Sung Yerim stares like he just spoke a language her brain refused to download. Our guy doesn't wait for either of them to catch up. He tells them flat out that he spent 10 years grinding inside the Sorcerer King's dream world, packing enough raw power to actually matter against whatever's waiting past that portal. They argue under their breaths about whether even the original king could have handled the ultimate enemy's death magic, but he just listens because he already knows the answer. He's blown past where that old legend ever reached. Magic starts crackling around his hands now, pale light spinning into tight vortexes, while glowing runes burn themselves into the space around his knuckles like he's writing. Checks his body can definitely cash. The woman watches him like she's seeing a stranger wearing familiar skin, and the blonde guy's face does that silent calculation where he counts available exits. There aren't any. Real reassuring body language from the support team. Then the dream realm tears itself open into a battlefield without warning, orange fireballs mixing with purple energy beams that paint the void in colors nobody asked for. Debris flies everywhere. Enemy silhouettes get hammered backward by force that doesn't care what rank your armor is. Somewhere in all that chaos her scream cuts through the roar, but he's already moving, already casting, already showing everyone exactly what 10 years of homework looks like when you actually turn it in. Sung-Hoon Lee raises his palm in the dark and calls up flame that should come easy as breathing, but the cavern swallows it whole. Nothing happens. From somewhere above, a horned queen in pale skin and crimson robes mutters that her people completely misjudged whoever came through the gate. Two shapes peel out of the shadows, the masked curachuras, and Unhe right beside him. They stop in front of him and drop a title on him that clashes hard with his delivery driver uniform, the new Demon King. His party's watching from the background. Weird day at work. He wheels around to the blonde swordsman and Kaori, laying it out fast. There's a music box somewhere in here sealing away every ounce of his magic, and he's going to smash it to pieces before anything else goes sideways. They reach out to stop him, but our guy's already moving, ordering everyone to hold position while this weird silence between monster waves lasts. The central chamber opens ahead like a throat lined with blue crystal, and he draws his blade instead of calling lightning, because apparently that's completely off the menu tonight. Shadow shapes pull themselves off the walls, humanoid, wrong-jointed, reaching, and he meets the first one with a horizontal slash that cuts clean through where a neck should be, spinning into the next before its claws find his ribs. One of the things finally lands a solid hit. He feels ribs crack, feels warm wet spreading under his jacket, but instead of falling back, he plants his feet and reaches for that gravity well deep in his chest. The one binding trick that doesn't actually need words to work. The shadows freeze mid-lunge, pinned flat to stone floor by invisible weight. He staggers past their frozen forms toward the hum of the music box dead ahead, because pain is just information and right now, it's telling him he's almost there. Thick mist swallows the training ground as Sung-hoon thanks Curachuras for steering him through another session. She tells him they're finished for today, time to rest. He explains how his new technique burns through mana so fast he's left running on fumes. Plus, whatever he hits loses all self-control and starts flailing wildly. Basically, a nuclear option for when regular attacks stop working. Real elegant solution. His mentor mentions even she has stamina constraints before her silhouette erupts in pale light. Horns curve up from her skull. A tail unspools behind her. The patient instructor just reshaped herself into something built for battle, not trained. In her new form, the horned spellcaster unleashes magic that detonates across the landscape in massive bursts. Our guy weaves into the pattern beside her. He throws punches and dodges blasts. These drills feel less like practice and more like survival. Sung-hoon Lee plummets through pure darkness until a crackling bolt of blue energy tears through the void straight at his chest. His eyes snap wide, because this maniac actually caught him mid-fall. The leather-clad lunatic streaks down from above shouting about how weak our guy looks, which, fair point, he's currently free-falling into a brawl while magic starts crackling between his fingers. Then those hands glow bright enough to light up the whole void, and suddenly he's not falling anymore. Streams of purple lightning pour out, alongside void strikes, and dimension rings so fast his attacker has to shut up and die. He caps it with the fleeting mind of yin and yang, spinning a vortex that swallows the blonde bastard whole and leaves him frozen midair like somebody hit pause on his nervous system. Real dignified stuff. Sung-hoon Lee crashes into the boss midair hard enough to crack the air itself. Weapons lock tight as blue energy snaps between them like live wire. The blonde sneers that he should have stayed down, but our guy just grips harder and shoves back because surrender isn't really his thing anymore. He breaks the stalemate by flooding the gap with so much raw power that even the leather-clad maniac flinches backward. Min Yeong watches from cover with her jaw dropped. She's seeing spells that shouldn't exist at his rank. Pretty wild upgrade for a guy who looked ordinary this morning. Then his final technique rips through the room. Shadows splinter into thousands of pieces, before snapping back into a spear of pure darkness that punches straight through the enemy's guard and slams him into the far wall. She can barely process what she just witnessed, her mind still racing through every impossible thing from the last 30 seconds alone. Near the exit later, he leans against cold stone and explains how his shadow control kept everyone alive when the fight went sideways. She listens close, still trying to square the quiet hunter she partnered with earlier against the walking disaster, who just solo carried a battle that should have wiped them all out. Daylight hits their faces as Alpha Team steps out of the portal, and the crowd's roar almost drowns out the world. They're officially the first hunters ever to clear a Tier 3 dungeon. Someone calls out that everyone made it safe. He walks forward with his team trailing behind because they actually pulled off the impossible, and nobody quite knows what comes next. In a dim hotel room at night, Luca lowers his phone with a heavy sigh. He just agreed to meet the Magic Guild president even though every instinct screams this is a bad idea. He turns toward the blonde woman sitting silent across from him, posture rigid as she waits for him to explain what kind of trouble he just signed them up for. Our guy pours 2 glasses of whiskey without bothering to ask and slides one across the small table between them. She takes it without a word, and when their glasses clink together in a quiet toast, it sounds almost like sealing a pact neither can walk back from now. Nothing like alcohol to take the edge off terrible decisions. He starts laying out exactly where he stands on whatever deal just got made over that phone call, voice staying calm, even as the room feels tighter with every word. She drinks deep from her glass while her expression shifts between resignation and something harder to pin down, like she's calculating exactly how deep they're actually in this. And our guy delivers the last line of his position with complete certainty, and her reaction hits immediately, eyes going wide as she leans forward sharp, either ready to argue or just stunned, he'd put it that plainly. But before anything resolves, the whole scene cuts away to a man in a dark suit, adjusting his glasses while he reports calmly into his own phone that yes, they've found them. The military general leans over a table buried in classified reports, 3 gold stars catching the dim emergency light, while his advisors shout over each other about hypnotic suppression versus sending a black ops crew. He shuts down the argument with one look and orders them to contact done right now. Debating semantics won't help when something's already eating through the containment walls. That call can't come fast enough, because Sung-hoon is drifting through an airless void where nothing obeys normal physics, and suddenly shadowy figures lunge straight out of the darkness from every angle. His barriers snap up on pure instinct, magic flaring violet, and that's when he sees the real horror ahead, the gutted skeleton of an entire city floating in this purple nothing. Great neighborhood. Projectiles scream past his face, and genuine fear spikes through his chest for half a heartbeat. Getting dropped in an alien dimension wasn't exactly how he planned to spend his afternoon, but he bites down on the panic and reaches for the power of the elements, weaving lightning and fire together into a combined strike that'll teach these shadows what happens when you ambush someone who's survived the end of a world once. A nuclear fusion shield explodes outward around him just as another volley tears through the space he was standing, absorbing enough energy to level a city block, while his analytical mind picks apart what hit him. Nuclear fission signatures packed into a spell, clean, efficient, lethal. So he starts building his own answer piece by piece. If his enemy wants to play with atomic forces, he'll respond with something that makes their little experiment look like a party trick. The masked commander grills his skeletal lieutenant about the Necropolis Project timeline. Behind them, that spiraling tower twists toward a bruised purple sky like something that refuses to stay buried. Calypso, the ancient manipulator, drifts amid ruins shaped like broken memories. She sighs with genuine annoyance at being summoned to such a hideous dimension for a status meeting. She snaps at the bone-faced figure about hierarchy while demanding real progress reports. Apparently interdimensional conspiracies still run on passive-aggressive office dynamics. They formalize the pact. She softens human intelligence for corruption. He finishes his fortress of bone. The arrangement feels uncomfortably familiar to their old war against the god of machines. Calypso selects America as her primary target, and tears open a portal skyward. The strongest nation always attracts the hungriest predators first. The skeletal lord vows to handle any interference while she works. Her spectral steed carries her laughing into the space between worlds, eager to start breaking things. Sung-hoon Lee drops a nuclear buster spell straight through England's Tier 3 dungeon. The mushroom cloud swallows the entire boss before the creature can finish screaming. He flies through his own detonation chatting with Aina, his tiny fairy advisor, about whether nuclear fusion is strictly necessary for upper-tier clears. She warns that his mana reserves are tanking inside this magical pressure cooker. The Sorcerer King outlines his real plan while soaring through the aftermath. He'll mass-produce rings of life using fusion energy and end global hunger as a side project. Because why save just the hunters when you can feed everybody? Smoke clears to reveal scorched earth where the exit gate used to sit. He just nuked his only way home along with the monster. Breaking news floods every screen on Earth. A solo hunter just accomplished the impossible in London. On a remote island sanctuary, the green-haired Siren Queen Unhee slams her palms against the monitor and shrieks "My queen" at his smoldering silhouette. Her blue-haired attendant rushes in with reports of new arrivals washing ashore, but the queen waves her silent. Her eyes stay locked on the footage of the man who just proved demigod-level power still walks among humans. Sung-hoon Lee strides past bodyguards while his android assistant Aina stands beside a German official confirming negotiations succeeded. His personal clout just proved it outweighs Korea's entire failed intervention attempt. In a Void Black command center, she projects holographic data showing 147 countries still at risk of collapse, and he stares at the numbers with genuine frustration. Nuclear fusion magic or not, he can't clear 59 dungeons fast enough to save everyone. Seated in a white chair floating above nothing, our guy asks about reactor progress. She reports 28 units ready with 42 coming online soon before quietly warning that every intelligence agency on Earth is now dissecting exactly what he can do. The android adjusts her glasses and warns against arrogance. Earth's combined hunter scientific potential across hundreds of fragmented nations could theoretically match him. He dismisses the concern entirely, because no single country packs enough fusion firepower to threaten him personally. Bold assumption. His assistant announces that her new body functions excellently and declares she'll handle all public interactions from now on so he can focus exclusively on critical matters. He nods with something close to pride at having built someone this competent. He drops the bomb that he's leaving the HD group to form his own organization, but before he finishes explaining, she interrupts with a proposal so wild it stops him cold. She wants to build an interstellar residential facility. A 12-kilometer battle mothership flickers into existence as a hologram, 3 times bigger than the last one he destroyed in that underground dungeon. She calmly explains they've reverse-engineered everything, and only raw materials limit production now. Standing on a platform high above the atmosphere, she estimates 1 year to build a flight-capable prototype using everything they've got. Underground construction is inefficient, sure, but absolutely necessary to keep the whole operation secret from prying eyes below. Paranoia level, expert. They piece together that the enemy wants Earth itself for its defensive value. Whoever controls space controls orbital bombardment leverage over every surface nation, which makes space expansion not just ambitious, but literally the only winning move on the board. The Mothership project gets shelved for now as he orders immediate drone deployment to Mars instead, automated manufacturing plants with portal-based resource transportation. She starts recommending specific combat models before he cuts her off mid-sentence. Then every screen flashes red with a global alert, announcing that dungeon manifestations have officially begun across the planet. She immediately acknowledges the shift in priorities without missing a beat. Across a world map, pink markers ignite over every continent showing dungeon locations materializing simultaneously. Rapid-fire views follow of cities facing various manifestations, while powerful nations apparently handle their initial threats better than expected. So far, anyway. He watches with growing concern that both Japan and China took hits right in their capitals despite expecting self-sufficiency. Japan faces a flying-type creature specifically, and he wonders aloud whether they possess any aerial combat specialists capable of fighting something that never touches the ground. Military jets scream through Tokyo launching missiles at a colossal serpentine black dragon dominating the sky. Bright explosions burst against Akaluman scales as the beast maneuvers lazily through clouds above the city like the ordnance is barely worth acknowledging. Down on the streets, a horned woman screams furiously at government incompetence for letting the monster roam free. She cranks her magically amplified voice to challenge the dragon directly, calling it an oversized earthworm. As Min Yeoyoung prepares to launch herself skyward toward a fight she has no business winning alone, Inami Kazuki stands firm before the burning city as she calls forth 2 colossal spirits, the ghosts of past and future, to chain the black dragon Akaluman midair while it thrashes hard enough to shake the clouds apart. The beast snarls and bites down on nothing but air while twisting its massive body against those spectral restraints. Yet she just holds tighter with the calm expression of someone leashing a particularly aggressive golden retriever. She commands the monster to drop, and the dragon plunges toward the skyscrapers below as glass shatters and steel groans under the weight of 85 trillion won in damage piling up by the second. The creature retaliates with a concentrated breath attack that snaps her debuff spell clean off like wet paper, so she immediately calls for backup from her other summoned spirit without missing a beat. That small red ghost of future engages the beast directly, shielding her from thunder and wind, while observers note Japan's strongest hunter has this gate breaker handled, real dignified stuff. Inside a holographic command center floating above a starfield, his assistant explains this hunter's completely immune to the boss's main attacks, and Sung-Hoon Lee leans back in his chair wondering why everyone insists on doing things the expensive way. He scoffs at the national pride driving them to handle this solo when he could have solved the problem for a fraction of the cost, though nobody thought to ask him before the property damage started stacking up. The global map flickers to reveal China drowning in fresh dungeon spawns, while every nation he personally cleaned out sits pretty with 0 monsters and strictly limited military forces. Funny how that correlation works. Briefing shifts to America, strong-arming the United Nations into coordinated action, and he asks the empty air whether any of these world leaders actually believe they'll ever stop needing his help. He makes the call to observe from the sidelines rather than join the UN task force, citing some metaphor about letting swollen gums get worse before treating them that leaves his assistant looking vaguely concerned. He orders continued intelligence gathering across all channels when a sudden priority notification pops onto the main display. Someone, identifying herself as the siren, is requesting immediate contact. He accepts the connection, and a shimmering portal tears open in the virtual space to reveal Ileona stepping through in cascading light, while his assistant scrambles to attention beside her. The siren leader thanks him for granting the audience while he processes her choice of attire, bikini beneath a loose robe, and she defensively clarifies that this counts as perfectly formal business wear among her people. The digital environment transforms around them into a pristine beach with lounge chairs manifesting from pure light, and she settles into her seat to discuss whether genuine gratitude and strict contractual obligation are even separate concepts. Leona confirms she has honored every term of their original agreement and leans forward to ask him directly for his final decision on the future relationship between their species and his growing power base. The submarine missile streaks toward the Liaoning necropolis, while the Sorcerer King leans back and asks his subordinates for weapons data like he's checking a menu. He raises one hand and weaves new properties into the barrier around his domain, upgrading it to handle whatever science throws his way. The warhead slams into that enchanted defense with a flash, so bright it whites out the whole purple sky for a second. When the light fades, the nuke's just a rock now, inert stone floating there while the sorcerers chuckle at human engineering. Real high-tech stuff. Over at Strategic Missile Command, officers stare at blank screens in horror, while the Chinese general screams himself hoarse about the failed detonation. He's barking orders to retrieve the asset when Aina rushes in with worse news. Beijing's under attack by an actual undead army. The general punches straight through his own desk, and through the command window you can see the capital burning under a sky full of corpses. From a remote observation post, Sung-Hoon Lee watches the invasion feed with his assistant and spots a Death Knight on horseback leading the horde, flags him right away for analysis. China's desperate plea for help hits his console moments later, and our guy smirks as he types back. He'll save their capital, but they're handing over all of Liaoning province. He dumps the paperwork on his assistant and tears open a portal, stepping straight onto a battlefield that's already exploding everywhere. Down on the scorched ground, 2 Chinese hunters face off against the demon. Xiao Shuang stays ice cold while her partner Wang Jingwei shakes with rage, picturing every teammate this thing murdered. Wang roars and triggers his black ironclad body ability, skin going dark and metallic as he charges in swing. He trades brutal blow after brutal blow with the monster, while Xiao drops from above, already picking apart his wide stance before she even lands. Helpful feedback time. Her aura blade flares bright as she slashes across the creature's hardened hide, and the thing actually howls in pain, first real damage it's taken. Demon staggers backward from the wound, while someone shouts off-screen at Zio to keep pressing before the monster recovers. Black Dragon Akalumen roars from overhead and unleashes a massive purple breath attack that swallows the whole battlefield, laughing that nobody survives to tell stories about today. The beast pauses mid-rampage when he spots something impossible below, a sharp shadow cutting through all that darkness he created, which shouldn't exist if his cloud magic actually worked. Down on the field, the Dark Knight's glowing eyes go wide as he realizes someone just shattered his weather control enchantment, and now actual sunlight is burning his undead army to ash right in front of him. He scrambles to order his AI assistant Paleton to investigate, but the feed statics out completely, forcing him to trigger an emergency metallification skill just to stay standing. Great IT department they've got there. Dust settles on the rocky terrain to reveal Sung-Hoon Lee walking forward calmly, the Korean hunter everyone's heard about, and both the dragon and his silver subordinate freeze mid-panic, recognizing exactly who just crashed their party. Our guy confirms he's the one who broke their precious storm spell, cracks his knuckles, and tells the knight he's welcome to try melee combat if he feels brave enough. The armored commander swings a heavy blade meant to cleave armor clean through, but the former Sorcerer King moves so fast he becomes a blur, already counterattacking before that first strike even lands. Stunned that some mage just dodged him, the knight barely registers what's coming until Eternal Enhancement 5th form, Piercing Path, connects with the ground and shatters it under his feet. Sung-Hoon smirks and reveals he isn't your typical backline caster, causing the beast and his lieutenant to freak out, thinking their secret techniques got leaked somehow, though our hero seems distracted scanning the horizon instead. His detection magic paints the ruins purple as the numbers come back. 200,000 undead, eliminated within 5 kilometers, 0 survivors. He almost sounds apologetic, telling them both they should leave immediately. He weighs his next spell carefully, deciding against nuclear fusion options because international complaints are annoying, while across the country at Strategic Missile Command, officers frantically search for any trace of his location. Inside that secure facility, a Chinese general nearly jumps out of his skin, finding the dragon and his silver soldier casually occupying a top-secret room, and the two visitors suddenly realize they're not in Beijing anymore. The group explains that the Korean hunter just waved his hands and dumped them here through thin air, when emergency alarms start screaming across every screen, because something enormous just appeared directly above the capital city. Above Beijing's skyline, star-summoning magic ignites a second sun blazing bright white overhead, perfect for roasting anything dead, and the knight looks up from the ground realizing he's completely trapped under optimal killing conditions. Desperate, the Dark Knight orders Paleton to rip open an escape gate, but the portal magic fails completely thanks to unknown interference, and a calm voice informs him this battlefield belongs to someone else now. Sung-Hoon drifts through smoke-choked air above the ruins, surveying the carnage his second son left behind. Not bad for a warm-up. The star summoning really did cook every last corpse in sight. Down in the rubble, something stirs through the fog. The Death Knight hauls himself upright, armor cracked but still moving, staring upward with genuine disbelief that anyone survived that blast. Our guy grins down from the clouds and introduces himself properly. He's the only real sorcerer left in this world, and yes, that means exactly what it sounds like. He threatens to trap the knight's soul right here and now, except he never actually learned necromancy in his past life, which is honestly embarrassing for someone called the Sorcerer King. The Death Knight snorts at the bluff and simply fades away. A streak of brilliant blue tears skyward as the enemy's essence slips through his fingers, gone before he can even think about chasing it down. Later, soaring over the capital he just flattened, the sorcerer talks things through with Aina, his purple-haired assistant, and realizes China might not honor their deal for Liaoning province after he demolished Beijing. Politics, am I right? He makes a snap decision. If the government won't pay up voluntarily, he'll give them no choice but to worship him publicly, asking his assistant to pull together enough mana for a nuclear fusion spell at maximum capacity. He hangs suspended inside a glowing ring of power, adjusting parameters for complete restoration, while somewhere underground, Monitors scream warnings about energy readings that shouldn't exist. In a dim command bunker, a general lunges toward the main display shouting for answers, as his staff reports impossible atmospheric activity directly above Beijing. Satellite feeds broadcast to rooms across Japan and the United Nations, where delegates stare frozen at data, showing something rewriting reality itself over Chinese soil. On the streets below, an ocean of azure light crashes through collapsed buildings and scattered bones, washing away every scar the undead invasion left behind. Back in the command center, the commander and his aide watch screens confirming the unthinkable bodies twitching, chests rising, the dead climbing back to their feet, while outside, a small girl runs toward a familiar shape screaming for her mother. That mother stares at her daughter mingling with absolute horror, because she remembers dying here, remembers them both dying together just minutes ago. Yet here the child stands, alive and breathing. The woman drops to her knees, pulling her baby close, sobbing into hair that should be cold and still, while far overhead the sorcerer drifts peacefully above a city he just dragged back from extinction. In shadowed observation rooms worldwide, analysts whisper numbers that make no sense, hundreds of thousands resurrected in a single instant, not miracles but something far more terrifying to anyone holding political power. Across the globe, naval fleets assemble. The wind mage Min Yeoyang pushes her voice magic toward something called remembrance, while world armies gear up for a war most of them don't even understand yet. Back in his quarters, Sung-Hoon Lee pulls up his status window and stares at the numbers. Level 146 Sorcerer, stats climbing everywhere except where he needs them right now. He dumps 250 points straight into luck because when you're about to tell a superpower to back off your property, you want every cosmic edge you can get. Classic optimizer move. Before he finishes planning his build, his assistant Aina slips in with urgent news. Beijing is calling, and they want to discuss the Liaoning province, the territory he claimed after solving their nuclear undead problem basically by himself. The message carries one clear meaning. His land is bleeding monsters from every grave, and the suits want someone else to handle the radioactive mess they create. The conference room smells like old power and fresh desperation as our guy shakes hands with the Chinese general, a man whose stone expression suggests he's rehearsed this conversation twice already. Real warm atmosphere. The general starts smooth, talking about eliminating some structure the dead are constructing, but the sorcerer cuts right through the pleasantries. They already tried that approach with a nuclear missile, and all it accomplished was making the problem angrier and more radioactive. The general stiffens, defending the nuclear option as a necessary evil, which earns him a pointed reminder that reckless decisions are exactly what trapped everyone in this position, unlike a certain someone who saved Beijing without vaporizing half the population. Seeing the aggressive approach isn't landing, the general pivots hard to gratitude, thanking him profusely for rescuing the capital, and offering full military support to purge Liaoning as a goodwill gesture between their nations. The reborn king sees the barbed wire wrapped inside that gift. Foreign troops on his soil means surveillance on his operations, means leverage over his resources, means everything he bled to claim becoming someone else's political bargaining chip. Absolutely not happening. He rises from his chair and addresses the room with finality. Liaoning province is sovereign territory belonging to him alone, and he will handle his own cleanup without any outside interference. Turning to his purple-haired assistant, he gives the command to commence the operation immediately, while advising the general to focus on border security, instead of worrying about affairs that stopped being his concern about 30 seconds ago. 350 kilometers above the Earth, orbital platforms begin shedding their payloads like metallic fruit falling from a deadly tree, gravity preparing to deliver what no conventional army could ever hope to pull off. As the realization crashes over the military delegation that he never came here to negotiate anything substantive, he summons a blazing magic circle beneath his feet and offers a casual farewell wave. They asked how he handles problems. Time for the live demonstration. Very polite exit. The sky tears open over Liaoning in a violent blue flash, and he strides through the portal just as hundreds of advanced golems slam into the earth at terminal velocity, Kinetic bombardment meeting necromantic horror with enough force to shake mountains. On the ground below, the undead commander Calypso stares upward at the mechanized apocalypse raining from orbit and feels something cold and unfamiliar crawl up his spine. These aren't hunters blundering into an ambush anymore. This is systematic extermination, and whatever just descended from space rendered every strategic calculation he held completely obsolete. Sorcerer King crashes into the Lick Commander midair, trading sword strikes and energy beams through purple storm clouds that crackle around them both. Neither gives ground as they collide again and again above the battlefield below. Down in the necropolis, the creature sneers at its opponent for charging blindly into hostile territory, but those red eyes glowing back don't look worried. They look like someone who's been waiting for exactly this moment. It starts talking negotiation, then suddenly fires two burning miniature stars point blank. The sorcerer just reaches out and catches both orbs in his bare hands like they're nothing. Real diplomatic move from the walking corpse. He explains he already hit its head and heart, shattering every magic circle holding it together. Yet something feels wrong. There's a strange sacred power bleeding through the battlefield that doesn't belong here. He reaches out mentally to his assistant Aina for intel, and she confirms the resistance forces are still fighting hard down there despite their leader looking defeated. Either the Lick is playing possum, or something worse is keeping it standing. Without hesitation, he tears through the sky at blinding speed toward the enemy position, leaving streaks of motion lines cutting through the violet haze like a comet hunting its target. His fist connects with devastating force, sending shockwaves through the air, but when he looks up, horror flashes across his face. The Lick Commander is still standing there like nothing happened, even with every magic circle destroyed. The creature finally reveals what it really is, not just some random Lick, but a true believer, an acolyte devoted body and soul to the god of death itself. He points toward a distant altar shimmering with unholy light and explains the ugly truth. As long as that stone structure stands, it cannot die. The altar pours endless mana into its rotting form second after second. Death Priest demands surrender now, since victory is mathematically impossible against infinite regeneration. But the sorcerer just smirks. He saw this coming miles away and packed backup plans specifically for immortal problems. Aina's voice cuts through the chaos with bad news. An anti-magic field blankets the whole necropolis, blocking all teleportation and summoning magic. She's switching them to Plan B right now before things get worse. He slams the binding ring of death onto the creature, but it just laughs. With infinite mana flowing from that altar, it can tank that binding spell forever without breaking a sweat. Sweat beads on his forehead as he struggles to hold his barrier against the relentless counter-assault. This undead thing can outlast his magic purely through raw endurance. The fight was always rigged against him here. Then his expression shifts to something almost cheerful as he calls for immediate retreat. A heartbeat later, a colossal explosion swallows the space where he'd been standing moments before. He rockets away from the necropolis at full speed, already accepting the hard truth. You can't win a pure magic duel inside someone else's home turf when they're literally plugged into a god's power source. Sung-Hoon Lee tracks the incoming necromancy projectiles streaking overhead and notices something the enemy probably didn't account for: daylight's bleeding the magic right out of them. High above the clouds in near orbit, that skull-masked maniac Calypso grips his rod weapon tight and reminds himself that magic doesn't give a damn about scientific prototypes or physical limitations. The lunatic slams a haste enchantment into both himself and the projectile at once, and suddenly the thing isn't falling anymore. It's diving like a comet with a murder license, shredding through the atmosphere faster than sound can keep up. The impact turns Liaoning province into a photograph nobody wants to frame, mushroom cloud blooming upward, shockwave flattening everything for miles, and every single undead in the blast radius just got deleted from existence. Back in the sky overlooking the smoking crater, Sung-Hoon demands a sitrep while his advisor Un-Hee rattles off the numbers. 98% of the undead are gone, but the shockwaves blowing past their calculated safe zones straight toward China's border. Classic overkill problems. Instead of panicking, He starts weaving atmospheric stabilization spells to levitate the ash cloud and suppress the earthquakes before they ripple into neighboring countries. And somewhere high above, Calypso's jaw drops because nobody counters a meteor strike that fast. The skull-faced commander realizes his sacred altar just got evaporated along with half the landscape. And while revenge sounds nice, this world clearly needs more study, so he phases out of visibility, already cataloging this loss for future reference. With the air finally locked in place, Sung-hoon asks why they let a god's servant walk away, and Un-hee lays out the ugly truth. Killing a divine messenger invites holy retribution down on everyone's heads, and they're not ready to fight heaven itself yet. 1 week later, inside a government facility, Un-hee walks in with paperwork worth smiling about. She successfully negotiated a deal with the UN regarding ownership of Liaoning province, which means they officially hold title to the blast zone now. He reviews the terms with diplomat Sung Yerim at his side. The UN recognizes their territorial claim in exchange for opening golem manufacturing to the international market, and miraculously, nobody asked follow-up questions about that orbital weapon incident. Down in the laboratory wing, Yerim observes alongside some blue-haired official as a genetically modified seed drinks raw mana and explodes into a full-sized plant within seconds. Pure magic meets mad science, and the result actually looks edible. Sung-hoon unveils the finished product hovering against their artificial sky, a man-made world tree, a perfect replica engineered through genetic manipulation that copies the real thing's structure without any of the soul-leading side effects. The tree does more than scrub radiation and necromancy out of the soil. It produces fruit dense enough with mana to transform desert wastelands into fertile farmland, meaning Liaoning's about to become the garden spot of the entire apocalypse recovery effort. Not bad for a crater. Before the victory lap starts, Calypso materializes directly in front of him, dropping the whole skull-masked villain routine to introduce himself formally as the commander of the 128th Liberator, here to open diplomatic channels instead of throwing rocks from space. The commander starts posturing about infinite armies and divine mandate, but Sung-hoon shuts down the religious speech cold. No altars getting built on his watch, no invasions tolerated, and absolutely no deals with gods who drop meteors on civilian populations. The weight of countless lives presses down as Sung-hoon Lee faces the floating skull before him. This thing calls itself Calypso, and it's pitching death evangelism, guiding souls to accept their final peace. Almost poetic coming from a corpse. Now it questions whether the dead even deserve religious freedom. A purple data orb blinks into existence between them, so our guy calls forward his tiny purple-haired assistant to decode whatever cosmic intel just dropped. Aina materializes beside him, ready to work her magic. The little fairy studies the glowing blue sphere, while the undead entity swears it has zero reason to lie. Classic line from someone with every reason to lie, but sure, we'll hear it out. His expression blanks out completely when the knowledge pours straight into his mind, and the skull leans in close with a warning. Something called the Great Death is coming for everyone. He accepts the terms on the spot because arguing feels pretty pointless with the world potentially ending. They seal it with divine magic that makes the contract absolutely binding. No takebacks allowed. Lick passes over a crystalline dragon's heart that throbs like a captured sun, enough raw power to vaporize several city blocks sitting right there in his palm. Just your average Tuesday handout. They split up on good terms, the undead drifting away to begin its strange missionary work, while he stands alone holding enough energy to level buildings. Handy parting gift, all things considered. Later, alone in some barren wasteland, he watches a magical projection of Earth turn slowly above the ground, while his assistant offers quiet support from behind. Information cascades through diagrams inside his head, how dungeons hook into shards, how karma feeds the broken dimension back together, and why none of them grasped how badly this mattered until now. Back at headquarters, he farms out survival prep to his people, and Sung Yerim steps up immediately to lock down defenses against any Tier 5 threats rolling their direction. They run through the manpower shortage, Mars colony logistics, and hunter recruitment, then make their way toward the training chambers to check on who's actually ready for what's coming. In the training room, Min Yoyoung lies crumpled on the floor sucking wind, while her mentor drops to one knee beside her with water and genuine worry written all over her face. The exhausted girl watches news footage of her master cleansing an entire continent with a massive world tree, and her whole posture sinks when the impossible gap between them finally hits home. Her coach lowers herself to eye level and promises the kids got real talent buried in there. She can close that distance if she just keeps smashing through every wall standing in her way. She shrieks a war cry and hurls herself back at the magical barrier with absolutely everything left in her tank, sparking with renewed fire to push forward. The training room shudders as Min Yoyoung's fist crackles with condensed aura, sending a visible shockwave rippling across the floor, and Sung-hoon Lee nods slowly, because she just did something most hunters never manage in a lifetime. She snaps a sharp jab at empty air, and the force of it detonates against the far wall like she punched through the distance itself, making the purple-haired analyst scribble frantic notes about how she's ignoring spatial gaps entirely. The group debates how personality shapes power while he proposes a real test, a barrier layered with anti-teleportation wards and magical dampening fields, something designed to stop anything short of a walking disaster. She plants her feet, draws her arm back slow and deliberate, then launches a straight punch that crosses the entire room in a blink. Real subtle approach. Every defensive spell shatters or simply fails to register the blow as her knuckles kiss the target core, and he realizes her conceptualization isn't about strength or speed, but the absolute stubborn refusal to accept that anything can stay out of reach. He explains that masters don't just use aura. They rewrite local reality through sheer willpower, which means she's officially strong enough to slay dragons solo, though her aura control still needs work before she stops accidentally breaking furniture. Later, on the rust-red plains of Mars, he stands before the golem production sector, where his analyst reports they've cranked output tenfold in 2 months. 1,000 golems ready to roll off the line at once now. They watch the factory hum while discussing how the dungeon crisis finally stabilized. But our guy knows higher-tier breaches are coming, and he needs every talented body he can find to keep civilization from folding like a cheap table. Hokkien, the top talent from China, steps in. She tells him not to make that face with guests. Real dignified stuff. The group relocates to a restaurant where his close combat specialist shoots daggers at the new arrival, forcing him to quietly remind her that glaring at guests isn't professional behavior. The recruit lays her cards on the table. She knows about the global recruitment drive and wants in, but the fighter across from her immediately objects, claiming one close combat specialist is already plenty for any team. His fighter argues her case with passion, while the newcomer counters calmly that standing beside someone this powerful offers growth you can't get anywhere else. And she's done answering to Beijing anyway, diplomatic as always. He weighs the value of an independent operator who brings her own resources and no government leash, then accepts the handshake, leaving his original fighter staring at her lap with that specific look of someone who just felt replaceable. The deal seals with a firm grip as a helicopter cuts through Mexican airspace toward a mansion below, rotors chopping through the humid air like the opening beat of a very different kind of negotiation. Jessica Rothschild steps off the bird with blonde hair catching the sunlight and immediately locks eyes on drug lord Pace Carlos, whose guards scramble to form a perimeter while she walks toward him like she's already decided how this ends. Sung-hoon Lee stands alone on a rocky outcrop overlooking this strange orange world. He's already planning just how far he'll need to push these new teammates to see what they're actually made of. Down below, Takian, dark hair, red eyes missing nothing, tells the pink-haired woman she's heard impressive things about a top healer who also deals damage. Yoyoung actually blushes before catching herself with a sharp warning to stay focused. The healer drops into a ready stance and invites the attack. The fighter rushes in immediately with a strike meant to test defenses, while their commander watches from above, wondering if skill backs up that swag. The blow lands solid and heavy. It knocks the air right out of the healer's lungs as impact dust blooms around her boots, and she staggers backward. Her opponent pursues the retreat with blue energy gathering between her palms, building toward something called commandments of heaven and earth. Panic flickers across the healer's face for the first time. That energy explodes outward, but crashes straight into an enhanced counter called Void Strike. Iron-wrapped power meets raw force in a shockwave that flattens everything beneath their feet. From his distant cliff edge, the commander observes both women locked into pure aura concentration now. But his experience says this match turns on whoever masters conceptualization first. The fighter stares with genuine surprise. She admits aloud this woman has reached enlightenment just like her, words that hit harder than any physical blow, because the healer realizes she was being looked down on the whole time. His voice carries across the battlefield asking if she plans to lose to a rookie. Between that and the earlier near-death scare, something cold locks into place behind her eyes. Light bleeds through the healer's clenched knuckles as she powers up. She invites her opponent to try that again, for real this time, no more games. The punch that launches looks completely ordinary until it crosses the distance between them and the fighter's survival instincts start screaming. Whatever this is operates on totally different rules than standard Kai focus. Even perfect evasion fails when the attack bends through empty space to track her movement. It clips her shoulder and leaves her scrambling to understand physics that suddenly don't apply. Real fair fight stuff. She throws up a desperate block, but overwhelming force sends her skidding backward across stone. Her boots carve deep furrows into the ground as she fights to keep her footing. Pushing upright, the fighter yells that undodgeable attacks constitute outright cheating. The healer keeps advancing to finish this while her opponent digs in and refuses to accept defeat here. As the final strike descends, the fighter simply ceases to exist in one spot and manifests instantly behind her attacker. She's finally unlocked her own conceptualization to turn the tables in a single heartbeat. Hakian drops from above with her fist already cocked. She lands a clean hit before Min Yeong can fully react, because that's what happens when you've spent years killing things that actually fight back, and your opponent mostly trained in controlled environments. Sung-hoon Lee watches from a distance with his arms crossed, reading every exchange like a textbook case of fancy powers versus raw technique. He's genuinely impressed, honestly. Even as an aura user himself, watching the veteran keep countering conceptualization with nothing but solid fundamentals is something else. Real masterclass stuff. Then, the young woman everyone kept underestimating torques her body in a direction human joints aren't meant to go. She slams her palm into the dirt, and the hold shatters with desperate fury. She rips her arm free with a sickening crunch that echoes off the canyon walls, sacrificing ligament integrity for one split second of freedom. Then, she drives a brutal kick into the older fighter's ribs that sends her stumbling backward in shock. Green light erupts from that mangled limb, knitting flesh and bone back together in real time while the veteran stares in disbelief. Regeneration wasn't supposed to work this fast, this clean, or this completely unfair against someone who earned their skills the hard way. The Regenerator grins through the lingering pain and drops into a stance that practically screams self-destruction. She pours every remaining ounce of energy into pure offense while the veteran resets her footing, ready to snap her like a twig all over again. One massive punch connects square against crossed forearms, and the sheer force cracks the ground beneath both of them. The older fighter's expression shifts from smug confidence to genuine alarm as she realizes exactly how much power sits behind each reckless swing. They trade blows in a blur of motion and impact effects now, aura clashing against hardened experience in a rhythm that sounds like meat hitting concrete. Neither gives an inch even as exhaustion creeps into their shoulders. Ladies, please, some of us have schedules. The commander nods slowly as the pieces click into place. She's focusing every drop of aura directly into her muscle fibers, instead of projecting it outward, trading long-term safety for explosive short-term output, because she knows her healing factor will patch up whatever damage she takes. The close-quarters brawl reaches its violent crescendo when the Regenerator simply overwhelms those ironclad defenses with volume. She hammers away with combinations too fast to counter, until the veteran's guard finally crumbles under the onslaught. Both fighters finally separate and the Regenerator crumples to her knees gasping for air, steam rising off her skin. Our guy walks over with his hands casually tucked in his pockets and admits quietly that he'd bet on the other woman. Wrong horse there, boss. He looks down at the collapsed genius with something approaching real respect. Finding someone who can push past their limits like this, turn their own body into a disposable weapon, and still keep standing afterward, that's the rare gift you build entire futures around. Subordinates arrive to carry the injured away. Before he can finish that thought, the purple-haired aide comes sprinting up the ridge with a tablet clutched against her chest and her face drained of color. Something happened on Mars, and by the look in her eyes, it's the kind of bad news that doesn't wait for anyone to catch their breath. Between desperate gulps of air, she explains that a blind spot in satellite coverage let an entire dungeon manifest right beside the colony's primary processing plant without anyone noticing. Nobody caught it until the sensor nets started pinging with organized hostile movement nearby. On the monitor screen, a massive crystalline entity designated as an Agram elemental lifeform looms over the red Martian landscape, with cold blue eyes fixed forward. The commander immediately barks orders for a full defensive perimeter using every production golem in the sector, because negotiations with this particular species are famously short and final. An explosion tears through the thin Martian atmosphere and blasts armored alien scouts backward like discarded toys, while Sung-Hoon Lee drifts through the fire, making it clear that trespassers won't be tolerated here. A massive blue crystal golem, their commanding officer, recoils in shock at finding an actual human on this world, and the tiny purple fairy Unhe lands on his shoulder to whisper intel about enemy numbers and ranks. He shoves aside the lesser scout-class monsters like they're nothing, and calls out the Viscount directly, watching that crystalline beast haul itself up from the bedrock to answer the personal challenge. The Sorcerer calmly informs them this territory belongs to him now, and the Agram leader actually apologizes before explaining his people got driven here against their will. He proposes negotiation terms which the Monster King accepts with obvious relief, but then immediately clarifies that being forced onto someone else's land still breaks the law, and laws demand payment. When asked what compensation he wants, he requests total racial subjugation and eternal servitude, so the Crystal Monarch flatly refuses to enslave his species to humans and triggers instant war. The self-proclaimed Great King bellows that his kind have never submitted to anyone in history, and launches himself into melee range while our guy smirks. He counted on exactly this response. The king transforms into some towering spectral horror, and unleashes his full opening salvo, but the sorcerer openly mocks the nerve of a mere Viscount calling itself royalty. He tanks the devastating blast without a scratch and immediately counters by summoning a colossal glowing hand of pure magical energy, a fifth-tier instant spell built to crush anything dumb enough to challenge him. That titan hand slams down and obliterates the Agram King completely, leaving a smoking crater where he stood, and the panicked subordinate monsters scream their leader must be dead, but he confirms the creature's still breathing down in the rubble somewhere. He offers the shattered monarch one last chance to keep fighting if any pride remains, but warns his patience just expired, and the defeated king forfeits the match right then, rather than eat another blow. With absolute victory locked down, he declares himself supreme ruler over every Agram on the planet, and orders them to start colonizing Mars as his first loyal subjects, while they all drop to their knees, from invading army to construction crew in under 10 minutes. The grateful monsters hail their new lord and savior, but he politely corrects the title. He prefers Lord, thanks, while the fairy quietly wonders whether verbal promises mean much from creatures this simple-minded. Halfway across the globe in some shadowy holographic command center, Jessica Rothschild delivers urgent intelligence to the Rothschild Elder. An unidentified mage has seized total control of Martian operations and enslaved the indigenous population without firing a single conventional weapon. The operative explains this sorcerer possesses impossible otherworldly knowledge and rejects every diplomatic approach they've tried. So the ancient patriarch realizes that in the post-Akasha system era, this lone individual rivals nation-states in influence and poses the single biggest existential threat their dynasty has ever faced. Sweet dreams, billionaire club. The politician's smug face fills the screen while he drones about preserving monster-spawning holes for economic growth, and Sung-hoon clenches his jaw hard enough to ache on his couch. His mother Yerim sips tea at the kitchen table and goes on about how wonderful these new safety measures are for property values, while he sits there picking at his thumb. She switches to grandkids and whether he'll ever make an honest woman of that nice coworker Yeong. So he closes his eyes and mentally shouts for his assistant before he loses it completely. Classic mom pivot. Yerim is mid-sentence about her friends bragging when purple light tears through the room, and a girl with short hair materializes out of thin air, startling tea right out of the old woman's hand. The newcomer bows deep and calls herself Master's closest assistant, which makes his mother blink in confusion at this random person. So he grabs the teleporting girl's arm and announces they're leaving immediately. Outside near the highway with the city skyline bleeding orange into dusk, Aina reports that the Rothschild family is funding the global push to treat dungeons like renewable assets, and news screens behind her repeat the same line. He explains that slowing down dungeon clears will trigger the Akasha system's emergency respawn protocol, which has already slaughtered dozens of hunters during recent Tier 3 outbreaks, and a tiny fairy lands on his shoulder to confirm the data. He decides to warn the UN and every superpower with nuclear capabilities that humanity faces actual extinction if this keeps up, though he figures they'll ignore one hunter screaming about magic systems nobody gets. When he asks his assistant to set up a meeting with the one Rothschild who might listen, she quietly lets him know that major governments have already dismissed his warnings as political maneuvering from a loose cannon. Later, at a quiet park bench where pigeons scatter between empty seats, he approaches a blonde woman in dark clothes who looks up and mentions she didn't expect him to call without scheduling first. That's Jessica Rothschild. The heiress leans forward with her coffee balanced on her knee and asks straight out whether another dungeon crisis is actually coming, while his assistant settles onto the bench beside them both. He tells her flat out that treating dungeons as free resources will trigger a second manifestation event, admits he's got zero physical proof, and watches her face shift into something almost relieved because she believes him on instinct alone. She explains that politics runs on consensus rather than individual testimony, suggesting that if his claim came backed by a powerful family name instead of just one man's word, world leaders might actually listen. Then, she catches herself wondering why she's offering strategy to someone outside her bloodline. He presses that this stupid policy could end the world within months, and the woman across from him straightens her posture to make a formal offer. Come under the Rothschild family's protection and get the institutional weight he desperately needs. She clarifies what protection means in her world by proposing they marry to make him an actual family member, and his expression shuts down cold because he didn't spend 12 years fighting monsters just to work for somebody else's agenda. Sung-hoon scratches his head like he has heard this complaint before. Aina leans in demanding if he truly doesn't care if humanity burns just because he won't budge. Her voice drops cold. The Rothschilds strike at every weak point, she warns. Behind her shoulder, a brown-haired woman smiles quietly. She heard exactly what she came for. They part with polite nods that promise conflict soon enough. He walks away knowing that political door slammed shut hard. Time to find another path forward. The sky outside shifts purple while they talk, the window framing their conversation about the alliance banning every dungeon entry. Real dignified stuff. Inside a bright hallway, Min Yeoyoung looks sheepish beside a pink-haired girl, panicking loud. The poor girl yanks useless at a cursed helmet stuck on her head from some joke gone wrong. He reaches for it expecting quick curse removal, but his fingers hit actual power instead. Lifting his gaze up, he speaks straight to the great sorcerer Kurachira's hiding inside. Fire erupts without warning. A goddess made of pure flame manifests before him. Arigma introduces herself as the deity of fire and metal, then asks about that soul contract he placed. Flames dance at reality's edges while she explains she waited ages for this dimension to unlock. It stayed sealed forever until recently cracking open, giving her a window through at last. The fire goddess explains her dwarven children are riding in alongside dangerous new Tier 4 dungeons. She needs someone tough enough to drag them from whatever dark hole they've fallen into. He jokes this sounds like that China undead stunt that almost swallowed a nation whole. Even so, he accepts the mission. Telling a goddess no sounds pretty suicidal. She snaps her fingers and quest text floats before his eyes in system format. Succeed for Metal's authority or die failing. Standard divine employment terms. Flames gutter low while she claims Metal's authority suits his tinkering habits perfectly well. The target waits beneath Earth's crust, she adds, then wishes luck and vanishes complete. He holds the helmet that served as his divine connection, breathing slow and steady. Turning to face two waiting girls, he prepares to explain their afternoon just changed forever. Both jump when he invites them along to raid a dungeon today. He shrugs and reminds them alliance. Lockdowns closed every legal gate, leaving exactly one option left. A secret cave mouth opens ahead that no government survey ever managed to locate. Purple light bleeds up from impossible depths as he steps forward to test whether solid ground waits below. The messages flash Tier 4 entry confirmed across Sung-Hoon Lee's vision as he reads the warning about special clearance requirements, while Sung Yerim beside him takes in the eerie red glow of a place where killing the boss apparently won't be enough to clear the stage. His purple-haired assistant Un-hee lands on his shoulder to tease him about commanding an all-girl squad, but before he can defend his honor, the green-haired scout reports back from her perimeter sweep looking pretty confused. The scout's voice drops as she admits she can't sense a single living organism within 5 kilometers. Dead silence in a dungeon this size means something's wrong, so he raises his hand and summons floating orbs called the Eyes of Magus to spread out and hunt what the sensors miss. Magical drones scatter across the dead zone like searching eyes, while the tiny fairy Aina confirms she'll ping him the moment any life signs flicker across the radar. Right now, this whole place feels like a graveyard nobody's dug yet. Yerim watches him from the corner of her eye, trying to place where she's seen that calm expression before. Then the distant horizon explodes in a pillar of fire and smoke big enough to rattle everyone's teeth. He's already analyzing the blast's signature before the echo fades. No magic residue, pure chemical combustion, most likely dwarven ordnance, which means they either found survivors having a really bad day or just located the crime scene. Classic dungeon welcome committee. The whole team activates their arc rings and lifts into the sky, though Un-hee immediately starts wobbling sideways like she forgot how gravity works, while the others shoot forward in formation. The scout doubles back to steady their struggling teammate, leaving him to accelerate alone toward the column of black smoke rising on the horizon. Someone has to get there first, and patience isn't exactly his strong suit today. He punches through the sound barrier so hard, the sonic boom leaves a visible trail of compressed light rippling behind him, while his trailing companions watch a golden speck vanish into the distance faster than should be physically comfortable. Yerim matches his breakneck velocity without even trying hard, pulling up alongside with a grin that says she's not about to let him walk into whatever caused that explosion alone. And honestly, he's not arguing. They burst into a fiery battlefield where monsters clash overhead against dwarves desperately fighting back with heavy weaponry. Aerial combat is her specialty, the woman declares. Real dignified stuff. Arrows and spells crisscross the sky as the two drop straight into the chaos, touching down hard among defensive positions where dwarven soldiers are burning through ammunition, holding back a tide that just keeps coming. He spots the real threat now, hundreds of clockwork automatons pressing the lines, individually weak but overwhelming in sheer numbers, which explains why these defenders look like they haven't slept in 3 days. Rough neighborhood. Yerim lands beside him and waits for the call, and he takes a split second to remember she's actually one of the decent people in a ranking system full of ego-driven maniacs. Yeah, they're definitely stepping in. He barks out the plan fast. She takes to the air to thin out the incoming trash mob while he handles the heavy targets hammering the castle walls, because if those breaches open, nobody inside survives the night. Time to earn their keep. Sung-Hoon Lee channels raw power through his arm as blue electricity spirals around his fist. The lightning ring spell forms before his boots even touch the stone. Over at the ruined walls, Horned dwarf warriors spot the human mage landing among them, and lose their minds cheering like Christmas just showed up mid-bloodbath. The dust cloud tears apart to reveal something far worse. A single fused monstrosity stitched together from nightmares rising slow from the rubble. He watches the abomination charge the broken gate with growing horror, while his new friends scream frantically about dropping rocks to buy them seconds. Massive boulders rain down but bounce right off its thick hide, so our guy rockets toward the breach shouting denials, because this cannot be happening right now. Regenerating skeletons pour through faster than he can count, and blasting them would vaporize the friendly dwarves standing directly in the blast zone too. He yanks a heavy spear straight from some armored warrior's shocked grip, because sometimes you just gotta stab problems the old-fashioned way. Real elegant stuff. Meanwhile, on a dangerously narrow bridge spanning the chasm below, Min Yuoyong plants her feet and grins ear to ear. Fighting an entire army solo is exactly what she dreamed about. She drives her spear tip down and summons enough lightning to blind everyone watching, creating a crackling barrier that stops the skeletal advance completely dead. He drops down right beside her mid-heroic pose, and she whirls around to complain that he murdered her cool, cinematic entrance with that uninvited cameo. The mage tunes out the griping and launches skyward instead, spreading both arms to unleash a sweeping burn spell that incinerates everything below into ash. Across the smoke-choked battlefield, red-haired Kaori stumbles backward clutching her chest. Her mana reserves just hit rock bottom when something horrifying approaches fast from the distance. Then warm golden light floods the whole field without warning, and every fallen soldier pushes back up rubbing their heads like resurrection was just a casual Tuesday surprise. The miracle worker reveals herself as Anusha, a white-robed divine servant working impossible magic, while he and aerial specialist Sung Yerim exchange stunned looks wondering who handed out free health packs. Leona's siren song weaves through the chaotic air, now carrying hope straight to every corner as our guy rolls his shoulders and steadies himself to dive back into the screaming mess. Sung Yerim snaps awake in absolute blackness, heart hammering against her ribs as a voice that isn't quite a voice slides through her skull like oil, calling her a foreign thing that stole what didn't belong to her. Then the void becomes water, freezing, crushing ocean water. A nightmare made of teeth and hunger seals her magic shut with one lazy gesture while she thrashes against lungs that won't fill. She's dying twice at once now, body starving for air while that presence whispers how sweet her consciousness tastes, how weak and breakable she is, and some part of her actually believes it. Her hand punches through the surface like it's punching through death itself. She drags herself up gasping, coughing, alive by pure animal desperation. Sung-hoon Lee catches her mid-scream before she can hit anything solid, his hands steady while he explains. He just yanked her out of a psychic ambush that would have melted her brain without the barrier he layered over her mind hours ago. She insists she's fine, she can fight, but he cuts her off cold. Mental damage rots you from inside if you ignore it, and before she can argue, he's already teleporting her back toward the team whether she likes it or not. Reality snaps back into focus with speed lines blurring past as she materializes beside Kaori. The green-haired mage whips around while her expression cycles through relief, confusion, and concern in about 2 seconds flat. The whole squad's cheering like they just won a war while she stumbles in looking like she crawled out of a grave. Someone definitely notices she came back solo. Yerim catches her breath long enough to report the enemy pulled back, but her voice shakes when she describes the power readings. Nothing should move like that. Nothing should exist like that. The mood crashes hard when they realize their guy is still out there facing it alone, though someone does manage a nervous joke about collecting bodies later. Real helpful timing there. Meanwhile, somewhere that isn't anywhere, Sung-hoon stands in violet nothingness, staring down a shape that calls itself Dimension Devourer number 47. It sounds almost polite when it explains it harvests life across every timeline like picking fruit. Ina lands on his shoulder, tiny purple-haired fairy, currently vibrating with professional alarm, and they trade notes fast because this thing doesn't match any database from his past life or hers. No biology file exists for a mass-produced god-eater. The fairy's eyes go wide half a second before her shield slams up, Then red light hits them like a truck made of dragons, literally dragon-class impact, the kind that flattens mountains. And even braced behind her barrier, he feels his bones rattle. Smoke clears enough for the devourer to sniff the air like it's smelling dinner. It zeroes in on whatever cosmic residue clings to him from that artifact. Its form starts warping into something worse, while he realizes he's flying blind against a creature that knows exactly what he's made of. It decides transformation takes too long and announces a 5-second countdown to something nuclear, actual nuclear. So our Sorcerer King does the smartest thing possible and runs like hell. The world turns pink-purple-white behind him as he shouts for Mac's barrier, and Aina cranks everything she has into a bubble. That bubble's probably the only thing keeping him from becoming a memory spread across 4 dimensions right now. Sung-Hoon Lee watches his nuclear blast hit the barrier without leaving a scratch, but before the smoke clears, something shifts. The target's form ripples, stretches, peels away its human shape like wet paper, revealing the actual predator underneath. He shakes off the blast wave and identifies what he's dealing with, pure psychokinesis wrapped in hunting instinct. So he reaches through their mental link and calls for backup, because soloing this particular math problem just isn't happening today. Aina, his strategic support back at command, hears the call and immediately seizes every available fusion reactor, spinning up a containment field around him just as the dimensional predator lunges forward hard enough to crack the void itself. His mind races through the failure data. The beast adapted to his nuclear strike in real time, learned the pattern, built a countermeasure. Pure firepower is officially off the table. So he dumps everything into anti-gravity and floats backward like he's surrendering, when really he's just making room to think. The predator smashes into empty ground where he stood half a heartbeat ago. Before the shockwave settles, it's already sweeping those pink energy beams across the darkness like a searchlight hunting for warm meat to vaporize. He studies the residue hanging in the air and finally recognizes what makes this attack different. An organism disintegration beam engineered to unmake cells at the molecular level. Getting clipped isn't taking damage. It's being deleted from existence entirely. Real comforting stuff. Through their mental link, his purple-haired tactician lays out the new game plan. They're playing the long game now, hiding their strongest cards, feeding basic attacks to buy time and gather intel until something cracks open. He weaves between the disintegration sweeps at max speed, while somewhere inside that writhing mass of shadow and teeth, the creature actually laughs at him, calls him a coward for running from a fight it clearly believes it's already won. His assistant's voice crackles through the link with worse news. The thing isn't just absorbing his beams anymore. It's actively learning to neutralize them, building a magical immune system right in front of his eyes like some kind of wizard-eating vaccine. She breaks down the mechanics of their problem. The beast constructed an anti-magical formula, a logical defense that interrupts mana invocation before spells can even form, turning every attack in his arsenal into useless noise against a lock he didn't know existed until 3 seconds ago. He pulls everything inward and pours it all into defense, reinforcing shields, hardening barriers, wrapping his own body in protective magic, pushed to the absolute red line of what his current tier can sustain. Offense died the moment that formula came online, and survival is the only victory left to chase. Predator drops from the upper darkness like a meteor, and lands hard enough to shake the void beneath his feet. Then it leans forward wearing that terrible smile and calmly demands he hand over his biological data, like this is a business transaction, and he gets a say. But he stopped listening. He finally spots the weak point. All that countermagic flows from a single central node, one structural point where the whole defensive system originates. If he can collapse that specific spot, he shatters everything in one shot. So he raises one hand toward the center of that grinning nightmare, and speaks a word that tastes like freefall, gravity collapse. And reality obediently folds in on itself, birthing a singularity that devours light, sound, and hope into a black hole that has no business existing inside a living battlefield. The event horizon swallows everything outward, while the predator's taunting scream cuts off mid-syllable as infinite gravity takes hold. He moves close enough to deliver the final blow. He knows what this thing really is, not a unique monster, not even special, Just one copy of a shared consciousness scattered across infinite dimensions, all sharing one memory of defeat. Sung-hoon stands before a crowd of dwarves who look like they've seen the end of everything, and their chief practically throws himself forward with gratitude thick enough to taste. Tessard's hands shake as he thanks him for the rescue, and the former Sorcerer King offers his name like it's the least important thing about any of them. The old chief settles into his chair and starts talking about the day their world broke open without warning. No omens, no messages from whatever gods they prayed to, just dimensional rifts vomiting monsters onto their streets out of nowhere. He remembers hearing almost that exact story from Ileona not long ago, and the weight of that pattern sits heavy while the desperate dwarf asks whether there's any way they survive what's coming. The mage nearby stays quiet, but he catches her watching him, waiting for an answer. The answer comes out simple: they'll make it through if they take down the thing in charge. But the chief's face crumples because hunger kills faster than monsters around here. So he calls out to his purple-haired assistant, and she materializes with inventory numbers that knock the old dwarf backward into his seat. 300,000 rations in storage. Nobody saw that coming. Later, near the warehouse district, he walks through streets where survivors have scraped together what little they could find: salt, some beer, and absolutely nothing else for 200,000 mouths to eat. The full party gathers under dim light while he lays out what they're fighting: dimension devourers, adaptive nightmares that learn from every loss. His assistant chimes in that her drones mapped 26 survivor pockets scattered across the ruins. The red-haired woman grips her staff tighter, and beside her someone with green hair nods like she's memorizing coordinates already. Recon data filters through showing enemies pulling back, retreating, regrouping, definitely planning something worse. He turns to the gate caster and tells her to move everyone somewhere safer right now. Her hands are already weaving the spatial magic before he finishes speaking, tearing holes between locations, while the analyst feeds her exact destinations. Gates flare open across the sanctuary, and people pour through in streams, families clutching kids and dwarves hauling whatever supplies they can carry. On the other side of the battlefield, something enormous stirs, prepares its own kind of welcome. He sets aside the nuclear fusion cores for later, one final card when the time comes. Out in the void between dimensions, thoughts bubble up without words. The Devourers decided evolution beats extinction. They're going to fuse into something big enough to crush every human who ever annoyed them. His assistant's face goes pale as the scan completes. She watches the enemy rewrite its own biology in real time. High above the sanctuary, the purple-haired tactician snaps her head upward, reports movement, massive, wrong-shaped movement. When he follows her line of sight, he sees it, a circular shadow blotting out the clouds, something that gave up being alive a while ago and became something else entirely. Confirmation slams through the comms. Every single devourer merged into one giant vessel floating overhead. He orders a full monoscan and calls for the gate mage to get back to position immediately. The numbers his assistant pulls up make 0 sense, readings spiking off every scale they've got. The mana counter gives up and just estimates 10 billion magic points pulsing inside that thing. Roughly, the energy output of a small star wrapped in armor plating. Someone mutters that it's not even a dragon anymore. It's a spaceship now, an actual warship built from nightmare flesh, and they're underneath it with pointy sticks and good intentions. Great odds, honestly. Orders go out to focus on staying alive and buying time, because that mothership isn't here to negotiate. Yerem steps forward with her red scarf catching the light, swearing she'll throw everything she has at the front lines. Her voice doesn't waver, even though everyone in earshot knows the math doesn't favor anyone breathing by sunset. Status check rolls in clean. Dwarves evacuated, nuclear core armed and waiting, evacuation complete according to his assistant's final tally. He launches himself skyward toward the weapon's position while she handles ground coordination. Wind screams past his ears as he climbs higher, air getting thin, the mothership's shadow swallowing the sun. Dimension Devourer finishes its transformation and hangs in the upper atmosphere like a moon made of teeth and hate. Sensors sweep the surface below, hunting warm bodies to erase. It found them, and it looks hungry. A futuristic ship drops through the sky while flames erupt across Sung Yerem's entire body. She's becoming something new now, something that burns straight from the inside out. The newly forged fire spirit reaches out and grabs hold of the shard of Akasha, this pure energy entity floating before her, and you can see the moment she decides this is exactly what she needs. And he slams a mana buff into her just in time, keeping the transformation stable so our fire mage can actually launch a real attack against the shard itself. She throws her head back and screams, half battle cry, half roaring furnace, and unleashes a tidal wave of fire crashing down on everything below her position. Then she does something completely wild and starts sucking every bit of thermal energy out of the air around her, pulling heat from the whole battlefield until the area turns cold and purple. Running on pure adrenaline and maxed out mana reserves, her body adapts itself genetically to handle the cold just so she can swallow a paralyzed, star-shaped enemy whole like it's a snack. Just casual cannibalism. Her allies stare in absolute horror, because from the outside it looks like she just devoured herself, or at least consumed someone who shares her name, and nobody's sure if that was the plan or a very hungry accident. The purple-haired support specialist waves them off, explaining that their friend is still alive in there, and basically charging up a massive battery made of stolen heat for one perfect release. Sensing their opening, a blue-haired warrior grabs the dazed pink-haired girl by the hand and drags her forward toward the enemy position, both of them feeling holy intervention rippling through the ground beneath their feet. Above the battlefield, the sky tears wide open and Gangram, the spirit king of Earth himself, manifests as a colossus of living rock, and even the green-haired summoner looks surprised at how huge this thing actually got. The spirit king floats there analyzing the mana-rich objects scattered around while down below. The fire mage's body starts shaking apart under the strain of digesting enough power to level a city block. She's pushed way past any safe limits now, running on energy her human frame was never built to contain, and she finally hits the floor hard before anyone can catch her. Gasping that her body simply cannot hold together much longer, she watches the confident pink-haired warrior step forward and volunteer to take over the fight like she's offering to carry a grocery bag. Bin Yuang activates some kind of restoration skill that floods the collapsed mage with fresh stamina, casually mentioning she used to work as a healer, which explains why she's so calm about touching someone literally glowing with radiation right now. The pink-haired fighter starts talking contracts and recruitment, while the blue-haired one yells at everyone to get moving again, because apparently monster apocalypses wait for absolutely no one's team-building exercises. Kaori slams her hands across the console. She routes every remaining power generator into the Great Extinction Cannon's core. At the same time, she's systematically dismantling the final safety protocols, the exact ones meant to prevent this kind of catastrophic discharge. Across the crumbling battlefield, Anhi snaps to attention. Evacuation orders crackle through her earpiece. Beside her, the white-haired mage plants her feet against the trembling ground. An anti-magic shockwave rips through the air like a silent scream, demanding that every human presence vanish from this place right now. Blue energy tears across the horizon faster than sound can travel. It slams into the earth below in a brilliant white flash. Somehow it makes no noise at all, as if reality itself simply chose to stop listening for a moment. Above the ruined dungeon, a jagged wound splits the sky open. Floating islands drift in void black nothingness beyond the tier. Sung-Hoon Lee tilts his head back to stare upward, mouth slightly open. Whatever he expected after firing an unstable antimatter weapon, this definitely wasn't. Survivors stumble together in the blast's aftermath. Sung Yerim turns to their dark-haired companion, gasping about how close that came. He cuts in to explain that physical evacuation was never an option. The anti-magic field would have dissolved any transport vehicle before it cleared the perimeter. His companion confirms the dwarven shelter held firm even as the castle crumbled to dust around it. Right then, a system window pops into existence before his eyes. It announces that his level has increased by 1. Almost insulting, really, given what they just survived. Before he can process that first notification, 15 more slam into his vision in rapid succession. Each flashes the same level-up message, until the counter finally settles at 16 consecutive promotions. There's an authority boost too, but instead of feeling powerful he gets a choice screen. claim the dungeon-clearing rewards, or use that authority to rescue 400,000 dwarven civilians still trapped inside. The party doesn't even hesitate. His companion is already shouting that they have to save the dwarves. Within seconds, everyone has voted to prioritize the rescue operation. They're all looking at him expectantly now, like he's some kind of newly elected official they've decided to call Mr. President. He selects the rescue option on the interface. The dimension around them starts flickering and warping like a bad television signal. Nearby, the field coordinator crouches down to examine the glowing dungeon core. It pulses with unstable energy now that its containment has been shattered. The system confirms his choice with a chime that echoes strangely in the destabilized air. Suddenly, mass teleportation sequences activate all around him, saving him from the absurd mental image of manually carrying 400,000 people through a portal one by one. The purple-haired specialist frantically adjusts transfer coordinates so nobody materializes inside a mountain. Light fades to reveal dense forest under a strange purple-tinted sky. He blinks several times, recognizing the terrain patterns. This is Liaoning province on Earth, specifically the area surrounding the massive world tree that sprouted from the planet's crust months ago like some cosmic weed nobody asked for. The entire group stands frozen staring up at the colossal tree. Its branches seem to scrape the edge of space itself. The purple-haired analyst reports that synchronization is complete. Then her expression shifts to mild alarm as she notes that 28 nuclear fusion reactors were apparently left behind in the dungeon during transit. Our guy's brain catches up to that number, and he goes completely still. He's doing rapid mental math on how much those reactor units cost. Meanwhile, his companion pivots immediately to practical concerns. How are they supposed to manage feeding and housing 400,000 dwarven refugees who just materialized in their backyard without so much as a change of clothes? He shakes off the financial panic and declares they'll settle the dwarves locally. Warriors and artisans of their caliber are worth more than any lost equipment. Somewhere in the background cluster, two bearded figures are already arguing loudly about proper beard maintenance protocols. Sounds like a deeply personal disagreement. The white-haired woman gathers her things to depart for her own village. She pauses only to extract a solemn promise from him. Food supplies will be sent immediately to her hungry people. The dark-haired operative waves goodbye from the tree line, watching her friend disappear into the forest as the weight of 400,000 new responsibilities settles heavily on everyone's shoulders. Flashbulbs strobe as Sung-Hoon Lee stands calm before a sea of microphones. He admits, he broke protocols, but he'd shred every treaty again to save those lives. Across town in some shadowed office, Jessica leans toward her guest. She argues the dwarves aren't just refugees. They're master craftsmen who breed faster than humans, which means under his leadership they could outpace the whole species. Calypso corrects her with a thin, patient smile. That guy isn't just a powerful mage, he's a sorcery engineer, and the heiress before her is barely glimpsing the tip of something massive. The advisor starts listing lost technologies and dwarf-made wonders, pressing that the Rothschild should ally now while the door's still cracked open. Realpolitik never takes a day off. The heiress rejects it flatly, arms crossed. She calls them both servants of death and declares her family wants zero political influence over this planet. They'll watch the apocalypse from the sidelines. Calypso rises, knocks once out of politeness, then pauses in the doorway. Her god finds the heiress particularly interesting, she adds before vanishing down the hall. Classic villain exit. Left alone with silence, the Rothschild scion rubs her temples. Servants of death infiltrating society with fake immortality promises. She mutters that this whole mess is basically a migraine that learned to walk. The subordinate opens the door. The elder demands her presence immediately, probably to figure out what the hell to do about a certain someone's complete refusal to follow any rule ever imposed on him. Later, in an observation room washed blue, Jessica studies monitors alongside a companion, a female fighter named Yuong's absolutely demolishing training metrics, while they desperately search for any edge they can find. Then they pull up his stat sheet, and the room falls dead silent. The numbers are so absurdly inflated that no amount of hard work will ever close a gap that size. Deep beneath the Namyeonju magic tower, our guy sits in darkness. He's thinking how vulnerable he feels without his party nearby, until he pulls out a glowing red ancient dragon's heart that pulses in his palm like something alive. Bad ideas usually start exactly like this. He calls out to his tiny green-haired fairy assistant. Aina materializes with that familiar professional buzz, already knowing he's about to attempt something catastrophically ambitious. He lays out his plan to reach Tier 6 tonight. When she agrees to help stabilize the mana flow, he immediately dumps every remaining stat point into pure luck, because apparently regular caution is for people who don't have dragon hearts. The ritual circle erupts golden as absorption begins in earnest. Our guy sits cross-legged at the center, while his assistant channels raw dragon force crackling louder than anything they've ever handled together. The sixth magical ring forms perfectly around his chest, but then it refuses to lock into place. His eyes blow wide with panic as the mana starts spiraling outward beyond anyone's ability to control. Sung-hoon Lee blinks against harsh light as Ileona leans over him, her hands trembling near his chest, relief washing over her face the second she confirms he's actually breathing again. The blonde woman grips his shoulders while Aina hovers close behind, both of them talking over each other about how scared they were that his body would just give out during whatever hellish process his cells just survived. They explain between ragged breaths that his body pulled a forced evolution to handle an impossible aura surge, somehow skipping an entire tier straight to Tier 8, which sounds great until you realize nobody planned for this. He lifts one hand to find long gray strands falling across his vision, matching the hair from his past life, and when he focuses on dust motes near the window, everything looks painfully crisp compared to the blurry world he woke up in this morning. He tries to sit up and test his new reflexes, but his arm moves too fast, releasing a concentrated burst that instantly vaporizes a tower-reinforced concrete wall behind him, leaving everyone frozen in shocked silence at the casual destruction. Smooth moves change. Leona claps her hands together with genuine awe at the display while he frowns and casts Detect Inward, scanning his own biology because something feels fundamentally different under his skin now, maybe wrong, maybe dangerously right. His status screen flickers into view confirming the impossible. His race reads as draconic human now, and beating inside his chest isn't a human heart anymore but a dragon's heart pulsing with ancient fire, just as word arrives that the dwarven manufacturing plant finally came online. 1 month later, President Park Ji-suk stares at projections showing trillions of won shifting through Korean markets as dwarf-manufactured products flood global trade, fundamentally rewriting which countries hold actual economic power in this new magic tech era. General Manager Kim steps forward holding what looks like any smartphone, until he explains it's the Magic Phone prototype from Unlimited Magico Factory, a product that has already turned the telecommunications industry completely upside down in just 4 weeks. An executive taps the screen and casts a perfect glacial spear without breaking a sweat, proving ordinary civilians can now buy combat magic like an app subscription, and the room falls silent as they realize fighting this force would be suicide. Allying is the only move left. Television screens loop footage celebrating how the phone erases the gap between awakened and normal humans, while Hunter Association spokespeople warn darkly about giving unlimited destructive power to people who can barely handle social media arguments. Fair point, honestly. Jessica Rothschild stands alone in the shadows of her family's ancestral hall, voice tight with frustration, as she argues they missed their chance to ally with him, because the Council of Elders has officially voted to eliminate the growing threat instead. The old man cuts her off with a dismissive gesture calling her weak for her sentimentality, formally stripping her of command authority for the upcoming operation, and leaving her standing there with nothing but anger and dread twisting in her gut. She drops to one knee, begging him to reconsider for the family's survival, but he remains cold as stone, handing her the ring of the family head, with orders to manage the aftermath if they all die trying to kill someone who just became part dragon. Wind whips across the Alaskan tundra around a silent Tier 4 dungeon entrance that has sat dormant past its 720-hour manifestation limit. and our guy stands at the threshold feeling something wrong in the air here, something waiting that shouldn't exist in a place this quiet. Sung-hoon Lee stands before a massive purple gate that hums with unstable energy. The desolate landscape stretches behind him in every direction. He can feel something stirring on the other side, glacial giants, probably, and lots of them. But honestly, he's more curious than worried about what his new body can actually do. The first giant bursts through the portal roaring, and our guy doesn't even flinch. His high draconic human physiology basically makes him a walking tank with dragon blood pumping through veins that burn hotter than any fire these frozen monsters have ever seen. He throws a single punch forward just to see what happens. The shockwave alone cracks the ground beneath his feet. Real dignified stuff. The giant swings its massive club down where his head was half a second ago, but he's already sidestepped and driving a fist into its ribs hard enough to hear bones snap through the howling wind. This is almost embarrassing. He's fighting like he's swatting flies, while the monster clearly thinks it's the apex predator here. Another blow connects, and the giant stumbles backward with glassy eyes. It's clearly trying to process why this small human thing hits like a freight train made of pure spite. It hasn't landed a single hit yet. He can see the confusion mixing with pain across its craggy face. He sighs and calls the whole thing pathetic. Not even a proper warm-up for someone who literally evolved beyond human limits just days ago. Then he drives his heel into the giant's chest before it can recover its footing. The creature skids backward through the snow and rocked like a rag doll thrown by an angry child. Standing over the fallen beast, he looks down at his own hands with something between wonder and arrogance. He realizes right now, today, he could probably overpower every hunter on Earth combined using nothing but raw physical strength. No magic required. Hospital bills don't pay themselves. The second giant charges from the portal's glow. Our Sorcerer King just watches it come with calm calculation, because he's already decided this one dies too. Those bodies are worth serious money on the materials market, and he's got bills. The beast launches itself through the air like a hairy missile, but he drops under the arc and comes up swinging into its exposed gut with enough force to lift the multi-ton creature off the ground entirely. It folds around his arm and crashes down hard enough to shake dust from nearby cliffs. Both defeated giants tumble into the abyss below the cliffside. He snaps his fingers and his shadow servants materialize from the darkness to drag the corpses back up. No point letting good inventory rot in a hole somewhere. The portal still pulses behind him, spitting out more monsters that he'll need to deal with eventually. Raising one hand toward the violet gate, he channels mana into a technique called Tear of Space and Time. It rips through reality itself, forcing the dimensional wound shut with a sound like the universe screaming into a pillow. The light flickers, dims, and the gateway seals itself with finality that feels almost too easy. The system interface flashes purple notifications across his vision. Achievement unlocked. Inventory updated. 10 units of something added. Then Kaori materializes beside him in that familiar shimmer of light. Her tiny fairy form buzzes with the professional energy of an assistant who has bad news to deliver. She handles all the boring logistics so he can focus on punching things. Kaori's expression shifts to genuine concern as she reports her scans picked up another dungeon spawn forming less than 20 kilometers from here. Sealing one gate just triggered another to open somewhere else like some cosmic game of whack-a-mole. He listens with his arms crossed, processing that this problem might be way bigger than one afternoon's work. They stand together discussing the frustrating truth. Nobody actually understands how dungeon logic works anymore. Gates keep appearing in Antarctica, the Amazon, random population centers. If he keeps fighting at full power near cities, the collateral damage will make him public enemy number one faster than you can say property damage. Strategy matters now more than raw strength. Later that night on the rooftop of Namyeonju Magic Tower, he stands alone under starlight. He begins tracing complex geometric patterns in the air with glowing fingertips. Each line of interdimensional creation, magic weaves itself into a perfect circle that hums with potential energy. This is the test he's been waiting for. Safe space, no witnesses, maximum destruction allowed. Inside the simulated parallel dimension he just created, nuclear fire blooms in silent slow motion across a digital landscape. It exists only within the boundaries of his own spellwork, testing exactly how much damage his new form can unleash without burning down the actual world. The mushroom cloud rises beautiful and terrible. He watches it with quiet satisfaction, finally understanding his own seal. A massive rift tears straight through the sky above Yellowstone, and the Slime King spills out like someone appended a bathtub full of living nightmares. The screen flashes Ultimate Zero. Then a blinding blue sphere erupts outward and whites out the entire horizon with raw, crackling power. The blast scorches the earth clean, but the beast survives. Sung-hoon Lee rockets closer, eyes locked on that faint pulse deep inside the mass where the core has to be hiding. He finds it 500 meters down, buried in the center, and starts charging Seismic Strike because there is no reason to drag this out any longer than necessary. The spell punches through and detonates the nucleus from within. The Slime King pops like an overfilled balloon, the rift snaps shut behind it, and he drifts there alone among the valuable slime remains, quietly pleased with how smoothly his subspace testing integrated into today's hunt. He pockets the rare material and freezes mid-step because armed soldiers are spreading across the ridge ahead, and those are definitely not tourists. Vacation's over. Meanwhile, Desmond stands in a dark command room briefing his elite squad. Their target is the Archwizard, a dangerous wizard sitting somewhere around Tier 5 or 6, who needs putting down before he gets any stronger. The strategists finalize plans to neutralize electricity-based magic first, with nuclear ordnance authorized as backup, because apparently subtlety died sometime yesterday. Back on the battlefield, the Sorcerer King reaches for his subspace connection and hits dead air. His mana supply just got severed by death magic from somewhere off-screen, and he is completely boxed in with nowhere left to run. Before he can compensate for the loss, binding spells slam into him from every angle while a crushing black aura descends overhead like a funeral shroud and pins him flat against the ground. Some enemy fighter starts laughing about the Death Knight's aura surrounding him, and suddenly it all clicks. The U.S. government has allied with the Cult of Death, which explains why everything about this ambush feels so fundamentally wrong. He starts lecturing the poor bastard about what serving death actually costs a soul, but their commander is already screaming orders for a full-gravity magic assault before philosophy class can finish wrapping up. Jessica Rothschild leads the charge herself, thinking privately that they would all be rotting corpses right now if they had tried this stunt before his recent power spike. But she attacks anyway because hesitation kills faster than swords ever could. Coordinated teams swarm him using monster hunting formations, flanking and striking in perfect sync to keep him pinned under an avalanche of steel and spellfare. Very organized bully. Then he shifts. One attacker crumples instantly as our guy breaks free without any visible effort, laughing at their timing because they calculated absolutely everything except how fast he adapts when you corner him and make him angry. Park Jin-suk hauls boxes into their new high-rise while his daughter races through empty rooms, finally settled in Seoul after months of running, or so he hopes. His buddy Shin tears open a heavy company package expecting gear, but finds instead a glowing digital timer locked at 88 minutes and ticking straight towards zero. Across town that same night, top-tier tanker Kim Doo-jin walks down a quiet street until a complete stranger buries a knife in his gut, slipping past every defense like it was nothing. The father sprints through dark alleys clutching his phone because these aren't random muggings. Someone's hitting everyone connected to the team at once, and he needs to sound the alarm before another bomb drops. Meanwhile, deep in the Amazon, a lone woman stands sweltering when an anti-hunter bullet screams toward her face, and Min Yeong snatches it barehanded out of midair without even thinking. The hunter emerges calling himself Thunder Runner. James tells her he's been sent to eliminate anyone tied to Lee Sung-hoon, which puts her name pretty high on his kill list tonight. She tells him there's nothing to discuss with someone sent to murder her, dropping into a combat stance as the jungle goes dead silent around them both. The fighter launches forward faster than the eye can follow and lands a strike that makes him howl. Then his hidden squad bursts from the bushes with weapons raised, turning her clean fight into a 5-on-1 mess. Attackers close in from every angle while she weaves and blocks, but her eyes keep darting around searching for the teammate who should be watching her back right now. Drained completely dry of mana and forced to her knees, she stares up at the assassin leader as he lays out her options. Accept subordination magic and serve him forever, or die here in the dirt. Thunder Runner checks in with his squad and learns everyone's wounded but breathing. That gives him pause. She shouldn't have pulled those punches this precisely while losing this badly unless she held back on purpose. A woman who controls that much power even while beaten half-death is too risky to keep alive, he figures. So he draws a humming blue blade and raises it overhead to finish this properly. Before the sword falls, their leader materializes directly behind the attacker and catches the killing edge between two fingers, ordering him to stop in a voice that allows exactly zero argument. Yuang teases our guy about his ridiculous entrance, but she can't hide how relieved she is that he actually showed real dignified stuff. A nuclear fireball blooms over Yellowstone as reality tears open. Sung-Hoon Lee rips a pocket dimension out of thin air, dragging his allies into frozen time while the world burns behind them. He slams a slave spell into the bald hunter's chest before the man can react, the magic sinking deep like a hot blade through butter, while the brute's eyes go wide with dawning horror. The enslaved hunter roars at that word and lunges forward with a haymaker meant to shatter skulls, but our sorcerer sidesteps like he saw the punch coming 3 full seconds ago. Magical bindings snap tight around the attacker's throat mid-swing, choking off his scream as he drops to his knees clutching his neck while his master stands over him completely untouched. Real dignified stuff. While Desmond gurgles on the ground fighting invisible chains, the blonde hunter kneels immediately with both hands raised, smart enough to pick survival over pride when the alternative involves whatever just happened to his teammate. The sorcerer looms over the cooperative one and drops Desmond's name, rank 1 hunter, currently choking on magic, offering a simple choice between talking now or losing brain cells protecting information that won't save anyone anyway. Blonde insists he only followed orders like any good soldier would, but slips up and admits our guy wasn't the only target tonight. This was a coordinated sweep hitting multiple marks at once. One strike knocks the talkative one flat for withholding details about who else got targeted, and across the battlefield, the blue-haired woman settles into a combat stance with murder in her eyes. Finding out his people were marked alongside others makes something cold click into place, and he announces total war on everyone breathing in this frozen pocket, no peace, until one side stops existing completely. Extreme gravity crashes down like a deity stepping on an anthill, instantly pulverizing the ground beneath them, while the rank 2 fighter scrambles desperately against weight pressing in from every direction at once. Jessica Rothschild manages to dodge the killing blow through sheer reflex, but her leg snaps like dry kindling under the pressure, earning actual grudging respect from someone who usually treats hunters like disposable tools. She's got spine, he'll give her that. His boot comes down hard on her shattered limb before she can drag herself away, and she starts begging immediately, offering surrender, offering secrets, offering anything if he'll just lift the agony shooting up through her broken bones. Surrender doesn't buy her anything because brain hacking rips straight into her memories without asking permission first, and for one terrible second the image flickers to show someone lying unconscious in a hospital bed connected to machine. His left eye glows bloody crimson as Data tears violently out of her screaming mind, while the small pink-haired figure watches the whole brutal extraction from a distance with genuine worry written across her face. What surfaces from her violated memories shows nothing but suits shaking hands in sterile rooms. Turns out the real intelligence was locked behind security clearances that throwing multiple high-ranking hunters at the problem couldn't crack. What a waste of good muscle. Inside the White House, the president sits stone-faced while his staff delivers the grim update. The Yellowstone blast vaporized every hunter in the area, including the specific target they were all praying would die. That target strolls into the meeting room like he owns the place. Sung-Hoon Lee doesn't even flinch when 2 security guards draw their weapons. He flicks his wrist and binds them mid-draw while his magical companion Aina materializes beside him, warning everyone else to stand down or suffer the same fate. smooth entrance. The president starts shouting about how this is the White House and violence is absolutely forbidden here, completely missing that a swirling spatial distortion is already tearing open reality between them like tissue paper. Then our guy releases his killing intent, not as some metaphor, but actual physical pressure crushing the air out of the room until the leader of the free world gasps like a landed fish, lungs forgetting how to expand. He tells the wheezing man exactly why he's here. American hunters nuked him while he was protecting their country from monsters, so now he's officially declaring war on the government that tried to erase him. Watching the confused panic spread across the old man's face, the sorcerer realizes something important. This puppet doesn't even know who ordered the assassination, just reading scripts written by people with actual power. So the hunter lays out his actual target plain and clear: the Rothschild family, plus every single person in this administration, shielding them from consequences, while other hunters die doing their dirty work. Without waiting for permission or protest, he opens a glowing blue portal right in the floor and drops through it, leaving behind a room full of bound security, and one president who finally understands how thoroughly outmatched his country's become. Staffers immediately start screaming for emergency meetings and military retaliation, but their boss silences them with a single look, like maybe he's finally learned something about picking fights you can't possibly win. Shocking workplace development. Later, sitting alone with the weight of what he witnessed, the president thinks back on that pressure in the room, something the Eastern countries call killing intent, a force that hasn't belonged to anything human for a very long time. He makes the smartest decision of his entire term: let the Rothschilds burn and stay out of the way. Across the country, news hits the intelligence community like a shockwave, high-ranking officers and spymasters turning up dead or frozen solid in their tracks. Mike Cypher and Conrad among the casualties, proving this war didn't wait for anyone's official declaration. Meanwhile, at some mercenary compound, Desmond walks through the gates looking remarkably healthy for a guy reported vaporized in a nuclear explosion. His old teammate, big guy with glasses, barely registers the impossibility before Desmond's fist connects with his jaw. "Great to see you too, but..." Those eyes hold nothing but hollow obedience now. Desmond explains he serves a master, owns him body and soul. This sorcerer does, and swings again without hesitation because orders leave zero room for nostalgia, mercy, or the decade they spent fighting side by side. The big man blocks and counters desperately, trading brutal blows with someone he trusted with his life. Slowly the horror dawns. Every member of their squad must have suffered the same fate, broken and enslaved, puppets dancing on strings they can't see or cut. Deep inside the Rothschild stronghold, the elder sits in his command chair accepting reports that every asset, every contingency, every carefully laid plan has collapsed into ash around him. He tells his trembling staff he'll handle this personally. Time to play the final card since the pawns are all out of commission. Sung-Hoon Lee sweeps his eyes across the huge Rothschild mansion halls, while his tiny fairy companion Aina hovers nearby. Nothing but dust and dead silence where armed guards should be standing. The fairy's sensors suddenly spike as she picks up something foul churning underground, and he answers by driving his fist straight through the marble floor like it was cardboard. Deep below, an old man bathes in crimson light beside his associate, remarking how sweet the dark mana tastes after sacrificing 1,000 souls to get here. Swirling red energy rips reality apart as the patriarch mumbles something pathetic about following his master Jessica even into hell, which tracks, given where they're standing. A nightmare called Yasmer, the Avenger, explodes through the opening with bat wings spread wide, cackling about crossing space and time just to say hello. The demon strikes a dramatic pose and offers his contractor anything a soul could want, calling himself King of Demons with the swagger of someone who's never been dead. He rattles off options like eternal life and world domination, then freezes mid-sentence because someone else just crashed their party uninvited. The old man calmly orders the demon to handle the trespasser, and the creature grins like a kid who just got permission to break something expensive. Our guy drops from above calling the family head a rat hiding in holes, and the elder actually complains about the lack of doors and basic manners. He floats in purple void space, griping about the terrible reception, while the demon looms forward, promising some personal attention for their gate crasher. The sorcerer greets the monster by name like an old friend, which makes Yasmer try to read his soul on the spot, while his fairy quietly wonders if her boss actually knows this thing. The demon's eyes go wide as recognition hits. Not some random hunter, but the exact bastard who ambushed and beat him 3 separate times across past lives. He screams about cheap shots pulled during unstable summonings, but the family head coldly reminds him that contracts don't care about fair fights. The patriarch invokes binding divine authority from his death cult god, and the demon snarls at being treated like a pawn, while his body refuses to resist the command. The old man admits he'd lose a straight fight right now, so the creature shifts into female form and starts devouring those 1,000 purchased souls for an emergency power boost. Urachiraz throws his head back and cackles. A sphere of purple death expands from his palm, aimed straight at the Rothschild estate like he's swatting an insect. Sung-Hoon Lee slams both hands forward. Absolute defense flares to life, a shimmering wall catching that blast inches from his face. Barrier holds, though he's coughing crimson now. Demonic corrosion eats through his insides, so he calls out for Aina before his legs buckle. Her hands glow green as curse nullification floods through him, scrubbing away the rot. Meanwhile, the demon descends through smoke, calling this whole fight a warm-up stretch. Real humble guy. He reaches into nothing and pulls out the infinity wand crackling with blue light. Somewhere off-screen Min Yeoyung's jaw drops. That artifact shouldn't even exist anymore. Our guy explains how the wand runs on nuclear electricity, which is terrifying when you think about it, then raises it high as the sword of purification manifests overhead. The blade comes down like divine judgment. The monster freezes behind that skull mask, eyes wide with something that looks almost like fear. He recovers fast, sneering that a Tier 8 caster couldn't possibly channel that much mana without burning himself out. Then he lashes back with claws made of pure shadow. Our hero just smiles and proves the math completely wrong. He fires 100 swords in rapid succession until the sky turns into a blender of holy light. The demon takes the barrage hard enough to crack his armor, finally stops playing around, summons dark fog that swirls into his true form emerging from the darkness. He's been waiting for exactly this moment, though. As the transformed beast lunges toward the healer, our guy draws a weapon forged from Orierekin, metal that burns demons on contact. The strike connects, and the creature shrieks, genuinely confused because nothing should hurt this badly, especially not from someone still bleeding from earlier. Panic sets in. The demon rips open reality itself, dragging everyone into the demonic realm where he rules supreme and humans become snacks. Lee actually apologizes for underestimating the situation, which is wild, then reveals he brought a gun specifically designed to shatter dimensions. The Great Extinction Cannon materializes in his grip. He pulls the trigger. A beam of annihilation crosses the void between them, while the monster stares down his approaching doom with absolute disbelief written across what's left of his face. A helicopter chops through gray sky over Buckinghamshire, where everything's gone weirdly glassy and smooth. Down below, some news anchor's voice crackles through the static. Reporters found bodies at the Rothschild estate after what looks like a small war broke out. Inside a windowless briefing room, vampire monarch Elish leans against the back wall with his fangs barely tucked away. He tells the suits gathered around the table that last night's battle ripped reality open like cheap fabric. Demons are pouring through the wound now, he explains, all hungry for souls they can twist into weapons. Harrison shuffles in late looking like he hasn't slept since the summoning happened, and Chuck tears into him immediately about mobilizing hunters without proper authorization chains. The older man rubs his temples and mutters that he's a bureaucrat, not a general, which nobody finds comforting given the literal Hellgate situation. The room circles around the obvious problem. Anyone seeking payback for the Rothschild massacre needs to disappear quietly before the Sorcerer King decides to make an example of them. Jessica Rothschild herself presents a trickier dilemma, though. Locking up the last heir looks bad even by shadow government standards. Vampire cuts through all the bickering with one hand raised, claiming his god has specific interest in keeping the girl alive and unharmed. He won't elaborate on those plans. He just smiles wide enough to show those teeth again. Meanwhile, our guy shakes hands with the new HD Group CEO, both of them eager to work together now that the old powers have crumbled. Real dignified stuff. Next, he's shaking hands with the U.S. president in a photo destined for history textbooks. It's the kind of meeting where both sides bring translators, but everyone understands the subtext perfectly. He's walking around with the firepower of a small nation stuffed inside one human body. The treaty hits the desk, and he signs it with a pen worth less than the paper it's printed on. His territory's officially sovereign soil now, G7 privileges attached. 12 years ago, this man was delivering ramen to pay hospital bills. Now ambassadors bow when he enters rooms. Under the UN podium lights, hot enough to give you a tan, he addresses the whole assembly in calm tones about cooperation and peace. Every world leader within earshot quietly calculates how many nukes it would take to make him flinch if things ever went sideways. Later, alone in his office, the weight of all this settles in. His alpha team scattered to the wind because politics got too dangerous for normal hunters. That leaves exactly one student stubborn enough to stay when everyone else picked safety over loyalty. Manhwa's voice comes through on secure comms, confirming the others made it out safely to civilian lives somewhere. She adds that Min Yeong refused evacuation orders 3 times before they stopped asking, and just updated her training regimen instead. Africa's scorched heat presses down on the pink-haired hunter as she tells her mentor she's tired of nearly dying every single fight. She demands a path strong enough to crush threats flat without breaking a sweat. Manhwa nods slow and asks if she's ever heard of Ascended Ones, the rank above Aura Master where hunters stop being human and start being something monsters fear instead. The concept settles between them like a challenge thrown down. Raw talent versus impossible ceiling. The mentor confirms that yes, her student's ridiculous growth rate might actually crack that barrier if she survives the attempts. Her target surfaces off the Cape of Good Hope, a rank SS field boss called Abaddon dragging itself from the waves in a cascade of saltwater and malice. Blue energy crackles along a frame built purely for slaughter. The beast charges with a roar that vibrates right inside your chest cavity, and the young hunter launches herself forward to meet it mid-swing. She looks tiny against something designed to wipe cities off maps. A red-haired soldier hunkers behind burning wreckage in Widnes, firing his rifle dry at Merman charging through smoke, while screaming for backup he knows isn't coming. Something vast and purple rips open the sky above him, and from the dark below, a skeletal shark monster with glowing eyes lunges straight for his throat. 3 blocks away, blonde hunter Min Yeong flattens herself behind a concrete slab, listening to the wet sounds of her squad getting eaten alive, while she begs whatever's out there to just leave her alone. A jaw like a steel trap snaps around her forearm mid-plea. The world goes white-hot as her arm tears free with a sound like ripping canvas, and she screams until her lungs run empty. She stands there staring at the stump where her hand used to be, blood pulsing between her fingers, thinking she should have put the gun in her own mouth 10 minutes ago instead of waiting to become fish food. Shark faces swarm closer while she apologizes out loud to her mother for dying so stupidly. Then a voice speaks one word, and absolute zero engulfs the street. Everything just stops. Frozen mermen shatter into gore as Sung-hoon Lee descends from the clouds, the white-haired archwizard glancing at the carnage with mild annoyance before calling these nightmares man-eating tuna. He actually commands them to regenerate so he can finish the job properly. Real dignified stuff. The wizard crouches beside the armless girl and waves his hand over the wound, flesh knitting back together while making some crack about Brexit isolating England from everything now, including her missing limbs. She gapes at her fully restored arm, asking if he's actually the famous Korean archwizard. He launches himself skyward to find the spawn point, ordering her to pull back with what's left of her unit. But she doesn't move. There's nothing left to command. Every single person under her protection is already dead in the rubble. Blue resurrection energy crackles across the battlefield as Desmond sits bolt upright, touching his chest in complete confusion, because he remembers being eaten whole by fish roughly 3 minutes ago. The blonde hunter watches in awe, She's heard rumors about this guy's necromancy work in China. 700 meters under the North Sea, the same white-haired sorcerer floats serenely inside a protective bubble now, studying the massive black hole in the ocean floor that vomits mermen endlessly into the world above. Inside the swirling purple void below, cultists dance around the widening portal, while the gateway stretches hungrily outward, making room for something that definitely won't fit through a human-sized door. An eye the size of a building blinks open in the darkness. The hovering mage raises his staff high and shouts the trigger for absolute zero, a frozen shockwave designed to lock an entire ocean solid in one shot. Half the North Sea turns to glass and ice in a heartbeat, crystalline spears jutting toward the sky, while the sorcerer surveys his instant glacier with the quiet satisfaction of a man who remembered to defrost the fridge before leaving town. Then the ice explodes outward as a whale, the size of a mountain bursts through the frozen surface, and a voice slams directly into the wizard's skull, informing him that his cute ice trick is just a temporary inconvenience for an ascended mammal that was coming anyway. Sung-hoon Lee watches the energy blast tear through his defensive barrier like wet paper. Something cold settles in his gut when he realizes the trajectory isn't aimed at him at all. It's aimed somewhere far worse. High above the clouds, our guy confronts the beast directly, and the whale bellows this wasn't personal. Pure revenge, it says. There are still hundreds of thousands of humans left to slaughter before it's satisfied. Charm. He slams both hands forward and casts space distortion with everything he has left, barely wrenching the beam away from London before it obliterates the city below. Every muscle screams from the strain. His mage ally Unhe screams their defensive spell can't hold against an attack this size, but the hunter's already barking commands. Keep changing the angle while he buys precious seconds for civilians running for cover. With a twist of reality itself, he rips open a subspace dimension mid-fight, dragging the confused Leviathan into a sealed pocket universe where they can tear into each other without burning down the country. Smart move. Blood splatters from his mouth as the dimensional backlash hits his insides, and through the copper taste, he mutters that he underestimated how heavy this particular encounter would get. Understatement of the year. The massive beast acknowledges his power to create dimensions, labels him a future threat that must be eliminated immediately. Meanwhile, our man's already preparing for a lethal strike right back. Supersonic vibrations have rattled his brain into heavy damage, so he makes the call right there. Divert all processing power to the revival spell instead of healing himself. That gives him exactly 10 minutes to finish this battle and bring back the dead. Deep in the ocean darkness, he casts an attention disruption spell to hide their combined mana signature, beginning the slow and complex ritual to summon something massive from the seabed, while the whale surfaces overhead. The glowing obelisk punches up through the water column like a divine spear, and the whale wheels around frantically, wondering what the hell just erupted from beneath its belly. The pentagram of despair snaps into brutal activation around the trapped beast, multiple dark obelisks rising from the sea to form an inescapable cage, while the monster thrashes wildly trying to spot the invisible wizard controlling this trap. From his hidden position, he reveals the mechanics of his counter. Those adamantite obelisks aren't just containing the Leviathan, they're actively drinking in its divine power, which is already starting to fade from its body. When the creature roars about its immortal godhood, the reborn wizard calmly notes he specifically designed this magic circle to destroy demigods. Turns out killing gods was just another Tuesday afternoon in his past life. The obelisks pulse with stolen energy hitting absolute capacity, and with a single cold thought, he triggers the final command sequence to turn the monster's own divine power into the weapon that ends it forever. The explosion rips through the subspace dimension with enough force to crack reality, but somewhere outside this pocket universe, the clock's still ticking down on those 10 minutes. He promised the fallen soldiers waiting for him to bring them back. In the frozen wastelands of Alaska, even giants can bleed. That's what Jessica Rothschild screams into the howling wind as Kim Hangley braces his weapon for what comes next. Their mana tanks run bone dry when another wave crests the ridge. The squad leader barks a full retreat because living matters more than mission completion right now. A shock spear tears into the earth right behind them. The detonation hurls snow and debris clear across the valley floor. Great timing. When the dust finally settles, he pushes himself up from the crater's edge. He stumbles toward his fallen teammate to feel for a pulse. A massive shape looms up to block their escape. The frost giant king himself, calling them fly-like midgets scurrying through his domain. The grinning titan explains that his king wants them captured alive. He'll tear their limbs off one by one. Keep the torsos functional, though. Real hospitable guy. Purple killing intent rolls off him in waves. He rants about human cruelty and what would happen to civilians if these hunters actually made it home. Before he finishes that thought, a massive fiery explosion engulfs his upper body. It sends him tumbling backward through the snow. An SS-rank frost giant drops in a single hit. The squad leader stares at the red silhouette descending from the sky. Rank 1 hunter Sung Yerim just arrived to save their skins. Fashionably late. She touches down in her crimson combat suit and mutters that the power gap feels unreal. She knows exactly why her body handles this output now after training under Lee Sung-hoon. Inside her head, she runs the numbers. The white-haired archwizard's coaching gave her mana efficiency that lets her cast skills which would have torn her apart months ago. Then the rank 1 hunter spots a dark silhouette on a distant cliff. Suddenly her vision swims, a fear status effect slamming into her nervous system. Her enchanted necklace flickers and absorbs most of the pressure. A voice echoes through her mind praising her resistance before dismissing her entirely, claiming more important business demands attention. She turns to run because, whatever that thing is, she cannot win this fight. Halfway across the world at the Cape of Hope, the white-haired master watches the battle feed on his phone. Aina floats nearby chattering about how her own powers evolved recently. She's thrilled. His eyes go wide at footage showing an unblockable internal explosion technique. His floaty companion playfully warns him not to get any ideas before a red system alert flashes behind them both. Under Alaska's starry skies, automated assault units stand ready while military types argue about territory and VIP status. Real dignified stuff. Sung-hoon turns to Min Yeoyoung running on fumes after 3 days of fighting. He tells her plainly these creatures can't share Earth. It belongs to humans. She nods, too tired to argue. Whatever manifested down here has already gone beyond normal dungeon behavior. High above the atmosphere, astronauts aboard Starseeker drift past the observation window. They spot something impossible sliding toward Earth's curve. Command center staff scramble through readouts. The commander identifies the shape. Starship Hanalmaru, 12 kilometers of orbital firepower that shouldn't exist yet. He barks for the analytic team while everyone leans forward studying incoming combat data. Back on the frozen ground, the exhausted mage stares upward with genuine wonder. How did anyone teleport something that massive across space instantly? She notes the magical jamming still blocks them from finding the boss's exact location. The white-haired wizard confirms the area is clear of civilians. He turns to Aina, who controls their heavy artillery systems, ordering her to fire the heavy mass cannon Ascalon directly at the manifested zone. She locks onto coordinates without hesitation. The cannon screams downward and strikes Earth hard enough to reshape geography. But when the dust settles, their weapons specialist reports back frustrated. Zero valuable data, no structural weaknesses exposed, nothing they can use. Before anyone can regroup, spiritual energy fuses together in the crater and forms something enormous. The Archwizard commands his artillery expert to seize direct control of Hanalmaru's systems for live benchmarking. Her fingers fly across the console, overriding the ship's protocols. Suddenly, the worn-out mage shouts a warning about an enemy presence directly overhead. This confuses everyone. His detection magic showed absolutely nothing in that sector of sky. He questions how she sensed it when his spells came up blank. A mutant frost giant materializes from the clouds. It's smaller than its brethren but radiates genius-level magical pressure that actively crushes his detection field into static. She confirms she detected it first. Her sensors spiking before his could even register interference. The creature fully manifests as the Frost Giant King. He declares himself a true predator, a complete ascended being demanding to know which of them claims leadership. Someone on the ground actually compliments his entrance. Classic villain monologue. Spotting a microsecond opening in the giant's posturing, the wizard seizes the tactical window. He orders every weapon aboard the orbital platform to focus all fire on that single target immediately. While the bombardment lights up the sky, the pink-haired hunter begins weaving an incantation. She pulls together knowledge, mana, and raw will to shatter the racial restrictions binding her current form. Blue energy crackles around her fists as ascension magic takes hold. She completes the octo spell, mystification. Her body transforms into heavenly form, glowing with power as she announces she's finally reached equal footing with the boss. The air around her hums with dangerous promise. Transformed mage faces the ascended king. He dismisses the spaceship entirely and steps forward demanding a duel. Nothing but technical skill and pure magic against her new form. She accepts without a word, and two titans ready themselves to collide over the frozen wasteland below. Two gods tear holes in the night sky. Sung-Hoon Lee crashes through the dark trading blows with Hanel-Maru, purple energy cracking around them as they move faster than sound itself. The white-haired archwizard throws punch after desperate punch, but the demigod weaves through every strike like he's dancing through summer rain. Speed wins. Our guy gets hammered sideways through a rock formation, stone exploding around him as the enemy presses the advantage without even breathing hard. Cornered and bleeding momentum, the Aura Master snaps his fingers and unleashes conceptualization, decomposition, reality itself screaming as blinding light erupts outward in every direction. Below, Sung Yerim watches the explosion paint the clouds silver, her eyes wide because she has never seen anything like this from him before. Down on the ground, Eun-hee tugs at the red-haired hunter's sleeve and asks quietly if their friend is actually losing this fight up there in the dark. The hunter admits she cannot even track the movements anymore, just blurs of purple and blue tearing holes where two gods are killing each other. Back in the thin air, the demigod actually nods, respecting what the Aura Master has thrown at him so far, which would be flattering if our guy wasn't currently realizing he is completely outclassed. Every mental calculation he runs comes back with the same brutal answer. No more traps, no more clever setups or obelisk gambits. Absolute zero. The temperature drops so fast the atmosphere turns solid, ice crystals spreading in every direction as he tries to freeze the entire battlefield into a statue gallery. Real, ambitious stuff. Retaliation comes hot, fast, and personal. Bright star blazes to life above the demigod's palm. 6 consecutive blasts hammering down like the sun itself decided to step in and personally beat someone senseless. He would be paced on the wind right now without mystification still active. That buff is the single reason his insides stay inside his skin. The demigod clicks his tongue, disappointed, lecturing him about losing focus in the middle of a death match like some remedial classroom. Another impact hits hard. This one sends him spinning end over end, a raw cry ripping from his throat as white-hot pain lances through his shoulder and ribs. Watching from far below, Eun-hee grabs the hunter's arm and insists they have to do something concrete before he dies alone up there against that monster. She agrees, Screw standing back, and starts charging combat energy to intervene personally. Consequences be damned. Teleport. She materializes directly behind the demigod mid-swing, blade already raised for a surprise strike that should have landed perfectly clean. Your panic spikes through the sky now. Our guy sees his mystification timer ticking down, mere seconds left, and frantically summons a fire spirit to buy himself any room to breathe, flames coalescing beside him as a last desperate Hail Mary play. The red-haired hunter ignores every warning shout he throws at her and brazenly launches herself at the demigod anyway, fire wrapping around both fists as she commits fully to what looks like a suicide strike. The enemy laughs, actually laughs out loud, and asks if a mortal really thinks she can land a scratch on something like him. She does though. Her burning fist connects solidly with his extended hand, and for one impossible, heart-stopping second, the demigod's expression twists from amusement to genuine shock as his flesh starts melting from the heat like wax near a flame. Ice Mage Min Yeoyoung locks eyes with Sung Yerim across the snowstorm, their friends getting crushed by frost magic down there. One look between them says it all. They need to create exactly one coordinated opening for a surprise attack. She empties her entire mind into a spear of absolute zero, while holy fire burns through her body, because pain heals but this shot won't come twice. And she watches the god Arima stagger backward in disbelief that a mortal just made him bleed, while the demigod pours every ounce of decomposition magic toward the white-haired sorcerer. She spots that split second where his attention wavers. Her eye flares crimson. This is her only window to end it. The severed hand knits back together from ice crystals in seconds. The frost giant king summons a swirling purple void strike between his palms, fully convinced divine power will crush whatever cheap trick these insects pulled. Real dignified recovery. Dark blood sprays from his lips as he stares at his own wound in complete confusion. Her silhouette stands over him in the Arctic wind. She landed a blow that should have been impossible. He lost by millimeters. The Sorcerer King watches the demigod reel from an injury no ordinary hunter could ever inflict, finally grasping what killing Abaddon actually cost her. She stepped into a weight class where humans don't walk away alive. Somehow, she's still breathing. No chances for regeneration this time. A massive glowing blue cube of spatial energy materializes overhead, ready to grind the enemy into nothing and seal him away permanently. She collapses to her knees, spitting crimson, quietly admitting she almost died out there. Then the scene violently cuts to sunshine gleaming off the Los Angeles skyline, zooming toward a hidden basement beneath some skyscraper. Deep underground in a purple-lit crypt, a skeletal servant of the god of death informs Aina that she now belongs to their master body and soul. Two forms of undeath sit on the table. She picks vampire without blinking. At the Namyonju Command Center, Hanelmaru confirms Alaska's swept clean of frost giants, and mentions that weapon trading with the U.S. government turns a disgustingly pretty profit. Government contracts hit different. The commander explains that only 3 Tier 4 dungeons remain: Plant Race, Dragonids, and the Kraken, which has shut down Atlantic shipping entirely. Then a phone call hits. The Ice Mage is under arrest. Word comes through a tense phone call. The Ice Mage's mother, Kim Sunya, got arrested for assault and battery. The scene flashes to a distraught woman outside a police station, asking why this keeps happening to her family. And he projects a holographic display explaining how the mother, after her debts got paid off by HD Group, started a franchise called Q and Q Food, then got scammed by investors connected straight to the mafia. The fairy floats high above the city lecturing her boss about ignoring how regular folks actually struggle down here. Real civic-mindedness. Staring at the holographic image of her wounded friend, she declares immediate investment into the mother's business to stop the bankruptcy, and promises to personally handle every corrupt suit who thought they could prey on people under her protection. Night settles thick over the Seoul Q and Q Food building, where receptionists fall silent mid-shift, because Sung-hoon Lee stands motionless at the lobby entrance like a statue carved from bad intentions, watching the security cameras rotate toward him without blinking. When a guard finally steps forward with his hand extended, the silver-haired man offers a greeting crackling with enough voltage to launch the poor bastard backward into the plaster wall. Real warm welcome committee stuff. Upstairs in the glass-walled control room, CEO Park Kwon-sung sits perfectly composed despite the explosion rattling the windows behind him, calmly ordering his trembling staff to pull up the camera feed and identify whoever just breached his building. Monitors flicker to life, showing nothing but a pixelated black silhouette tearing through security checkpoints, while the boss barks orders for an immediate building lockdown. And somewhere in the dark corridors below, our guy cracks his knuckles like this is exactly what he hoped would happen. A full squad of armed hunters floods down the polished corridor toward the lone figure waiting at the far end, and he stands there alone with his hands loose at his sides, looking less intimidated and more mildly inconvenienced by the crowd. One brute steps from the pack, and his body erupts into screaming steel plating. Meet Kang Chulbong, the self-styled Metal Knight. But before the transformation finishes, crimson numerals bloom above every head in the hallway as the Sorcerer King activates his Karma Viewer spell. Performance review time, everybody. Cholbong stares upward at the bloody digits hovering inches from his helmet, looking completely baffled, while the rest of the mob glances at each other's floating scores and starts shuffling backward like they're realizing this definitely wasn't mentioned during orientation. Exposed by a misdeed score higher than most maximum security inmates rack up in a decade, the armored hunter roars and swings wild fists that crack the air, but our target weaves sideways, while noting that murder must be the minimum requirement to get hired here. The accusations drop heavy and specific: sexual assault convictions, corpse desecration charges, a rap sheet that reads like someone's nightmare journal, and with every crime itemized the sorcerer's voice hardens colder until he dismisses the metal-plated thug as nothing but trash that learned to walk upright. One punch connects clean, and the mighty metal knight crumples into a heap of dented scrap metal without landing a single return blow, leaving the watching mafiosi frozen in the hallway, whispering that this has to be him, the actual Sorcerer King, tearing through their operation tonight. Great vetting process, guys. Survival instinct triggers a full barrage from the survivors, pistols blazing and energy blasts lighting up the corridor in strobing bursts. But the white-haired target zigzags through the storm without a scratch, moving so fluidly that muzzle flashes chase empty air where he used to stand. He plants both feet and speaks a single harsh syllable, and suddenly arrows of pure light peel away from the ceiling to home in on anyone whose crime rating cracked 70, turning the hallway into a very selective firing squad where the guilty get sentenced instantly. Excellent employee retention strategy. High above the street-level carnage, the CEO watches his private army disintegrate through the floor-to-ceiling window and immediately pivots to emergency protocols. Helicopter extraction, rooftop, now, furiously dialing contacts who aren't picking up their phones. The executive team scrambles toward the helipad access, while their boss demands to know why this lunatic would attack a legitimate business enterprise. But a shadow detaches from the stairwell doorway directly in their path and confirms with calm certainty exactly who came to collect on their debts. Awkward timing for a retreat. An older suit in the fleeing group stops cold when the Sorcerer King locks eyes with him specifically, revealing a crime rating of 97 that hangs in the air like a confession nobody spoke aloud. Cannibalism. The number screams without sound, and the fist following the accusation proves that some scores are simply too high to negotiate your way out of a lie. The evening news loops footage of the smoking Q and Q Food headquarters, while survivors scream that some hunter destroyed everything. But across town in a dim room, Congressman Lee Suk-hyun leans forward with hungry eyes and tells his partner Kim Sang-jin that this disaster is absolutely perfect. They'll shove through hunter control laws while everyone's still scared enough to accept anything. Real noble governance at work. Then the door slams wide open without a knock, and Sung-hoon stands there in the frame, having tracked these parasites to the exact spot because they threatened his mother to get at him. He's done waiting for paperwork to fix what broken men broke. Both politicians scramble backward as the bald man shrieks about who this lunatic thinks he is, busting into a government meeting. But our guy just tilts his head and asks if they're really wondering where all the security guards went. Blue magic crackles around his fingers as he reaches out and seizes the congressman by the throat, lifting the heavyset man clean off the ground like he weighs nothing. His partner flattens himself against the wallpaper and starts praying to gods he stopped believing in years ago. Very spiritual moment for him. He activates the Karma Viewer spell right there in the fancy office, and bloody red digits bloom above the struggling man's skull, showing a moral rating of 98 while hidden memories flood the air between them. Every suicide caused, every family ruined, every bribe taken with a smile. The politician goes limp and drops to the carpet, and someone in the corner starts screaming that he's a cold-blooded murderer. But our guy looks down at the body and says quietly that some crimes are simply too large for human courts to handle anyway. He turns slowly toward the remaining terrified official and admits, yeah, he definitely broke the law coming here tonight, but these men wrote those specific laws to protect themselves from ever facing consequences. So maybe it's past time somebody rewrote the rules entirely. Later, a news anchor reports that both officials turned up dead in Africa somehow, and Sung Yerim stares at her screen in horror as she realizes what her brother figure must have done. She mutters frantically that this was way too flashy, that everyone will know now, that they should have stayed hidden longer. But before she spirals further, Takyun materializes behind her chair and snaps that hiding isn't what power is for. Real strength means standing up to oppressors no matter how dumb those oppressors happen to be. Inspirational poster energy. And that's where chapter 129 leaves us. The bodies are barely cold, and already the next move is being planned somewhere in the dark.